Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Ma'am,
Good
good
morning,
morning.
ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
I'll be your chairperson for the
Welcome, ma'am.
session, Pali Vandari.
Welcome,
And
ma'am.
thank you. And I just want to check if all the participants listed with me in this session are here. Dr. Cecilia S.T. Cruz, who will be the first president. Has she joined? Dr. Shakun Mahajan, I can see you here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Then, then we have Megha Chaudhary.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have the next presenter is Meghraj Wadiyar
Yes, ma'am.
and Monica Jha, Miss Monica Jha.
Yes, ma'am. Present. Yeah.
So that means all but one are here. It's a good day. Hello. Since we have to finish by 12, let's start. I'm putting Dr. Cecilia on hold and let us start with the second presenter for the day, Dr. Shakun Mahajan, Assistant Professor in English, Padma Shri Padma Sachdeva, Government PG College for Women, Gandhinagar, Jammu. And their topic is Pashtun Social Structure, Intercultural and Cross-Cultural Studies. It seems to be a very interesting topic, and my curiosity has been aroused. Let's dive straight into it. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And after that, we'll have 1-2 minutes for discussion and questions. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, worthy
Are
chairperson,
you
Dr.
ready?
Dipali, and all my fellow presenters. I'm grateful to the organizers for providing me the opportunity to present the paper and the eminent scholars. So my topic is Pashtun culture, Pashtun social structure and cross-cultural and intercultural studies. The Pashtuns have a rich background in the narratives of world history, and this rich history carries symbols of cultural heritage and traditions. There are many theories which state the origins of Pashtun ethnicity and Pashtun society. At present, majority of the Pashtuns live in Afghanistan and Pakistan, from Paktia, Kandahar in Afghanistan to Quetta in Pakistan. The Pashtuns have integrated their culture with that of Pakistan in an artistic fashion. Pathans and Muslims and they speak Pashto. They are also known as Pakhtuns and Pashtuns. Pathans have been noted as firefighters, and throughout history, they have offered strong resistance to invaders. The British attempted to subdue the Pathans in a series of punitive expeditions in the late 19th century and early 20th century, but were finally forced to offer them a semi-autonomous area. According to Winston Churchill, he says that Pashtun tribes are always engaged in private or public war. Every man is a warrior, a politician, and a theologian. Every large house is a real feudal fortress. Every family cultivates its vendetta, every clan its feud. Nothing is ever forgotten, and very few debts are left unpaid. Pashtun and Islam are two main factors which make the baseline for the social behavior in Pashtun society. They are traditionally strict and conservative regarding their culture. Their culture is based on Pashtunwali, as well as speaking of Pashtun language and wearing Pashtun dresses. The Pashtun culture is native to Pakhtun belt of Afghanistan, the world's largest tribal ethnicity. Pashtun society is guarded by a code of common rules, customs, and social behaviors. The code is based on personal honor and promotes self-respect, independence, leadership, courage, justice, and hospitality. The highest personal value is the preservation of one's personal honor, and Pashtuns will go great lengths to maintain it. Hospitality is one of the primary obligations of a Pashtun culture and is to offer hospitality to all the guests without distinction of race, religion, nationality, and status. They also stand bravely against tyranny and be able to defend the honor of one's name. To seek revenge and justice, sometimes revenge results in a blood feuds that last generations. When a weaker man surrenders to his enemy in exchange for mercy, it is the ultimate dishonor but mandatory for the enemy to give mercy to the person who is asking for loyalty is a must. Disloyalty would be a matter of shame for the community. Loyalty is owed to one's family, sub-tribe, tribe, then to the nation as a whole. Pashtun culture is celebrated um, for traditional music, dancing, poetry, and storytelling. A majority of Pashtuns rely upon agriculture and animal husbandry for their source of income, with some involved in trading on other commodities. According to Alexander the Great, I am involved in the land of linen and brave people, where every foot of the ground is like a well of steel. Confronting my soldier, you have brought only one son into the world, but everyone in this land can be called an Alexander. Within both Afghanistan and Pakistan, one of the oldest recorded traditions of Pashtun society is jirgas or tribal councils. It is an assembly of our respected elders and chieftains get together in a circle and make decisions for the tribe. The jigas or tribal councils pass laws, resolves conflicts, deals with the government, murder cases, rewards, fines, and death sentences, declare war and peace, and banish people from the tribe. Foreign powers such as British Empire attended jirgas during 18th and 19th century in order to maintain the relationships with the tribes and settle conflicts. There is no hierarchy in jirgas, no president or spokesman. With respect to elders, all the participants are equally, all can participate and speak, no one has authority over another. It has been described as the closest thing to Athenian democracy that existed since the original. Hujras are guest houses for men and used to entertain. They act as a community club that is as old as the jirga itself. Every village has a hujra and is occasionally owned by the wealthy family and is shared by the entire community. Male members of the community who linger and associate like a larger family commonly visit the hojras, which serves as more than just a place to hold collective ceremonies. A man can enter a hojra at any time of the day, month or year, and be sure of getting food and shelter. It is only after he has been adequately fed that the members ask him how they can help him and assure him that he can stay as long as he wishes. Pashtun cuisine is characterized by their own traditional dishes as well as some influenced by outsiders, rice dishes as well as some influenced by outsiders. Rice dishes and kebabs feature prominently in Pashtun cuisine. Lamb is eaten more often in their cuisine than any other culture in the region. Kabuli pulao, chapli kebab, mutton are the most famous dishes. The Pashtun and Balochi cuisines are traditionally non-spicy. The Pashtun constitute the largest ethnic group of the population of Afghanistan and bore the exclusive name of Afghan before that name came to denote any native of the present land area of Afghanistan. The origins of Pashtun are debated, including among the Pashtun themselves. One, Pashtun tradition asserts that they are descended from Afghana, grandson of King Saul of Israel. Several Pashtun tribes are also known as have to have moved from Afghanistan to Pakistan between the 13th and 16th centuries, and many Pashtun moved to northern Afghanistan after the formation of the modern Afghan state in the late 19th century. Most Pashtuns are sedentary farmers combining cultivation with animal husbandry. Some are migratory herders and caravanners. Many Pashtuns serve in the military. Smaller numbers hold political posts. Kinship is the basis of Pashtun society. Each tribe consists of kinsmen who trace descent in the male bloodline from a common tribal ancestor is divided into clans, subclans, and patriarchal families. Pashtun social structure is what anthropologists term as a segmentary lineage system. In such a system, there is a hierarchy of social groupings starting at the local level, then proceeding upward through the various levels to an entire ethnic group. These relationships are based on kinship and shared culture. Leadership is situational rather than institutionalized. Both leadership conflicts, both leaderships and segmentary organizations end when conflict ends. The cultural ideal is egalitarianism. Pashto literature is rich in folk traditions. Among the folk yearners, Tape, a two-liner, is considered the most ancient and powerful vehicle of expression. Most tapes are said to have been composed by Pashtun women in which they have expressed their social conditions as well as romantic emotions. The Pashtun are known by various names, Pakhtuns, Pathans, and Pashtuns, which are either regional variants or names assigned by the outsiders. Pukhtana is the Indian variant of the name, while Pathans is a Britisher derivation. There are two main variants of their language, Pakhto or Pashto, spoken in the northeast, and Pashto to the southwest. The term Pashtun is used in the report report as a convenience because it appears commonly in media reports. As used here, it should be considered to include any of the variant names. There has, however, been significant ethnographic work in the Swat Valley of Pakistan, where the local self name is Pakhtun. The term is used when the discussion is specifically about the people of the Swat. The Pashtun are a major ethnic group on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, as well as being the dominant ethnic group within Afghanistan itself, although the majority of Pashtun actually reside within Pakistan. Afghanistan itself has a long been equated with the Pashtun. Pashtun are the largest demographic Afghanistan, comprising about 60% of the population. Afghan words are long synonymous with Pashtun, although many more ethnic groups live within modern Afghanistan. Since the mid 18th century, Afghanistan's national leaders have been drawn from the Pashtun. Pashtun society is atomized in the sense that it is based on the most basic element, the individual. Each man considers himself independent and self-sufficient and simultaneously in competition with all other Pashtun men. This belief in self-sufficiency and perpetual competition make it difficult for the Pashtun to unite for cooperative projects or even to engage in economic change. The ideal economic exchange among the Pashtun to be inferior. A Pashtun man may engage in economic relations with non-Pashtun without losing honor, but also consider it acceptable to cheat non-Pashtun. On the other hand, because of competition within Pashtun society, Pashtun men look to establish friendships and outsiders. Islam is important to Pashtun identity and unity. It also provided a link for them to community outside their own. Many Pashtuns have embraced radical Islam. Religious matters are generally handled by mullahs, men who have some religious training, who take care of local mosques and call the faithful to prayer. Some supernatural beliefs persist. Some Pashtuns believe in jinns, spirits produced by fires that can possess a person's soul as well as ghosts. Witches, cursed souls, and fairies. Some also plead that deceased saints can return and play a positive role on the living world. Male and female children are taught the prayers at an early age by parents or grandparents. In addition to the profession of faith, the ritual of the prayers, preschool children are taught about the other obligations of Islam, charity, fasting, and pilgrimage. Pashtuns have been described as loyal, honest, brave, proud, and pitiless. Their love for guns, freedom, and abusing their enemies, and are regarded as one of the most hospitable peoples. They follow their own customs and codes of honor. They are also known for the protecting the weak and standing by their word. They also have lightning quick tempers and are unwilling to compromise to show flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very comprehensive document on Pashto culture, and it brought alive the Afghan life, customs, social life, origins, religion, superstition, and the various aspects of their nature and, let us say, general disposition in front of us. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Because of the time bound, I cannot, speak much. But
I know that's a constraint with us all the time, but then we have other speakers also in line, and we have to give, sufficient time to everyone to express. And thank you so much, and congratulations on a wonderful paper.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And I call upon Megha Chaudhary now, PhD research scholar from Department of Pol Science from Cotton University, Assam. And her paper is on disability, gender, and COVID-19, the conundrum. Megha, please unmute yourself, and you can switch on your video and start. Go on with your presentation.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Ma'am, I've prepared a short PPT, so I would like to share the same.
Yes, yes, please do. By all means. You can, put your video on.
Ma'am, is the PPT visible?
Yes, it is. It's coming on. Yes, it is. Just go full screen, please. Yes, now it's okay. Please carry on.
Respected Chairperson, ma'am, and my dear scholars and presenters who have joined us today, a very good morning to all of you. My topic is disability, gender, and COVID-19, the conundrum. And my name is Megha Chaudhary, and I'm a PhD research scholar from Cotton University in Assam. To introduce my topic, I would like to talk about disabled persons in the beginning. So, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities defines disability as long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder a person's full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. However, sadly, we know that how disabled people are looked down upon, and disability is usually seen as a disease. And the persons with disabilities are often tagged as someone who is very incomplete or defective or possibly a burden to the society. And the persons with disabilities have both visible and invisible disabilities, and they face a lot of obstacles and discrimination in assessing healthcare and other essential services, social protection and income security, mental health services, and communication technologies. They have a tough time to manage the basic necessities, and this entire situation even becomes much more harder for a disabled woman because she has to face disability as well as she has to face certain discriminations because of her gender. So, when I talk about women and girls with disabilities, we understand that women and girls with disabilities are subjected to intersecting forms of discriminations related to sexual and reproductive health, gender based violence, legal protection, unpaid care, and domestic work. Women and girls with disabilities who are migrants, refugees, or from ethnic minorities endure even more hardship and unequal treatment. Gender, disability, and structural inequalities, which are characterized by societies before the crisis, are being exacerbated by the multifaceted impact of COVID-19 crisis. And the lack of gender and disability disaggregated data makes it even more difficult for us to carry out evidence based analysis of the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 crisis and to facilitate targeted and mainstream policies for women and girls with disabilities. Analyzing the situation of the PWD from the gendered lens, we understand that persons with disabilities face the same risk of infection from COVID-19 as the rest of the population, right? However, in many of the cases, these dangers that is posed by the virus becomes multiplied for certain other factors, as in the persons with disabilities are more at risk of developing a serious healthcare condition. Additionally, these people who are disabled also need help, sometimes from somebody as an agency, right? And because of the distancing that we had to maintain during the COVID-19 crisis, it became difficult for them to even ask for help from anybody. In a paper that I had read while researching on this particular aspect, I found out that a disabled person had even stated that earlier, if they would face any kind of an issue on in the public sphere, on the roads, or for even for crossing the road, she mentioned, others would come and help them very easily. However, because of the COVID-19 crisis and because of the idea of maintaining distancing, it became even more difficult for people like her to get help from such people, because now people feared even touching each other. So these are certain very basic things which actually can have a very drastic impact on a disabled human being. So in general, persons with disabilities have more healthcare related needs than others. It could be both standard needs, or it could be even needs linked to their impairments, and therefore they become more and more vulnerable to the negative impact of low quality or inaccessible healthcare services than those without disabilities like others. So persons with disabilities are often unable to access mainstream healthcare services due to factors like because they are unaffordable, because of attitudinal barriers, inaccessibility to healthcare facilities, and lack of alternative means to access to public health information and communication for those with visual impairment as well as hearing and cognitive disabilities. So this pandemic has further intensified the risk of these people, because they are being they were misinformed about the pandemic, and to some extent many disabled human beings did not have a fuller information about what the crisis was about and how they could save themselves or they could protect themselves. For others who are not disabled, it was very easy for us to read the posters or maybe listen to the caller tunes that were there installed. However, for these people who are disabled, it becomes much more difficult to even gather information. So that also impacts them mentally. So, when we talk about persons with disabilities, specifically in terms of COVID-19, among these people, women and girls face systematic barriers to equality and inclusion, with limited visibility in disability and gender equality laws, policies, and practices. Available data suggests that the gap is large compared with men without disabilities, because women with disabilities are 3 times more likely to have unmet needs for healthcare and 3 times more likely to be illiterate, 2 times less likely to be employed, and 2 times less likely to use internet. Now these four aspects itself shows that there is a huge gap between the disabled and abled bodies as well as amongst the disabled in a gendered perspective. Moreover, women with disabilities are at heightened risk of suffering sexual violence compared to those without disabilities. And it is very sad to see certain newspaper clippings and videos where it was shown that the violence against women have further aggravated during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is the disabled bodies who are being taken advantage of compared to the able ones. So the COVID-19 crisis exposes these underlying inequalities and exacerbates the situation of women and girls with disabilities. Now, the question is, what can be done? So, as healthcare emergencies such as COVID-19 has placed an additional pressure on the national healthcare services, it is important that the national authorities establish a non-discriminatory ethical medical guideline to protect these persons with disabilities. And it was done by the World Health Organization. They had issued a disability inclusive guideline, and that was with line with the International Human Rights Convention, and various policies and practices on medical treatment, including the decision making and access to testing and vaccination when available, should not be discriminatory on the basis of age, gender, ethnicity, or disability. And our country is fortunate enough in this regard that we did not have these kind of discriminations, which was the case in some of the other countries. Healthcare authorities need to implement proactive accommodation measures that are necessary to reduce the risk of infection for persons with disabilities, their families, and caregivers, while upholding their dignity and autonomy. Healthcare personnel, including in emergency response services, need to be trained in the challenges facing persons with disabilities during the pandemic and include their needs from the planning stages of such services and not as an afterthought. And this is even more important in this stage now when we are again experiencing a rise in the cases. So, if from this stage itself we try to include various aspects that the persons with disabilities have to face, then it will become much more easier for us to tackle any kind of situation that is lying in forward in future. And persons with disabilities and their families must be able to continue receiving the same level of care and support, and even more intensively during emergency situations, so that they are able to continue living an independent life. Government and education providers need to ensure that distance learning platforms are safe and accessible for girls and boys with disabilities, including those with developmental and intellectual disabilities. Specific support should be provided for caregivers, including access to psychological support. I have also compiled certain recommendations for the inclusion of these persons with disabilities in the response, because when they will be included in the response mechanism, it will be much more easier for us to understand the underlying issues or problems that they have faced in the previous waves of the pandemic. So it is important for us to consult the persons with disabilities and their representative organizations, in particular with organizations of women and girls with disabilities, with regard to COVID-19 containment and mitigation measures, to ensure that these are disabled inclusive and gender sensitive and also accessible. We have to ensure inclusive, gender sensitive, accessible, and non-discriminatory healthcare to minimize mortality of those with disabilities and underlying health conditions. Ensure individuals' health, safety, dignity, and self-autonomy in the community, and continuation of healthcare support and services for persons with disabilities and their families for an independent living. Provide solutions for remote work and education that are disability inclusive and gender sensitive, such as reasonable accommodation at home and accessible to accessibility of materials, etc. Ensure inclusive and non-discriminatory public information and communication to be accessible to all, including those with limited access to technology. Ensure social protection measures to be gender and disability responsive, and provide targeted financial relief and income support for persons with disabilities and their caregivers who are disproportionately impacted by the crisis. Promote disaggregation of data by age, sex, disability, and gender analysis of the barriers faced by women and girls with disabilities. So, in order to conclude, I would like to say that we have to understand that it is not easy for the persons with disability, and specifically the disabled girls and women, to face these crises. Although the impact of the crisis will be the same, or the issues will be the same for all, these people have certain special needs. And keeping all the suggestions in mind, we have to make sure that we can make the life of the disabled persons much more easier, and special protection should be provided to these disabled women who have dual issues, like I have said earlier. One, because they are disabled, and second, because they are women. And as we have registered an increase in the gender-based discrimination and violence, we have to make sure we have to reduce the magnitude of the same, to have an equitable and safer world for these women and girls who are being troubled. Thank you.
Thank you, Megha. Uh, your paper dealt with the impact of COVID-19, especially on disabled women. And as we all
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
women are ultimately at the receiving end of all the injustices, mostly. It's, a very common notion.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
disability as a disease, when we consider it and when we patronize rather than, empathize with these people, that is what, uh, creates disbalance in society. It was a wonderful paper, and it stressed on a wonderful thing, that it said that economic independence and education is very necessary for disabled people. and especially women. So, on that note, I would now invite the next presenter for the day, Meghraj Wariyar C, research scholar from the Department of Studies and Research in English, Tumkur University, Tumkur. And his paper is on Rohinton Mysteries, A Fine Balance, exploring the experience of marginalized pain. I would request you to keep within the time limit of 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Meghraj, Mr.
Good good morning. Good morning, madam. Good
Unmute
morning to
yourself.
everyone.
And
Hello, am I audible, madam?
yes, you are.
Yes, madam. Yeah, good morning to everyone. As our respected Madam Dr. Deepali mentioned about my title already. So that is Rohinton Mysteries, A Fine Balance, exploring the experience of marginalized pain. First, I mention about the abstract of my paper. Here it is. The Rohinton Mystery is a prominent writer to emerge from a Parsi community in India. He migrated to Canada in his early 20s as he wanted to become a pop singer. He has confessed in various interviews that he migrated because it was the fashion of the times. He is an author who is writing about the India which he has seen and observed during his youth. In his novels, Mystery has expressed the pain and grief of immigrant writers who were born in India but staying away from their motherland. His novel, A Fine Balance, that was published in 1995, is set in an unnamed city that the reader can easily guess as Bombay, the author's native city. A Fine Balance revolves around the lives of four protagonists, each very different from the next. They find themselves thrown together in the same humble city apartment. Dinabai, a widow who refuses to remarry and fights to earn a major living as a seamstress. Two tailors, Ishwar and Om Prakash, uncle and nephew, who have come to the city in the hope of finding work. And a student, Manak Kola, from a village situated at the foothills of Himalayas. This article analyzes the theme of subaltern sufferings in a fine balance. First, we should know about the word the subaltern. So the word subaltern is drawn from the Latin subaltern us in the Oxford Advanced Learner Dictionary. The word subaltern as noun means any officer in the British Army who is lower in rank than a captain. In adjectival form denotes of inferior rank. But Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci, for the first time, used it outside in the non-military sense. In Latin, sub means under and alter means other. So literally, it denotes any person or group of inferior rank or considered inferior. According to some thinkers, he used the term as a synonym for proletariat. Literally, it refers to any person or group of inferior rank and station, whether because of race, caste, gender, ethnicity, or religion. Antonio Gramsci opines that the subaltern classes allude to any lower rank people or group of citizens in a distinct society suffering under the hegemonic domination of the governing atrocity class that denies them the fundamental rights of involvement in the making of provincial history and culture as active individuals in and of the same country. Rohinton Mystery is one of the internationally acknowledged writer since his work have won international works. He is the author of 3 novels and a short story collection set amidst the closest knit and isolated Parsi community in Bombay. His writings bear a social purpose. He is one of the prominent writers of the post-colonial era. His novels deal with the theme of exploitation based on political, economic, and social aspects, stressing the necessity of social purpose in fiction. He is one of the novelists who have dealt with plight of untouchables in his novel. In A Fine Balance, untouchability is a theme. Dalitism has been India's gravest societal evil since time immemorial, as it's still praised in the various parts of rural India. The so-called downtrodden or lower caste are not allowed to educate because education may enlighten them on their rights as citizens and they may claim their rights. Then caste discrimination and repression are mostly found in the practice among the Hindus of India. A fine balance is a must. A fine balance is a mystery's masterpiece. It is his second novel. It was published in 1995. And the subject matter of this work is Art is India, set against the emergency measures imposed by the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in mid 1970s. The novel is a powerful and painful examination of the society beset by socio-political repression. It is a record of painful era portrayed with remarkable poignancy and honesty. Here, mystery concentrates on the criminalization of politics as it began with the emergency in 1975. Suspension of the basic fundamental rights granted by the constitution led to widespread resentment among the opposition parties, and there was a call for the total revolution spearheaded by the late Jaiprakash Narayan. In a fine balance, mystery portrays atrocities committed on two untouchables from a village and the suffering of poor characters from the Parsi community. Mystery uses four main characters, a woman and three men, and a handful of extraordinary minor ones. Each of the four protagonists has his or her own story, and the characters began to live together under the roof in the city. The novel is about the sufferings of pain of the poor people. The novel is wonderful presentation of three major themes. The first is the life of the middle class in urban area. Dina Dalal is the pretty widow in her 40s who is struggling hard to lead a independent life. Second, there is another word symbolized by Manek Kola, a sensitive Parsi boy. He feels life as too great to burden to lift. The novel also focuses on rural India things. Ishwar Darji and his nephew Om Prakash who struggle to exist in this world. So one of the greatest critic Ansari says this microcosm of Indian society that mystery writes about contains conflict at an individual as well as a larger level. Mystery is committed to his cultural roots that provide him infinite inspirational material for his fiction, and with great sensitivity and truthfulness, he renders the tale of protagonists from Parsi community caught in their beliefs, lifestyle, and peculiar situation. Mystery has chosen characters from minorities and suppressed communities. Each character is Indian. The togetherness of all these characters shows how the people in India managed to live in such a crucial and wretched condition. Manak represents the youth of India who were suppressed during emergency. Avinash is one of the characters. He is a friend of Manak, a student leader, is killed in a suspicious way. Manak's life is disturbed by death of Avinash. Manak goes to the train station, his world shattered. He walks out on the track as an express train approaches the station and he commits suicide by letting the train run over him. Suicide on railway tracks is a common phenomenon in India. As Kapadia, he is also a famous critic, he points out that these characters from different class backgrounds start interacting with each other and the coincidence does not seem incognitus. So, Indian family affinity and hospitality are revealed in a fine balance. Manak comes to Adina's house as paying guest and behaves as if he were her son. Manak is a rebellion with his father because he doesn't want to help his father in business. In the same way, Ishwar wants Om to get married, but Om refuses. But at the last, he agrees to marry. Dina first refuses to live with her boyfriend, Nusan, but later she reconciliated to him. One can find a kind of Indian family affinity among the minor characters. The character of Ashraf reveals the Hindu-Muslim brotherhood. Narayan and Ishwar save Ashraf's family from rioting India. Okay. And at the end, I'll mention about the concluding part.
Please wind up.
The narrative voice mysteries fictional discourse achieves in a fine balance, swings between involvement and detachment, thus provides a reliable witness to an eventful era in the nation's history. Mysterious, humorous is gentle, subdued, and occasionally quite amusing. The way the novel is concluded more than amply demonstrates the value of human relationships and fellow feeling among people. Despite their distinctions in caste and class, his view of life makes for health and sanity, a need of most compellingly felt today more than even before. He has given the subaltern a voice and visibility in his the fine balance novel. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Your paper dealt with subalternity in
By Romington Mysteries, ma'am.
yeah. Excuse, I just got a call. I was just trying to cut it off with
Yes.
yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You are audible.
ma'am.
So your paper touched with subalternity and middle class life in urban areas as well as life as a burden, life in rural areas, and about the minorities and cultural, let us say, subalterns, how they are dealt with in the novel A Fine Balance by Rohinton Mystery.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was a wonderful presentation, and I would just like to take one moment to ask if Dr. Cecilia S. De Cruz, who was supposed to present the first paper, is here. Is not. So we'll move on to the final presentation for this session, which is by Monica Jha, who's a research scholar from DAV University, Indore, and her paper is Queer Identity in the Works of Devdutt Patnaik.
Good morning, ma'am. It's indeed an honor and privilege to present my research work in the august presence of intellectual gathered here. And without wasting much time, let me dive into my presentation. I would like to share my small presentation. Just give me a second.
Definitely take as much time as you want. Just set up your screen.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
Just give me 1 second.
definitely.
Sure.
So full screen.
This. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. And I
Yeah.
think your PPT is
So my
also
topic is queer identity in the work of Devdutt Patnaik. So first, let me give information about what is queer. What is queer identity basically mean? So queer is an umbrella term used for all those who belong to LGBT community. Actually, yeah, here it is. So it's a small introduction about the author Devdutt Patnaik. What is queer? Those that are not heterosexual or cisgender are referred to as queer, questioning one's gender or sexual orientation. So all those who belong to LGBT community are come under this queer term. So many people think that homosexuality is imported from Western world. So it is not true. Homophobia is maybe imported from a Western culture. So my paper is dealing with that thing, that homosexuality or LGBT is already present in our Hindu mythologies. Like we have a story of Shikhandini, we have a story of Bran Lala, we have a story of Aravanis. So we have many stories that represent the gender ambiguities which are already present in our Hindu mythologies. In Oxford English Dictionary, early they record the meaning of queer as odd or strange, particularly a poem by Robert Frost, Stopping by Wood in a Snowy Evening. These are the terms already used by the Western poet or philosophers like Jane Paul Sartre as well. This term is also used by Judith Butler and Virginia Woolf also. So Shakuntala Devi has also published the book The World of Homosexual in 1977, which is regarded as a country's first in-depth analyzation of homosexuality. Instead, then just promoting the tolerance and compassion, the declaration promoted the full and complete acceptance in 1994. They gained a legal recognition as a third gender, third sex, were given the ability to vote. So whenever we read any work, any fiction book or any drama, we always looking for who is the hero of this novel, who is the protagonist, who is the heroine of this novel, or we always talk about the discrimination or the crisis for a woman or a man. But we always avoid this third gender part. They are also present in this world, and why we are not focusing on their suffering also? They are also suffered a lot because they are also a human being. They have a same mind, same soul. So my work is based on that. How Devdutt Patnaik used the term queer in his work. Like we have a story of Shikhandani, was a girl who became a man. Shikhandani play a very important role in Mahabharata, one of the major Hindu epic Mahabharata. She one of the turning point of Mahabharata. Without the help of Shikhandani, maybe Pandavas are not able to won the battle of Mahabharata. So, queer theory is based on realizing the critical theory introduced around the early 1990s due to women studies and queer studies. So, we all know the story of Shikhandani somehow, that how he took revenge from Bhishma. And there is also a story in Mahabharata of Aravan. There is one in Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry. There is always a one festival name as just give me Ravana is the son of Arjun and her mother Ulupi, and how he also play a very important role in Mahabharata. And without the help of him, maybe it is not possible for again Pandavas to win the battle. So these two characters play a very important role in Mahabharata, and these two characters belong somehow to the gender ambiguities. Ravan is considered to be the god of transgender also. So there is one festival named as Kuvagam in Tamil Nadu, held an 18 days festival every year, where the village trans woman dress up as his wife and then mourn for the Aravanis. And thus, I would like to share a small story about Aravan, so it become more clear. During the Mahabharata war, the Pandavas are told if they wish to win the war, they will need to sacrifice a man with 32 attributes. After searching far and wide, they find the Arjun's sons has 32 attributes. Aravan agreed to sacrifice, but on one condition. A condition is that he won't die without getting married. So Nogal agreed to marry a man who will live just for a one night, bride for one night and widow for the next day. Lord Krishna say he will take the form of Mohini and marry him, and he will be his wife for one night and grieve as his widow to the next day. In this story, Sri Krishna changes his physical form. The deities in Hindu or represent God has God has don't focus on the physical appearance of a human being. Okay, never ever focus on that. This is commemorable each year by the Arabanis, the Hijras community. The one night they take on the role of Lord Krishna and become a bride of Aravan for one night and widow the next and mourn for the for Arabanis. So these are some small stories, and there are many stories of Gopeshwar Mahadev, Mohini Avatar, and there are many stories who represent that this LGBT community is always there in the background in not only in Mahabharata but in Ramayana also. There is a story of transgenders, that how when Lord Ram in Ramayana, when Lord Ram returned from the forest to Ayodhya, he seen some of the Hijras sitting outside the gate of Ayodhya. The Ram asked, "Why are you sitting outside the Ayodhya?" He asked, "Why you haven't gone inside?" The Hijras replied, "When you were living and the entire kingdom was following you, you at the crowd asked every man and woman to go home or go back. You said nothing about the member of third gender. So we are waiting outside the gates for your return in the hope that you might take us back into the city with you." So Ram says, until you come back with me, it will not be beginning of Ram Raj. In Ram Rajya, every gender is accepted. There is also a shlok in Ramayana. Any man, any transgender, any woman, any living being, as long as they give the upside, and come to me with love for all they are dearest to me. So these quote shows that these genders, these third gender LGBT community representatives are always there in our mythology. It is nothing like a Western imposed this concept, and we always treat them equally without any discriminations. So gender doesn't determine the temperament, intelligence, capability of an individual. According to Patnaik, the queer ideas have always been celebrated in Hindu rituals, stories, and symbols, and have been struck contrast to the rigidity and ignorance of the present society. These are the quote from Shikhandani. He frankly explored the view of societies worldwide and the prevalence of discrimination in modern world due to gender biasness. And it's still it is happening. The discrimination is still happening. These are the challenges faced by LGBT communities. Insufficient opportunity for employment. I have never ever witnessed any professor or any doctor who belong to this community, because still they are fighting for their rights. Domestic violence at home. Your family member even disowned them if they realize that they shall belong to this category. They don't want to accept them. Mental health is one of the major concern, because no one is there who want to build a friendship with them. They are not even they are not able to express their thoughts like we do. Educational institute, even in an educational institute, people used to mock them, and even the entertainment world is also use them as a comedy entity or as an amusing entity. Unheard voice, we have to think about this, and we have to teach our students. As a professor, we have to teach our students this education is really important now, because students are just one tap away from information. In place of they grab a negative impact for them, it's better we teach them that they are also a human being. Just mocking them or make fun of them, it's not correct. It should add in the moral values as well. While concluding, the only labels given to the bodies, these labels that she is a perfect man or she is a perfect woman or anything, these labels are given to the bodies that are inhabited by the other soul, are masculinity and femininity. The Hindu worldview has always been accepting of the other people way of being and seeing things. We have gone a long way from our beginning, but still must realize that no amount of legislation will be able to change our voice. We have to still take many more step mentally, not only on a paperwork, but still mentally we have to still improve our mindset or thoughts, or we have to teach students and youngster that this is not a correct thing we are doing with them. Instead, this should also include in a moral values also. To teach the students correctly, we must have to understand that each person is unique, and it is a wrong base to someone value on what we anticipate them to be. So my whole topic is dealing with that. No matter what our body, male or female or queer, no matter what our social status, educated, uneducated, every human being has a cope with loneliness, sense of invalidations, and feeling of frustration. And this is a universal for all creature. Wisdom lies is helping people cope with this. So we have to work on it, as my whole paper is dealing with this. Um, just give me a second. Ma'am, I hope am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So I request everyone here, first of all, thank you so much for your patience. And I really request to please understand this thing, that they are also a human being, and we have to focus on their need also, not only for that we consider ourselves normal, but somehow still they are also normal. We have to treat them not very much. They don't want very much care ki we have to focus, like, treat them extraordinary. They don't want that. Just treat them normally. So thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you all the participants, all the dignitaries, for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. And your paper dealt with the LGBTQ issues,
Yeah.
especially in reference to Indian society. And it's true that, we need to include them in the mainstream. And it's a good thing that, we have certain people who are coming forth from these communities
Yes,
into
ma'am.
the mainstream. There are doctors, there are politicians, there are, other people who have joined services from these communities. But sadly, that information and that, uh, empathy is lacking.
Yes, ma'am.
But our, ancient texts have always mentioned, maintained, and they have included them in part important roles as people. So as people, we have to deal them. We don't have to deal them as a sexual being, like he's LGBTQ, whatever he is. He's not a male, he's not a female, whatever it is. We have to treat them as a human being. Okay,
Yes.
and it's a wonderful presentation. And since I
Thank you.
see most of the people from the next session are already in the room, I think the chairperson is also here. So
Thank
I'll
you,
hand.
Dr. Deepali. I'm from St. Francis College. My name is Soumya. Thank you, Dr. Deepali, for chairing this session. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to chair this session. Thank you so much.
My privilege, and since I just hope I'm not eating into your time,
No.
so I'll just give for the chair to you. And it was a wonderful session. I just look forward to more such things with you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'll just take your leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Richa. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
So Dr. Richa would be the next chairperson for the second session. The presenters are joining. Just wait for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, I'm here now. Hello, everyone present here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You have the list, no, Dr. Richa?
Yes, ma'am. I have.
You can read out the list and check if everybody has joined.
Okay. Okay. So the presenters that we have for this session. Just hold on a second. I think there's an echo. Just 1 second. Yeah. Am I audible now? There's
Yes,
no echo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. So for this session, we have Dr. Dharmpada Jana, lecturer in English from Government Junior College, Fulbani, Odisha. Dr. Smita Devi, assistant professor, Department of English from Assam Don Bosco University. B. Parvata Vardhini, PhD scholar in English from Sri Sarda College for Women from Salem. Ananta Kumar Banerjee, research scholar, Department of English, CCOM Skills University, Kendra Dangal, Bolpur, Birpur in West Bengal. And we have Arokya Immaculate Sheila S., PhD scholar from Sacred Heart College, Tirupati. I hope all the presenters are here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Okay. Then once again, welcome you all to this conference, International Multilingual Conference. And we would like to begin with the first presenter, Dr. Dharmpada Jana.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Shall we proceed?
Yes, please do. Please switch on
Okay.
your camera.
Yes, all right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mhm.
All the best.
Yes, thank you, madam. So a very good afternoon to all. So herewith I am about to present my paper, which is entitled Empathetic Unsettlement, Decoding the Notion of Other and Victimhood in the Planet of the Blind, which is a memoir by Stephen Cusito, who is an American poet. There is some background noise. Can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. So here in this paper particularly, I looked into the difficulties faced by the disability study scholars, addressing to the different social and cultural factors. Basically, when it comes to disability study, there are three different models available. One is medical model, the second one is social model, and the third one is cultural model. But however, the three models, they have their own limitations. And with all the growing research and growing attention, scholarly attention to the field of disability studies, till now, so there is a gap in understanding the disabled people. And this is here in this paper, I'm proposing a fourth model, which is a psychological model. And I'm going to propose a method or a literary technique like empathetic unsettlement to decode their notion of victimhood and to decode their identity as an other. Basically, to understand their trauma, their turbulations, their turmoil, the kind of agonies they go through, the disabled people, to understand that. So my paper is proposing to use domino la Capra's concept, empathetic unsettlement. So that is the proposal of this paper. And I begin with the three models. The first one being the medical model, which is very, very much prevalent from the 19th century, and which believes that medical model that views that disabled people are kind of damaged or inferior people. So this is the medical concept, the medical model. They always view the disabled people as inferior, as something damaged, physically incapable. So that is medical model. But then with social engagement, social scholars engagement, like Simone de Beauvoir, like Linton, for instance, they have proposed a social model to incorporate into the study of disability. So with them, with the social model, there was a sudden shift from body to the social behavior, right? So, and these scholars, particularly Simone de Beauvoir, Linton, they have argued that instead of focusing on the physical inability of those persons, we have to change our focus. We have to think of, or the study, disability study should focus on how society treats them. They should be treated with dignity. So that was their focus that came with the social model. But however, in the later part, recent scholarship in disability studies, basically by Snyder, like Michel, they brought about cultural model. And here, the cultural model talks about how the disabled bodies interact with the societies around them. That is also very important. It's not always, because disabled people, they are socially or cultural, they are not treated as healthy. So this notion should be changed. And these are the changes proposed by the medical, social, and the cultural model. But here, through my engagement with these three models, I found that all these models, though they operate at different levels, at the level of socio-political level, at a cultural level, but still understanding the disabilities or the disabled people, their psychology, their problem, their difficulties, there is some kind of gap is still there, despite of all the research, despite of all the social behavioral changes. So we fail to understand, we fail to give the kind of empathy they need, the kind of recognition they need. We still fail to accept them as able. So therefore, here I'm proposing the psychological model. I'm proposing a psychological model, so which will help us understand the disabled people in a better way. Okay. So here I use basically my proposition is based on the research of Shakespeare 2006, and I could, for example, use the term like temporarily able-bodied, TAB, TAB. So he used the concept like TAB to refer to the person those who are not disabled, non-disabled people. So he means to say that all the people, they're in one way or the other, they're kind of disabled, right? Some are physically disabled, some are cognitively disabled, some are emotionally disabled, right? And even if we think that we are able, we are temporarily able-bodied. We are not permanently able. So therefore, if we are TAB, if we belong to the TAB category, temporarily able category, so we should have empathy for those people, those who are suffering from the physical impairment, from some kind of physical challenges or mental challenges. We should treat them with empathy. So therefore, this psychological model comes into being, into force. And those who are disabled, actually, they go through double marginalization. They go through a kind of a double marginalization, as I quote Chakravarti from 3699 page. So he says that the disabled people, they are doubly marginalized. They are marginalized all in the hands of the society, first of all, because society always treats them as marginalized. And secondly, their inferiority their sense of insecurities, their own sense of inferiority, that also marginalizes them indirectly, right? And therefore, to understand them is very, very much essential. So the society, the reader as a part of society should understand the disabled character, their psychology, their trauma, their the kind of mental agonies they go through, and the disabled people, they should also understand themselves, their psychology, their capacity, and how they can be able as well in if not in one front, but can be from other fronts. So they can also think about that. So here I'm using the method of empathetic unsettlement. That is what I'm proposing to use to understand the psychological aspect of the disabled people. The term empathetic unsettlement, this is actually a term used by Dominique Lacapra to talk about the trauma victims. So she used the term to while addressing while defining the trauma victims to differentiate how the victims feel and how the perpetrators of trauma, how they feel about those trauma victims. So here, empathetic unsettlement, it refers to the sensitivity. It refers to the sensitivity that is needed being responsive to the traumatic experiences of the others. And the term also involves a kind of virtual experience through which one puts oneself in the other's position while recognizing the difference that his own position is different from the victim's position. So putting it in a very simple way, empathetic unsettlement refers to a method of empathizing with the victim, not thinking that not identifying with the victim, but placing yourself as an able body and understanding the disability, okay, from that disabled person's perspective, the victim's perspective. So that is what I generally mean by the empathetic unsettlement, and I am using the perspective used by Lacapra. This is what I mean. Then here comes with the empathetic unsettlement situates the unsettlement in the witness, in case of the listeners, ethnographer's position to some recognizes the difference, but also recognizes how the empathetic practices participate in defining the others. So this is the only means, the psychological method, psychological possibility, way out to understand the and to define the other. Other here means the victim, the marginalized characters, the disabled. And that coming to the text, here I have taken, for example, Stephen Cosito's memoir, Planet of the Blind, which is a 1998.
Hello, Dhanpada.
Yes, madam.
Yes, your voice is breaking a little. I think there's some network issue. If you could just wrap it up with reference to the text.
Okay, yes, I am doing that, madam, please.
Yeah.
So yes, the Planet of the Blind, it's about basically the writer's own struggle, expedition of being a blind, right? And he goes through different social humiliations, and he was put into the custom house for the blind, which is a midway between the people of vision and people of blindness. So he was placed there, and he has ridicules and derision. Okay, he consumed all the fear of ridicules and derision from different perspectives. But to avoid that, he always tries to pretend as if he is not blind. But finally, he surrenders. He accepts that he is blind. And most importantly, there is another part, the pivotal part played by his mother, who always was at the side of his son, and always tries to prove that his son can do things. Okay, but always succumb to the social and cultural scrutiny, cultural kind of humiliations, and then the trauma that Kusitu and his mother underwent, either in the social setting or by the neighbors or in the schools. That was really very, very much grave and something that needs more and more attention to be paid. to be given. Am I audible?
And yes, you're audible. We are just running short of time. Actually, we have 5 presenters for this 1 hour, no?
Okay, all right. So I just last line. Just I want to say that trauma, the disabled people, that need social empathy, right? Instead of just looking them as different, looking them as victim, we should have some sort of empathy. We should, being an abled or temporarily abled body, we should have love and empathy for those people. We should understand them, so that dignity will come from, we can pay respect to them just by understanding them. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Dharmada. Looking forward to reading your paper. Actually,
Yes, madam.
it has insight and empathy. Thank you so much.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Dr. Smita Devi.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay, and at the end of the session, towards the end of the session, I would request all of you to please switch on your camera to get a screenshot of the presenters here. So please stay here. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Smita.
Ma'am, I believe my screen is visible.
Yes. Please do stick to 10 minutes. 10 to 12 maximum.
I will try to wrap it up as short as possible.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Smita Devi. The title of today's presentation is Understanding the Subaltern in Mulkraz Anand's Kuli, and this is a psychoanalytical study. So this is the abstract of this particular paper. I will not give a detailed analysis of the abstract. All of you can read it. I will only tell that this paper is focusing on understanding the marginalized condition of the labor class, and therefore it is an attempt to understand their survival anxiety. Here in this particular book, Kuli, written by Mulkraz Anand, he was focusing on a small boy and his, you can say, the life journey. So this paper, it is aiming to observe the life journey of the central character Munno, being a poor or orphan boy. It is also aiming to explore the suffering of lower class people, because Mulkraz Anand, in the detailed analysis of the book, or the elaboration of the book, has given us some other labor class people also, and current research is also an attempt to provide an argument on the humanized conditions of the laborers. It will also focus on showing the struggle of the other subalterns, and moreover, this particular study is an attempt to understand the psychological journey and their inner conflict, specifically with labor class people. These are the keywords of this particular paper. Now, my research is based on two questions. First one is how subalterns need to fight every day for their survival, and what could be the consequence.
Dr. Smita,
yes,
could you please check your connection a little?
It's not visible, ma'am.
No, actually, your audio was cutting off. Your audio. The screen is quite visible. Yeah, properly.
All right, maybe because of the mic. I'm sorry.
No.
All right. The objective of this particular paper is to understand the plight and anguish of subaltern as projected in the book Kuli, and to explore the dehumanized conditions of the subaltern as exemplified in the book Kuli itself. For the methodology, since this particular research is falling under qualitative research methods, so analytical method has been applied, and the book Kuli itself is taken as a primary source, and other secondary sources like research paper articles are being taken, and style sheet of MLA 8th edition has been followed for bibliographic referencing. These are the scope and significance. Since we are running short of time, I will not go in detail to discuss this scope and significance. Just to understand the predicament of subaltern and provide detailed understanding of psychological conditions of the subaltern. Now, coming towards the author, Mulkraz Anand, he's a very famous author. He is born in December 1912, 1905, and his most famous book is Untouchable. Kule book is published in 1936, and his another famous book, Two Lives and a Bud also. These all three books were focusing on the class and caste conflict. Mulkraz Anand, he was given a Padma Bhushan Award for his actually astonishing input in the area of literature and education by the government of India in 1968, and in 1971 he received Sahitya Academy also. Now the book is focusing on, as I have stated prior, it is focusing on the life of a manual labor, Munno. Munno, if we have to understand his life journey, he is a victim of this class discrimination. Now, prior going or understanding his life, his like the obstacle or what are the abusive behavior he faced, I want to tell just the literal like a dictionary meaning of this word subaltern. As Antonio Gramsci, he used this particular word. He's a Marxist theorist. He talked this particular word subaltern as a code word for any people, like any class of people, especially the peasants and workers, to who are subjected to hegemony of any, you can say, another power class. So we can consider subaltern to be the alternative word for the marginalized people or the people who are oppressed. So here we can also go by the two connotations. Those are, you can say, we and them. The concept of othering is bringing us these two concepts, we, us or them. So here, if we are talking about the bourgeois class, we are having the characters like BBC and Babuji. These are the masters of Munno in the initial stage. Prabha, Ganpat, Chimta Sahib, Mrs. Mainwaring. These all people are the bourgeois people, the ruling class. And we have the subalterns projected over here in the book itself. He is Munno himself, Ratan, his another labor he met in a mill factory, Harihar, another labor whom Munno met being in Bombay, and Mohan, whom he met in Shimla. So Munno, in his beginning, like since he's an orphan boy and he lost his parents, how do he lost his parents? It's also one important example of this, you can say, the process of victimization or marginalization. His father was a poor farmer and who took some loan from the landlord, and since he was unable to pay his debt, and therefore he needed to he needed to take his life by himself. As a compromising situation we all can see in present day society also. So as a result of this, his mother, she herself needed to take the responsibility of the whole family, and Munno, he observed the poor condition of his mother, working day and night just to feed his family, like including himself and his uncle also. However, we can see that in his family there are no other people than his uncle and aunt, and this is how Munno has been addressed or treated by his uncle and aunt. Munno, O Munua, where have you died? Where have you gone, you omnious orphan? Ma'am, okay, I'm there. I thought I have lost the connection. Okay, so this is how he was actually experiencing, you can say, the word of hatred. These are the another, you can say, savage words or savage treatment given to Munno by his uncle. Now, if we see that since he is his own uncle, but why his uncle was treating Munno in similar way? One condition to ponder upon this: his uncle, he was working as a chaprasi for British government in the Imperial Bank, and since his financial condition was somehow better than Munno and the other villagers of, you can say, of his own other villagers, therefore his uncle, he considered himself to be one among this power structure, the ruling class people. However, he was even not accepted by these people as in the Babus and the Bibis. When Munno, since he was considered to be a burden by his own uncle and aunt while working for BBC, since I need to tell one more thing, Mulkraz Anand, in his writing style, he wanted to use Punjabi and Hindi idioms. And this is the unique style he introduced by himself. So this BBC is actually a Hindi word, or sometimes he took the Punjabi connotations also. So she was actually the initial owner, the first owner of Munno, and this is how she was actually abusing Munno. And this is a sheer example of exploitation. Munno at that time was only 15 years old, small kid, poor orphan. He was actually in his latent stage, and he was trying his best. Even though he was treated with tennis words, he was always trying his best to be a good servant. Because if we understand the psychological condition of Munno, he was driven by, or he was trying to cope up with the reality principle, even though many people will be trying to go with the pleasure principle. Now, why he was, driven by the reality principle? Because if we go by the ego, we always try to avoid tension. We do not want to address more pain, and therefore he knows his status that he is a servant and he doesn't have any helping hand, and therefore Munno also wanted to go try to be the best servant for his BBC, but he failed, because we know in power structure, when the game of exploitation goes on, nobody will be taking you or accepting you as to be the one. And what happened ultimately when Munno failed, one day, like the atrocity, it was too much, it was enormous. He was brutally beaten up by this BBC. He took the most, you can say the prominent decision of his life, and that was actually driven by the unconscious. He just allowed from BBC's life just to maintain the survival, or else he will die. After that, when we understand. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking more time.
Yes, please do. We have 3 more speakers.
Yes. I will just take 2 important points. Okay. One thing, I gave you the example of his mother death, and this particular example we can consider to be the example psychological journey of having repressed emotion. That's a defense mechanism. It was taken up by Munno himself. And as a result of he was not able to maintain a friendly behavior with Jaising. His uncle Dayaram, he was driven by superiority complex, because he knows that he is inferior, but he always tried to do that. And similar was done by BBC and his other friend. And the projection again is being focused, or it was being practiced as this is a defense mechanism practiced by Munno, because if he didn't do it, he will not be able to survive in BBC's house. Now, thus we can understand, this is the conclusion, we can understand that Munno become a victim of the capitalist system, and in capitalist system, the subaltern, they are considered to be, just a puppet by the power practitioners. They are the others, and no matter how Munno tried being to please, you can say, Gunpath or Mrs. Margaret or anybody else, he could not help it, and ultimately he needed to sacrifice his life while impressing his own master, the last master. She tried to actually also try to take the physical advantage, not only in terms of labor by exploiting him sexually, but she could not do it. And Munno was unaware of the fact, because he was also in the practice of being one among them, being good to them. And that's how the ultimate result, Munno, like other subaltern, he faced that he was only confined within the jail that was been created by the power practitioners. Thank you. This is the work cited. I think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smita. Thank you so much for talking about the subalterns and how they have to work so hard to come into the mainstream, and yet they end up not being successful. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Parvatavardhini. B. Parvatavardhini. Sorry.
B. Parvatavardhini, not doctor.
Yes. Soon to be doctor, hopefully.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my article is Kelly as a risk bearer, delving deep into the adventures of Carrie's Kelly. That's Peter Carrie's Kelly. I'll go straight away into the paper. Human life is full of uncertainties. One cannot predict what the future holds for him. Risk happen to be the negative implications of uncertainties. Facing such complicated and challenging conditions imply determination. So, determined personalities serve as ideal representatives of motivation. Peter Carey is acclaimed for creating such effervescent characters. Ned Kelly, heroic outlaw, is one such character. His letters that have the stories of his adventures
serve as the major source for Carey's award-winning novel, True History of the Kelly Gang. Carey's works take in hand the themes related to nationhood, history, social values, and illusory nature of certainty. His works are customarily set in Australia. Historical fiction, particularly that of Peter Carey, revisits Australia's past. True History of Kelly Gang by Peter Carey is based on the ventures of Kelly Gang. Carey's mastery lies in blending facts with fables. He is capable of fixing a blurring line between fiction and history. This Booker-winning novel is no exception for that. It is a story-bound narrative of Ned Kelly, an Australian folk hero. And this research paper is an attempt to posit Kelly as a risk bearer based on the adventures represented in the novel. Ned Kelly, portrayed by Carey in this novel, has multifaceted personality. He is described as a boy, an adult, a lover, a father, an outlaw, and as a legendary folk hero. At each and every phase of his life, there is an implication of risk. A substantial importance is given to his boyhood life and youth. As the readers get familiar with his family bond and heartfelt fighting spirit, the first image of the boy Ned with his mother, his siblings, and relatives prefigure the mystical setting since his father is absent. So Ned grows up determining to lend aid to his mother and to the entire family. Thus, he shoulders the responsibility at the very young age. Yet, juvenile is filled with hardening experiences and absence of potential role models. He himself remarks on the status of his family. This shows that life in the text. This not poverty I hate the most, not the eternal groveling, but the insults which grow on it, which not even reaches to cure. So kids are more ego conscious than adults. The embarrassment faced by the kids hits their ego directly and results in a negative way. So studies have shown that the kids who are often insulted suffer from depression and develop a very low self-esteem. Kelly doesn't react this way to the insults. Rather, he faces them with courage and looks forward to all the adventures that comes his way. In his third letter, he has mentioned the account of numerous fights and his experiences of being in a prison. He himself states just like this: many times would death be pronounced over me, but on this first occasion I were least prepared. Ned puts his life in risk for his family. He's actually an outlaw or a criminal. He's not only a murderer but also a robber. He himself has claimed the pleasure of looting from the rich. He used God's money to defend against the enemy. On analyzing the description of an outlaw's life, it is evident that his unpleasant childhood and forsaken youth force him to choose the illegal path. He takes the law in his hands and threatens people and eventually forces them to comply with him. His crimes are confessed and accepted by the readers in reaction to circumstances. They might have felt indebted to pass over them without considering as actual criminals. Here, I've used them because it refers to Kelly and Ned's daring deeds as a bush ranger shows his determination. Rough manliness, tempered manners, mental ability, and physical fitness show him as a rogue or a criminal, whereas his compassion, commitment, love, justice, kindness, dexterity, and self-assurance show him as a legendary hero. Kelly does not habit of paying obeisance to the rich and authoritative ones. He is bold, courageous, and authentic to himself at any cost. His readiness to take risks and bear the consequences show him as show him as a true hero. That shows his truest heroic quality. Carey's description of an outlaw as a victim and as a hero leaves an inspiration for the readers to make our society a better place. I would like to end with a quote from Machiavelli: "Never was anything great achieved without danger." So that's all about it.
Thank you so much, Ms. B. Parvatavardhini. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Now we have Mr. Ananta Kumar Banerjee.
Yes, ma'am. I'm present
Yes.
here.
Yes, please.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes, I think you are.
Okay. Ma'am, I need to present a PPT. Can
Okay.
I? Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Just a minute. Is it visible to everyone?
Not yet. You need to share screen. Have you done that?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Mr. Banerjee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is not getting into touch. So
no. Okay, then do you mind me calling the next speaker first, and then you could figure it out by the end?
okay, ma'am. Okay.
That's not a problem, right?
Okay. I'm just facing a problem. Just I will talk after this.
Yeah, fine. So let Arokya Immaculate Sheila ma'am do it first, and then you can do it after her.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Sheila. She's a PhD scholar, and she'll be presenting on digital literacies.
Am I
Ms.
audible,
Sheila,
ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Sheila. You can go ahead. Mr. Aranta can do it last. Right?
Just a minute, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, you're also sharing screen.
Yeah.
Yes. I think both of you have started sharing over.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just okay. Thank you very much. It's over.
Okay, who will be presenting?
Shall I do it, ma'am? Shall I do it? Shall I start?
Yes.
Yes, please, Ms. Sheila, please do.
Is it visible, ma'am? My PPT?
Not yet, not now. It was visible a while ago, but not now. And both of you have we are all pressed for time, so like 8 minutes each.
Okay.
Done with that.
Ma'am, I've started sharing the screen. Is it not visible yet?
No, not now, Ms. Sheila. It was visible a while ago. We got a shot and then it's gone.
Okay. Just a minute. Now, ma'am?
No.
Is it visible?
No, Ms. Sheila, it isn't.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah. It's visible now.
Just a minute, ma'am. I'll take my PPT. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Sheila, it's perfectly visible.
Okay. So my topic is digital literacies, practical approaches for the ELT classroom. The contents that I'll be covering are: what are digital literacies? Why include digital literacies in the ELT classroom? How can we incorporate digital literary skills in ELT? What activities can support DL skills development? Challenges to focusing on DL in the ELT classroom? Options for overcoming limited access to technology in class. So what is digital literacy? Digital literacy means having the skills we need to live, learn, and work in a society where communication and access to information is increasing through digital technologies like internet platforms, social media, and mobile devices to keep the digital life in order. We need practical skills in using technology to access, manage, and create information in an ethical and sustainable way. It is a continual learning process because of constant new apps and updates. So why do we need to include DL in the ELT classrooms? So the main few reasons are: interact with English language digital content, express themselves for real audiences beyond teachers, communicate digitally with all types of English users, create a digital identity in English, further develop and repurpose existing tech skills, build 21st century skills to support career and education goals, experience increased motivation. So how can we incorporate DL skills in ELT? Basic digital skills also include having the necessary language and literacy skills to do things in a digital environment, such as sending an email to a child's teacher or filling out a job application online. Thematic units, problem based learning, project based learning, and other student centered approaches to adult English language acquisition provide content into which authentic digital tasks can be integrated. For example, a problem based unit on issues with a landlord can include obtaining and reading important information about tenants' rights. The unit would include the vocabulary, grammar, and reading strategies needed for all of the activities, including digital ones. Supporting information may be available in a variety of languages for ELLs. What activities can support DL skills development? Critical thinking. Critical thinking. In this case, a teacher may include a list of questions that students should ask themselves about the reliability and validity of various websites they visit as they do their work to remind students to think critically about the information they find online. Communication. For example, if teaching Microsoft Word, it would be important to not only teach basic formatting, but also how to search for and select templates for different communication purposes. Example, resume, cover letter, general business letter, and brochure, etc. Processing and analyzing information. There is a big 10 skill in the area of digital literacy skills because of information online abounds. Students must have the skills and knowledge necessary to understand how and why digital media and information are constructed, for what purposes are, and how individuals interpret messages differently depending on their values and points of view. Self-awareness. Students must have the skills and knowledge necessary to sense one's own competency in choosing and leveraging technology best suited for demonstrating the achievement of learning goals, problem solving, or in working with a new technology. To draw on knowledge of one's own skills to seek support when needed. Problem solving. Open-minded problem-based learning activities that support students' use of a broad range of technologies can help them develop problem solving in the confront of a classroom. Navigating systems. For example, a teacher might create an activity that requires students to use technology to map public transit routes from their home or school to relevant locations for arrival at a specific time. For example, find the dentist nearest your home, figure out how to get there for an appointment. Next, challenge just a minute. Challenges to focusing on DL in the ELT classroom. The first challenge would be the language. Students are expected to master technology in a language with which they are unfamiliar or uncomfortable. Computer technology has its own set of jargon that is typically not covered in a beginner's English education because the demonstration or any hands-on use of the software. Educators must make sure that students comprehend the new jargon in order to help students traverse the lecture. Teachers might also give out handouts that are packed with images and symbols. Students who require clarification on the assignment or who wish to check the accuracy of their own work might also benefit from using print screens. The second difficult would be limited access. Many students who are learning a second language are also recent immigrants, and often these families encounter financial difficulties. There might not be enough money to give everyone in the house access to technology. These students find it exceedingly challenging to apply what they are learning in the classroom. Making students aware of any technology resources they may have at school or in the neighborhood, such as a public library, is one solution. Another option is to get permission from the administration so that they can use the equipment outside of regular school hours. The third challenge is the range of experience level. Every educator will agree that not every student learns at the same rate. The answer to this conundrum has been differentiated learning. Thankfully, one of the benefits of digital technology is its flexibility to accommodate changing student demands. At the free online languaging learning resource, Duolingo.com, one of the author's favorite applications can be discovered. Each lesson's tasks are broken down into categories and include reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills without any time restrictions. Any student can complete the tasks. For more experienced students, they can take a test to progress to a higher level. The fourth issue is the infrastructure of schools. The difficulty in overcoming this obstacle stems from the fact that school administrators frequently lack funding when there's a shortage of infrastructure. The teachers must persuade the administration of the school, if it has the funds, that does not perceive the necessity by outlining the extensive study that has been done in the field. The last challenge is keeping up. Technology today gets updated almost as quickly as it becomes available in our ever-changing world. Teachers must, however, stay current with the most recent, reasonably priced technology that has been shown to aid in student learning, because student success is equally important, much like how a doctor must stay updated with the most recent medical advances, because the patient's health is extremely important. Next. options for overcoming limited access to technology in class. Suggestions to confront the challenges internal to the teacher, that is, attitudes, beliefs, skills, and knowledge, include the following. Number one, provide teacher training that highlights constructivism and student centered education. Focus professional development efforts toward those who emphasize the use of technology in instruction rather than for administrative tasks. Include visualization tools in student tracking technologies which allow teachers to easily interpret student progress. Fourth, involve teachers in the decision making process when adopting new technologies and offer teachers training on the intersection of technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. Technology integration in the classroom will require the ongoing collaborative efforts of teachers, educational technology professionals, school administrators, researchers, and educational software personnel. Fortunately, the benefits to schools, teachers, and students will yield tremendous returns. So, with that, I'm concluding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sheila. Thank you. Yes, digital literacy is the need of the hour for the student as well as for the teachers, no doubt about that. Yes, Mr. Ananta Kumar Banerjee,
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
ready now?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are perfectly audible.
Okay, ma'am. So just give me a second to present my.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to present my paper here. And before going to start my paper, let me introduce myself. I am Ananta Kumar Banerjee. I have been doing my PhD research work in SECOM Skills University. And besides, I have been serving as a state-aided college teacher in government-aided college in West Bengal. The title of my paper is Spatial Memory. Am I audible, everyone? Ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. The title of my paper is Spatial Memory of Kolkata in Fictional Archives, Reading Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni's Select Novels. This particular paper aims to or proposes to present Chitra Banerjee's spatial reminiscences of Kolkata, which ranges from lanes to avenues, from kitchen to well-known locals in the fictions like Sister of My Heart and Oleander Gun. And besides, this paper also likes to present or pursue Chitra Banerjee's mental mapping to recall the pulsating cultural allures of Kolkata and its replications in the select text. Actually, these are the two texts I have tried to present in front of you, Sister of My Heart and Oleander Girl by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. The entire paper is based on those keywords: spatial memory, topographical reminiscences, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, and it has emphasized on Kolkata. You know, the Kolkata is a city of joy and culture, the capital of our state, West Bengal. And the paper also highlighted how Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni has fictionally archived the specific or few places of Kolkata in his novel, in those two novels, Sister of My Heart and Oleander Girl. So I need to clarify what is spatial memory. So before going to spatial memory, I must clarify that what is actually memory is. In a short word, I can say that memory is just nothing but a cognitive recordings. It records the perceptions, it records the surroundings, it records what I say, that is the knowledge, it records the perceptions, whatever it is being recorded in this cognitive part of our physics. And what is spatial memory? Actually, spatial memory, it explicates the perceived knowledge about topography. Topography means the landforms or the surroundings, locations, and landmarks. And besides, it also orbited around one's convergent acquisitions to a geolocal. And it is indispensable for making an observant configurations to recall the locations. And one thing should be mentioned here, that investigations designates that spatial memory has illustrations to work in short-term and long-term basis to navigate the familiarities with the terrestrial inclinations. You can have the what is short-term memory and what is long-term spatial memory. I need not to explain because you are getting in the screen. So now I will talk about what is the relations between space and memory. You know that space and memory are integrally integrated to each other, and they are very much consistent and very much reciprocal to each other. And what you are, besides all those points in the in my presentations, I need to include a specific points that the profundity of memory in terms of subjective consciousness associated with the spaces, both real and the imaginary land, glorifies the interactions between the history and the cultural community. So this is the particular relations between the space and the memory. Now you are getting the picture of Chitra Banerjee Dibakarunis, you are getting the bioinformations of Chitra Banerjee Dibakarunis. But now I want to explain that how Chitra Banerjee Dibakaruni has portrayed the memory of the Kolkata in his specific novels like Sister of My Heart and Oleander Girl. In spite of his 3 decades of being a specially relocated personality, in spite of being a specially relocated personality, Chitra Banerjee Dibakaruni is closely associated with her own origin and its memories. Though she has been continuing her subjective integrations with the Western customs and the cultural orientations for a long span of time, but this displays her ability to, as an immigrant novelist, obviously, to commixture the reminiscences of her minute observations of every single bend of the West Bengal. And it should be clear that it's certain that the pulsating allures of Kolkata, the city of joy and culture, and its streets, its avenues, its kitchens, its renowned places, have been coordinated with the transcultural recognitions and attainment of the commonalities of the American life by Chitra Banerjee Dibakaruni in his select novels, Sister of My Heart and Oleander Girl. Now, I will explain that how she has fictionally amalgamated the specific few places, very prominent places of Kolkata in his novel Sister of My Heart. I will say in a very nutshell. The novel Sister of My Heart has conjured the 2 spatial realisms such as India and America. And Chitra Banerjee's specialty lies in her concern and direct inclusion of Kolkata in her fictional dynamas. And the dispositions to incorporate Kolkata to the plot of the novel for thematic fabrications is not remained imprecise in the Sister of My Heart. The novel includes the episode, you are getting the references, you are getting the name of some prominent places of Kolkata like Kalighat, Lady Brabourne College, Baliganj, Bowbazar, Victoria Memorial, Rabindra Sorobar, Newak. All these are the very prominent places, and Chitra Banerjee Dibakaruni has skillfully amalgamated, harmonized all those places and the incidents related to this place to the particular novel Sister of My Heart. You are getting the picture of Kalighat. It's one of the famous religious place of Lord Kali, and then you will have the site of Lady Brabourne College, and Lady Brabourne College is one of the most accredited college in Kolkata, and he has textually amalgamated the point that in particular college the protagonist of the novel Sister of My Heart, Onju, commenced his graduations from this college, and this is Rabindra Sorobar and Victoria Memorials. And there are so many public places in Kolkata. If you visit Kolkata, then you'll have it, and used for recreations and for passing private times. But the premises of Victoria Memorial and Rabindra Sorobar, the site of Rabindra Sorobar and site of Victoria Memorial, bear the special attraction to the visitors who come to spend their private time. And Chitra Banerjee Dibakaruni's protagonist, Unju, and her newly husband Sunil in the novel Sister of My Heart is strolling about Victoria Memorial, and they are sitting in the edge of Rabindra Sorobar. So these are the particular places which have been included in the text Sister of My Heart. After that, I'm just talking about the Oleander Girl. I will take 2 minutes or 3 minutes to
That's okay.
discussion. And special memories in Oleander Girl. In that particular place, Chitra Banerjee also incorporated, also amalgamated textually these places like Tarak Prasad Roy Road, Oberoi, Grand Hotel. You are getting the list on the screen. And Tarak Prasad Roy is not very prominent place. If anyone comes to Kolkata, then if anyone has the well acquainted with the Kolkata, then he can know that Tarak Prasad Road is a road, and a Grand Oberoi Hotel is one of the famous hotel in Kolkata. You are getting the site of this particular hotel, which is situated in the Chorung in Park Street. Boro Bazar, New Market, Nozrul Islam Shore Road. This particular road that ways to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose International Airport, and textually the protagonist of the heroine of the novel, Korobi, ways to take the flight for flying to America for searching out his father. So that is why this road is very important, and it plays a important role in this particular novel. And besides Sialda Station, Sohit Minar and Howrah Bridge, you know the what is Howrah Bridge is very much famous, and it bears a historical importance. It connects the two districts, Howrah and Kolkata, and it is on the river Ganga. And Shahid Minar also one of the place, is a historical place. And then all those particular places have been textually amalgamated in the novel Oleander Girl. And finally, I can conclude with the remarks. I can read out the remarks from the fictional delineations of such places as recorded in the select text. It is finally understood that Chitta Banerjee Divakaruni is very much inclined to represent Kolkata in his novels, like Sister of My Heart and Oleander Girl, and the motive of mentioning different prominent locations of Kolkata that have been directly incorporated to sequential arrangement of the plot or subplots in the select novels gives the impression that Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni has skillfully archived the locales of Kolkata to keep her fictional commitment as being a novelist having indigenous inclinations. Thank you very much. I am very much for giving me the chance, and I have used all those sources for making this particular paper. Once again, I extend my thanks and regards to all of you, all the faculty members, Dr. Silvest, and all who are present here to listen my presentations. And finally, I want to invite everyone, please come to Kolkata and enjoy the city of joy. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Ananta. We'll take up that invitation for sure. Thank you. And it was a really wonderfully informative session. All of you took up a varied range of studies and well presented it, right from disability studies to digital literacy. Then we had subaltern, victimhood, and then we had the risk-taking factor of the outlaw, and of course your spatial studies and memory. Yeah, thank you so much, all of you. And I request all of you to just switch on your cameras for just one last photo session, please. Ms. Smita, Dr. Smita, Ms. Sheila, please switch on your camera once.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Ms. Shweta.
The names of the participants. Fine. I'm Manchula Deshpande, Assistant Professor from the Department of English, St. Francis College, Koramangala, Bengaluru. Deem it a great honor to be the chairperson of the technical session, third of the International Multilingual Conference. I welcome all the presenters for the presentation. Let me read out the names of the presenters once so that they can follow the order. The first presenter is Dr. S.M. Sufik Warija. Are you there, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present over here.
Yeah, fine. So the next participant is Dr. Saumana Biswas. Are you there, madam? I can see your name.
Yes, yes,
Be
ma'am.
ready to present second.
Okay.
Then we have Adib Chain. Adib Chain. He will be the third presenter. Then we have fourth one, Palak Mahajan.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Oh, fine. Then next we have Pavan Kumar. Kindly, all of you be ready for the presentation. Now I would like to call the first presenter, Dr. S.M. Sufik Warija, who is the Assistant Professor from the Department of Science and Humanities, Madha Institute of Engineering and Technology, Anagaputtur, Chennai. He is presenting on the topic, Morrison's excellence in the usage of African American folk elements through the select novel, Song of Solomon. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen, ma'am. Please.
Fine, sir. But it's not visible. I think it will take time.
Is that visible now, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, shall I start my presentation, ma'am?
Sure. You can
So
start.
this is Dr. Sufik Verija, Assistant Professor from Mother Institute of Engineering and Technology. And I'm going to present my paper, Morrison's Excellence in the Usage of African American Folk Elements through the select novel Song of Solomon. So my paper discusses about folk literature, the folk literary elements found in Song of Solomon. And talking about folk literature, it is a literary form with no written records. It is always passed down by word of mouth. And when coming to African American folk literature, of course, like any other folk literary forms, they chiefly reflects their history and ancestry. And coming to the select author Toni Morrison is a well-renowned Black African American novelist. She was an essayist, novelist, editor, teacher, professor, and so on. And she is the first ever Black author of any nationality to win Nobel Prize. She won Nobel Prize in 1993, and some of her well-renowned works are The Bluest Eye, Sula, Song of Solomon, Tarbaby, Beloved, and so on. And the selected novel, about the selected novel Song of Solomon, this is her third novel, which is published in the year 1977. This novel is constructed on the basis of the myth of flying Africans, and this is actually searching for the identity of a particular, especially the protagonist. And and coming to the discussion passage, this one of my professors always mentioned that whether it is science or literature, whatever work we do, it should have an output, it should have an effect on the society. So based on that, I have found out, I tried my level best to find out the basic folk elements found in this particular novel, and how did how that element serve, or how that element could be served for the present scenario. That is what I am trying to present in this paper, ma. So first I am discussing about the uh, folk elements and the folk forms which are found in the novel. Then I'm raising a question that do these folk elements or the folk forms serve the purpose, because these are created to control, to educate, to guide the younger generation of a community. So whether this particular folk elements or the folk forms used in this novel are used in the present day serve the purpose. That is what my question is, because the protagonist of this particular select novel is a product of westernization and capitalism. So this is the search, and when going through this paper, I found that there is a need for a tradition bearer in the life of an younger member of a particular community who is a victim of westernization and capitalism. Now, going into my paper, as of folk literature, as mentioned earlier, which is passed down to generations by mouth, and this has particular three different forms. One is oral folk literature, customary folklore, and material folklore. Oral folklore includes both prose and verse forms, which are sung, told, and passed on, like folk tales, folk songs, proverbs, fables, poems, songs, and so on. Customary folklore includes all the traditional forms like festivals, their beliefs, their rituals, like that. And material folklore includes all the things that can be touched and seen, especially architecture, craft forms, food recipes, and folk medicines. And am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Excuse
audible.
me. Thank you. And so, taking into point, the first one we am taking into account is the myth. This particular novel is constructed on this particular myth, that is flying Africans. This is believed to be that the Africans believe this particular form, that is flying to Africa. They choose death to enslavement. It has a historical reference that the community of the community of Igbo people from Nigeria who were shipped to Georgia, St. Simon's Island, chose drowning. They drowned themselves. They committed suicide. Uh, they committed suicide to escape enslavement. This is the basic history behind that. So based on this particular myth, the novel is written. The legendary flying African who is mentioned throughout this novel is the protagonist great grandfather, which the protagonist has never mentioned or never found out. And this novel starts with the flight of Mr. Smith, an insurance agent, a minor character in the novel. But on the very same day, the birth, the milkman, the protagonist milkman, whose name is Milkman, actually he is Macon Dead the Junior. He was born on the same day on which this Mr. Smith took his flight. And coming to the next point, ghosts are spirits and the supernatural elements. Under this, I'm discussing about a few beliefs they have. Ghosts, especially, we have a reference about Pilate's father's spirit. Pilate is the protagonist, paternal aunt. She is often visited by her father's spirit, and unlike the other haunted spirit, uh, her father is always there to help her, there to mend her, and there to comfort her when she is depressed. Whenever she feels depressed, her father comes in spirit form and helps her and comforts her. And Pilate herself is considered to be a supernatural being because she is born without a navel. She born after the death of her mother, after a few minutes after the death of her mother, and so she has no navel, which is holding as a supernatural element in this novel. And coming to songs, this plays a very vital role in the novel. Am I going too fast, ma'am?
No,
Excuse me?
it's fine, ma'am. No problem.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So this particular session plays a vital role in the novel songs, especially songs written in the form of play party songs. This particular song is titled as Solomon's Song, which occurs 4 times throughout the novel. The first time, few mourners sing this song on the flight of Mr. Smith, which I have already mentioned. And the second time, the song is sung by Pilate and her family. And the third time, it is sung by the children of Shalimar. And only on the fourth occurrence, the last occurrence, Tony Morris, the author of the novel, discusses the entire and a chorus. But in the previous occurrences, there were only one.
Ma'am, can you be a little bit louder?
Okay, sure, ma'am. So this song occurs. The song occurs 4 times throughout the novel. First time, the women who are mourning the death of Mr. Smith, sing the song, but they sing only the chorus part. Second time, this was sung by Pilate and her family, but they sang the fifth stanza and the chorus. And the next time, it was sung by the children of Shalimar, but it was not clear to the protagonist. And the last time, only at this time, the author of the novel discloses the entire lyrics of the song, the complete song, which was 5 stanzas and a chorus at the end. And through this song, by observing this, by decoding this song, the protagonist, Milkman, understands that the song holds the history of his ancestor, his great-granddad, Solomon, after whose name the entire city is named after his name. The shops, the people in that particular place, the hills, the cave, everything is named after him. So at this particular time, he knows his ancestry and he feels happy for that, and tears comes out from his eyes. And he says that that particular game, the song the children sang, are no more play song. It is his own song, his own ancestors' song. And coming to the next part, material folklore, which includes, as I mentioned earlier, which includes all the things that can be touched and seen and sensed and something like that. So the first thing is, we refers to the house of Pilate. because we know that the milkman is a product of capitalism and westernization, because milkman's father, who is again Macon dead, is a byproduct of this capitalism. So he has nothing to do with this particular traditional African life. Okay, so throughout the novel, Pilot and her family are the people who are holding this culture, this African American legacy throughout their life. So their house is situated at the end of a city, which is surrounded by oak trees. So her house always gets the smell of forest, and she knows the art of winemaking. The expenses of her family are met by selling winemaking. So since they know the art of winemaking, they enjoy the work, and they do that art of winemaking. And coming to the next point, folk medicine. She has a pilot when she was 12 years old. From 12 to 15 years, she was among the pickers. She was separated from her family, and she was like traveling with so many people. And from 12 to 15, she was with a particular set of people called pickers. From there, she have learned this root works. A particular woman from that pickers community taught her root work, that making medicines and all such things. So she has learned how to make medicines and certain kind of potions. Like only because of the medicine she has given to milkman's mother, she got pregnant and delivered milkman. That is the history. Because milkman's eldest sister and his mother had 16 years age gap, and his younger sister, the second elder sister and milkman has 16 years apart. So this age gap is age gap plays a vital role. So it is possible, the birth of milkman is possible only because of the folk medicine or the portion which is given to his mother. Okay, and then coming to the next one, black magic. I am not sure about this, whether it's black magic or not. So later, after the death of Milkman, his mother comes to know that Pilot has placed a particular toy-like thing in the chair of Milkman's father in his office. He found out that very late. That particular toy has made of straw, and it has a chicken bone with blood, with a red color, maybe blood, stuck between the legs of the toy. So it indicates that the the child going to be born is a male. That is what the thing. So this I believe is black magic, but I'm not sure about that. I believe that is black magic. So these are the material folklore elements found in her work. And then coming to that, so whether we find this folk elements and folk forms in this throughout the work, when comes the question whether they serve the purpose, all these folk elements used or all the folk forms followed in this work serve the element. What is the purpose of this folk literature or folk elements or folk forms? They always protect the ancestry. They educate they guide the younger generation of a particular community, and it always protect the harmony of the community. But we know that the protagonist is a product of capitalism. His father is a greedy man. He mentioned about the gold he and his sister Pilot found in a cave in Pennsylvania very long back, and he wanted to retrieve the gold. So he tells his son to go and get the gold before Pilate takes it. So Milkman travels south to retrieve the gold from the cave, but his search for his search for gold it turns into his search for his own identity and search for his own ancestry. And this is possible only because of the presence of pilot. So that is what I have mentioned as skillful tradition bearers. So the presence of skillful tradition bearers is very, very, very important in the present generation. That is what to be mentioned. The present generation needs skillful tradition bearers. There are so many there are so many people there to regulate, to educate, to control the younger people, but there are a few are skillful enough to control them, skillful enough to regulate them. So Pilate is one such person who could regulate, who could guide, who could turn milkman's search for gold into his identity. So Pilate is happened to be the skillful traditional bearer of this particular novel. So when coming to summation, we have discussed all the topics earlier. So I am insisting on how this folk literary forms and folk elements influence the younger generation of a particular community, of any community maybe. Because each and every community have their own folk forms and folk elements. So how long these folk elements and folk forms influence the younger generation, the younger member of their community. So the younger members of any community of this particular period is highly influenced by westernization and capitalism, of course, like milkman. So how these help to find one's ancestry, one's identity as an individual and as a community. So for this to identify one, to get one's identity, to know and to feel glory about that, we need a traditional bearer who is much skillful than the other elders in the family. Any elders in a community can be a traditional bearer, but only a skillful traditional bearer can can influence the protagonist or any other younger member in a community. So this is how I am presenting my paper. The folk elements and the folk forms found in Toni Morrison's Song of Solomon and the need for the skillful traditional bearers. Thank you.
Am I audible? Soumya ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you. It was indeed an insightful presentation on the folk elements and folk forms.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate your selection of the topic on the usage of African American folk elements that Morrison has explored through her writings. Thank you, Dr. S.M. Sufik Barija, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Now, may I call upon the next participant, Dr. Soumana Biswas.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, you can start the session, ma'am. Your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon to all my co-presenters. The title of my paper that I'm presenting today is Representation of Partition in Soraya Khan's novel Five Queens Road. So in this paper, I will discuss the work by Pakistani author Soraya Khan, Five Queens Road, the particular work that I have chosen for discussion, as this particular work provides a rare insight into the life of a person belonging to the Hindu faith who decides to reside in Pakistan after the partition. And the depiction from the other side of the border will render our understanding of the effects of the traumatic event more diverse and will provide an additional perspective about the partition and its subsequent effects. As history fails to represent the inhuman aspect of the death and displacement of thousands of people during the partition riots, it has always been looked upon as such that partition fiction took up the function of filling in the gap of those silenced narratives. And the works of the second and third generation writers, particularly those writers who have not themselves undergone or experienced the partition riots, they particularly depict the continuing effect of the event on the subsequent generations by the depiction of the transmission of memories from the first to the subsequent generations. Hence, the works of the second and third generation writers who depict partition in their writing, and one such writer is Soraya Khan, we can say that partition fiction then goes beyond its function of the gap filling project that we look upon partition fiction as, and rather it provides us with a view of how partition still continues to haunt the collective psyche of the people. And we know that oral testimonies have been collected starting from the 1990s with the sort of, let's say, the passage of the first generation and their voices. There has been a surge of collection of oral testimonies starting from the 1990s, and narratives that have been provided by the first generation writers, films that have been made, photographs that have been taken, but the representation of partition still continues in the 21st century. We see writers still engaging with the event. And I have chosen this novel, which is published in the year 2009, by Soraya Khan. And as I said, it provides a glimpse of the aftermath of partition from the other side of the border. Interestingly, Khan portrays the position of a Hindu man who in this case is a minority in Pakistan, in Lahore, and is a member of the minority. And the aftermath of partition and the way in which the characters forge various relationships between themselves as a result of the division are brilliantly portrayed in the novel. The power equations between the characters depict the way in which the lines drawn on communal politics can change relationships between people who may have been friends before the division. The post memory of Khan, why I use the term post memory, because this is I am differentiating between memory and post memory, because Soraya Khan has not herself undergone the experience of the event. She herself says that it is her let's say the testimony of her father, of her father's sisters, the way in which they narrated their sort of experiences to her, that formed her idea about the event. And she writes in the acknowledgement of the novel, and I quote, "I owe the inspiration for the novel the folklore of my family. My father, Munir Ahmed Khan, indulged repeated questions about partition, growing up in Lahore, and a variety of other more obscure topics. More importantly, he provided glimpses into family legends that sustained my writing imagination," unquote. So testimonies, then we can see, are an important part of Khan's research, and she also bases her novel on the research that she does from her brother's oral archive that he collects based on the partition experiences. The author also incorporates the memories of her mother about the Second World War, and Khan skillfully juxtaposes the memories of partition that she receives from her father and the memories of the Second World War that she receives from her mother. In an interview given to Global Asian Times, Khan is asked, "How were you able to accomplish this gigantic task without living through this traumatic period of history?" To which she answers, I quote, "While the generation that experienced partition is now slowly dying out, we grew up on its stories. In this way, we learned what partition was like, even for those like my father's family, which was already in Lahore and did not cross borders. Perhaps there is also a body memory that has been passed along, whether in the form of stories we grew up on or in the traumas that our parents' generation survived. Further, as with my other novels, I conducted extensive research, which in this case included interviewing family members, listening to an archive of interviews my brother had compiled, reading newspapers, studying maps, looking at photographs. I was also lucky to have amazing cousins who confirmed the details about Lahore's flora, geographic details, etc. Thus, the post-memory of Khan about the partition is formed by the combination of familial memories and her own research. Her post-memory about the event is depicted in the novel through the depiction of her understanding of borders and boundaries and how it affected the people after the partition. Khan creates a microcosm within the house called Five Queens Road, where she depicts the trials and tribulations faced by both a Hindu and a Muslim family. And the Muslim family is that of Amir Shah, who live in the front of the house, the front part, and Dina Lal, whose Hindu family lives at the back portion of the house, Five Queens Road. The characters experience a range of emotions for each other, starting from suspicion to rage and hatred, but the underlying feeling of brotherhood and love cannot be overlooked. The novel focuses on this man called Dina Lal, who refuses to leave Lahore in 1947 when the country is partitioned, and he refuses to abandon his house, 5 Queens Road, which he had bought from a departing Englishman. The house becomes a metaphor for the borders drawn between the newly formed countries, as it is shared by a Hindu and Muslim family. The occupants of the house fight over it, try to possess various parts of it, create borders demarcating various parts, just as the country was being divided and borders were being drawn to claim possession. Dina Lal does not believe in any quote-unquote make-believe border and thinks that it is an outrage, this business of drawing lines where there had been none, he says. He further says, I quote, who were the British to draw imaginary crooked, even lines across his land and proclaim a random date when it could break like a biscuit for God's sake into two countries? Unquote. Thus, Dina Lal refuses to migrate, but his two sons, they abandon him and his wife Janu, and they cross over to India. After with the growing communal tensions and the riots that start, Dina Lal gets quite worried about the safety of his family, and he invites his lawyer friend Amish Shah to, at a very nominal rent, to come and live in the front of the house in a view that maybe the presence of a Muslim family would protect them from further communal violence. Dina Lal builds the partition, dividing the house into two, with various pieces of odd furniture left behind by the Englishman from whom he had bought the house. The division is as random as the division of the country, as viewed by Dina Lal. But one day, unfortunately, Janu Dina Lal's wife, is kidnapped and abducted by 4 unknown men. And though the police investigate the matter, nothing comes out of it. And Dina Lal's hope of Amisha and his family protecting him is completely shattered. And this gives rise to a sense of everlasting anger and resentment in the mind of Dina Lal. Janu's abduction signals the beginning of a ritual. This ritual is that of Amisha's family feeding Dina Lal for the rest of his life. They provide food, the source of sustenance of this character. And this ritual continues even through the ugliest of fights that both the men enter into, where they end up calling each other names. Over the years, Amisha becomes a permanent tenant of Dina Lal's house, and both form a sort of symbiotic relationship with each other. Dina Lal, a man who had no one left to call his own, receives food from Amisha, and Amisha, a man displaced by the partition, receives shelter in Dina Lal's house. Coincidentally, Dina Lal is the one who saves the life of both Amisha and his children in times of emergency. Thus, even under the garb of years of anger and resentment, Dina Lal does not lose his humanity. Khan depicts Dina Lal as a contrast to the numerous people who engaged in violence during the partition, and even later, when Dina Lal is attacked brutally and left in the driveway of the house to die, it is where Javed comes in, that is Amisha's son, who comes and saves Dina Lal. So Soraya Khan has attempted to depict the relationship that the two countries have shared through the sort of the relationship that these two families, one Hindu and the other Muslim, share in the household of the house called the 5 Queens Road. And through the acts of kindness that both men demonstrate, Khan depicts the way in which feelings of human love and kindness should not be forgotten, even in the face of trauma and tragedy. The novel begins in 1957, 10 years after the partition, and moves forth backward and forward to provide us with a picture of the lives led by the characters then and in the present. Although Dina Lal hated Amisha, he had formed a close bond with his son Javed and even paid for his university application so that he could continue his studies in America. Javed meets his wife Irene while studying in America, and through the character of Irene, Soraya Khan provides a sort of outsider's perspective on the situation going on in 5 Queens Road. She's the one who first questions about the ownership of the house. With the passing years, a car shop settlement grows in the lawns in the front of the house, and a sweeper's colony develops at the top of the driveway, expanding itself gradually, it's later revealed that that the sweeper colony, it was allowed by Dina Lal out of his lack of faith in his Muslim neighbor after Janu's abduction, and he allowed this sweeper colony to come up at the gate of the house. Once Irene comes to live in 5 Queens Road with her husband, she's baffled by her surroundings and the relationship that her father-in-law shared with his neighbor. Irene repeatedly wants to know to whom the house belonged in order to understand the tense relationship and the tense atmosphere of the house. The answer that she receives is that the house belonged to no one. The not belonging of the house presents a reality of partition itself as the belongingness of the country to either the Hindus or the Muslims led to the partition. The partition tried to decide who belonged to which side of the border, and that led to bloodshed and violence on an unimaginable scale. After Dinalal passes away, his bedroom is filled with newspapers worth 16 years, a collection which he had started on the day in July 1947 when his sons had abandoned him and his wife and left for India. He had put the newspapers in the corner of the bedroom, proof that the day had existed, that there had been stories to write and details to share, even though none had to do with him. For 15 years and 10 months, Dinalal collected evidence of time passing around him. Partition had ruined Dinalal's life, and what remained was a lonely man struggling with his own survival. Soraya Khan writes about the novel, and the blurb of the novel reads like this, that in this novel weaves together family saga and national history. And Khan has quite deftly brought together the characters who battle the memories and they battle each other. So Khan has very aptly tried to understand the effect that partition had on both members of the Hindu and Muslim communities. Thus, the issue of partition still manages to capture the imagination of the writers of the 21st century, and that is what is evident through the work that I have chosen to work with, Soraya Khan's 5 Queens Road. And very interestingly, let's see, in the popular culture as well, even in 2013, there was this advertisement that Google India came up with, the advertisement called Google Search Reunion, which sort of it depicted how two friends who were separated during the partition, they are brought together by the use of technology and with the help of their grandchildren. So the younger generation still feel, who have not directly experienced the event, but they sort of have to be witness to the continuing legacy of violence which haunt both India and Pakistan. And I'm quoting from this particular essay. This particular essay called Poetics and Partition in Counterpoint. This is by G.J.V. Prasad and Stefanos Stefanidis. They write that the generation that referred to independence as the partition is almost gone. But the post-memory remains and the wound has not entirely healed. India, Pakistan and Bangladesh are related by blood, blood that stains their national consciousness with a history of atrocities that claims memorialization in a land where people of different religions continue to live together in a secular democratic state, unquote. Thus, it is important to study and examine this legacy handed down from one generation to the other, the second and third generation's involvement with, that is the generation after's involvement with the event at a distinct remove of time, and the approach they adopt to involve themselves in this particular process of memorialization also needs our attention. Thank you. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saumana Biswas. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It was a wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
It is indeed a great attempt to throw light on the aftermath of partition from the other side of the normal understanding of partition. So this is for the first time we could really understand how it can really bother to people who go and stay in other parts of India, especially when they migrate to Pakistan and when they had migrated during the partition to Pakistan. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, next, let me call on Adib Jain, Assistant Professor, Jagran Lake City University, for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm just reading my screen.
Yeah. You can start your presentation, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The topic that Adib Jain is presenting is The portrayal of Indian culture by Chennaiya in Aravind Adiga's Between the Assassinations, a Pragmatic Study.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
It is not visible, sir. Are you sharing the screen?
Please wait.
Have you shared the screen?
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying to.
Yeah, no problem, sir. You can.
Visible?
No, it is not visible. Have you joined? Now it is visible. I think it's getting started. Now it is visible, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, we want to talk about the title of the conference, Language, Literature, Linguistics, and Culture.
Can you be a
And,
little bit audible, louder, sir?
Yeah, okay, I'll try to. Ma'am, basically, we are trying to portray culture in this novel, Between the Assassinations by Aravind Adiga. And Aravind Adiga is basically a Man Booker Prize of 2008, and he won this novel for his debut novel, White Tiger. Now, through this paper, we are trying to portray how culture is visible in this novel, because this particular novel talks about India and Indian culture. So we have picked one story in which a poor person is there, Chenaya, who is trying to become a better person or trying to improve his state. So basically, Between the Assassination depicts a lot about the culture followed in India, as it will tell you about how these workers actually work and how in this Indian setting people treat them. As people divide themselves in India, people have already divided themselves into different castes and different creeds or different religions, so they don't actually follow this one panda of being humans. So this is actually visible in this novel. This novel is basically a collection of 14 unrelated short stories, one of which features the character Chinaya, a cycle cart puller. He works for a furniture owner whose name is Mr. Ganesh Pai, and he's basically trying to improve his lifestyle by working continuously. Throughout the story, we realize that Chenaya is actually trying to improve himself by working hard, but he doesn't actually consider all these things, that his health is deteriorating day by day and how people are treating him. But he keeps on saying that, okay, I will improve my condition in this or the other way. So through this character, basically Adiga tries to reflect the setting, customs, ideals, etc. Particularly followed in India, Chenaya goes through a lot of stress because he believes he never received what he deserved. Hence, we find a constant inner psychological hustle to improve, and he also wants to enjoy the pleasures of life. There are instances in this novel where we find that Chenaya is trying to enjoy life rather than actually saving money to improve his future. Yes, he wants to improve his lifestyle, but then somewhere he believes that he is actually losing himself day by day. So he tries to enjoy all the pleasures, but he never gets the chance to enjoy them. The methodology which we followed to complete this research paper was qualitative methodology, which basically is used when we are looking towards non-numerical data, and we're expecting a non-numerical output. So basically, culture is the reflection of our belief system, ideals, activities, things we prefer, norms, values, etc. One can also clearly see the division between rich and poor, which is blatantly visible in our contemporary society. There is a clear demarcation between the two social classes, and one can easily make out what person belongs to which social class by his looks, manner of speaking, dressing sense, education, etc. Now, our paper is basically talking about pragmatic study. So, pragmatic is a branch of linguistics, which basically tells us about how we can look at the context and can actually understand what a person is trying to convey, or we can actually acquire, or we can actually observe the culture depicted in his phrase or in his words, basically. So. Chennai actually portrays a lot about the poor people or poor person's state in India, as he believes that he never got what he deserved. So he keeps on blaming God for that, and that happens a lot in India. When we don't get something, we say we used to say, or we find people saying this thing that okay. Maybe I have done something wrong. Maybe God is not fair towards me. So that's what Chenaya believes in. There are some quotes from this particular story which we'll talk about. Those who are born poor in this country are fated to die poor. This ideology is actually, set in Chenaya's mind that he took birth as a poor person and he'll die as a poor person only. He never believed that he'll be able to improve his situation or condition, and that's why he says such things. And he never finds people improving themselves. The thing is, when he tries to look after his friends or his co-workers or friends, he is not actually able to see them improving themselves. He finds them a little lost in this hustle to improve themselves or to improve their condition, and that's why he believed that he won't be able to improve his condition. So this ideology is very popular in our Indian setting or in our Indian culture, that rich gets richer and poor gets poorer. So next, I will talk about this quote, what has any God ever done for me? As I was talking about, that we start believing that God is not actually fair towards me, or that's how Chenaya believes that God is not being fair to him and is not actually blessing him. So he's not actually able to get what he wants. He also says, because there is no God watching over us, there is no one coming to release us. So release us from the jail in which we have locked ourselves. So basically, Chenaya thinks and believes that he has actually locked himself into a scenario or into a situation from where he cannot actually come out, or he won't be able to come out ever in his life. So that's why Chenaya keeps on reflecting all those things, all those he keeps on delivering all those clues which tell us about Indian setting and Indian culture, where rich treats the poor person in different manners, and this stark difference between rich and poor is quite evident in this story. So I would like Ria to step in, and she'll tell you about the psychological aspects where Chenaya is not actually able to portray himself in a clear manner.
Hello, ma'am. Hello,
Hi, yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Oh, yeah, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, whenever we talk about anything that Chenaya says, he has this deep-seated belief of nothing is ever going to change for the better. Even no matter how much effort he puts in into improving his life or bettering his conditions, nothing will ever come into pass, because he believes that if there is a God, and the God that exists, basically they exist only for the rich people, and so the rich keep getting richer, and the poor.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is present? It was Adib Jain who was presenting, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. He is the first author, and I'm the second author.
So you both have collaborated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Fine, ma'am.
Is it like, should I ask him to present?
No. I just wanted to confirm, because I can check both the names as Adib only.
Okay. Yeah.
Voice,
Actually,
there is a
in the
voice.
same room. That's why. Yes, ma'am. Should I continue? Yes, thank you. So basically, so the last quote, Chennaiya felt the money was burning a hole in his sarong. Basically, he is this deep-seated belief of him being so loyal and so hardworking is so deeply ingrained that whenever he makes a successful delivery, it comes back to his owner's shop. He feels that if he doesn't hand over the money as soon as possible, he feels that he is somehow cheating on his owner or he is doing something that is not correct because he believes that the money is not for him to make. It's something that belongs to his employer, although he receives a very meager amount of 2 or 3 rupees for every delivery that he makes, and out of which every 2 rupees he has to pay to his employer for food and lodging. Then we have another character in the novel. She's a prostitute called Kamla. Basically, as Sir Oli pleasures in his life, even though he's an extremely hard worker and he believes that nothing will ever get better. He wants to enjoy his life because he feels that his life is just passing him by and he's not able to do everything that he wants to do. So he wants to have certain pleasures of the flesh, which he believes that he can gain from the prostitute called Kamla. However, since Kamla kind of is like an entrepreneur herself, she sells her body to earn money. She does not really give a lot of respect or any sort of consideration to Chennaiya because she does not view Chennaiya to be on the same level as her. She believes that she's on an upper rung and Chennaiya is on a lower rung because he can never pay for her service. And as a result, his deeply ingrained belief of him not being up to par with the other members of society just keeps on increasing. One such incident also happens in the short story where he has to make a delivery to a foreigner. As he goes to make the delivery, we can see a very stark difference between Indian culture and foreign culture, because tipping is not a huge part of Indian culture, and here we try to treat our employees like slaves. So if we have somebody coming into our house, we expect them to do the work and then take the money and leave. However, this foreign person, he opens the door, he helps Chennaiya pick up the stuff, put it inside the house, and then he thanks Chennaiya profusely for helping him. And then after he makes the delivery, he hands Chennaiya a sum of 50 rupees, which is a huge amount in those days. And Chennaiya soon realizes that it is not for him to get change. It is his money that he has given as tip. But of course, since Chennaiya is a man of India and he is deeply ingrained, he has deeply ingrained beliefs of Indian culture within him. He bows deeply to the door once the foreign man closes it, because we always believe that Atiti Devo Bhava, any person who is a guest in our country is a form of God. And although, however, he has this lofty ideals of saving money and bettering his situations, the moment he gains this amount of 50 rupees, he goes and wastes it on a bottle of liquor and does not really think about what it is that he's doing, or he could have saved that amount. Or he could have saved that amount for his future in life. If we closely analyze Chennaiya's character traits, we can find that he has a deeply hopeless sense of self, that he believes that nothing he will ever do will ever make his life or his conditions or his situations better. We find also extremely contradicting statements in his personality, because he has this idea of wanting to save money and bettering his conditions, but the moment he comes into some money, he wastes it by drinking, which he initially seems to have very strong opinions about, that he would never waste his money on alcohol, but the moment he gets 50 rupees, he wastes his money on alcohol. And then he believes that he's finishing his life, or his life is just passing him by with the amount of work that he's doing, because he's not able to get return of what he's doing. But then he still continues to work extremely hard and diligently and not waste any time, or and not take rest for himself, because he believes that if he doesn't work hard, life will just pass him by and he will never be able to change his situation. From this, we can see that Chennaiya basically aptly reflects Indian culture, the character of Chennaiya and the setting in which he is a part. And we can clearly see that the invisible boundaries that humans draw amongst each other. However, those invisible boundaries are also so extremely evident that people just tend to remain in their boxes and not try and cross over into other boxes, although it is something that they can and should do. And these are the references.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Well, we too agree, Adeep. It's important for all of us to enjoy life that you have conveyed through Channaya's character and life in your presentation. It was a great presentation from both the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I ask Palak Mahajan to start the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just read out the topic that Palak Mahajan is presenting? It's culture, communication, and identity in the select novels of Elizabeth Strout.
So, good afternoon, one and all. Thank you for having me. I'm Palak Mahajan. Today, I'm here to present my paper on culture, communication, and identity in the select novels of Elizabeth Strout. Now, I will tell you what is the main theme I have taken in this paper, which is culture, communication, and identity, which is shown in the novels of Elizabeth Strout. Culture means which references are often used to help readers understand the context of the story or a poem, and communication helps in to convey in emotions, thoughts, and ideas in ways that resonate with readers. Identity is another important theme in English literature. Authors often explore questions of identity, such as what it means to be human, to belong to a particular culture or society, and to experience different social norms. Now, this is a content, and the abstract is the research paper explores the theme of culture, communication, and identity, as I have told you. And this paper analyzes the novels which I have taken are Olive Kittredge, My Name is Lucy Barton, and
Palak,
Anything is.
can I interrupt
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
You don't have to read the
Yes, sure.
abstract. You can directly give the presentation.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Now, the introduction to the author, which is Elizabeth Strout. She was born in 6 January 1956. She wrote 9 novels, and her philosophy and themes. Elizabeth Strout portrays the ordinary life of characters in her novels. She majorly focuses on tiny acts of human kindness and how the human kindness can change a life. She portrays her characters who seek towards positive aspects of life. Her characters were optimistic. Elizabeth Strout's characters show us how to live a good life. They embed love and empathy. The novels that I have taken are Olive Kittredge, My Name is Lucy Barton, and Anything is Possible. Olive Kittredge shows the theme of love, loss, aging, regret, and the importance of human connections. And this novel also portrays the main character, who is Olive, and her complex and flawed nature, and who struggles her own inner demons and the challenges of living in a small town. Now, My Name is Lucy Barton. Throughout the novel, Lucy, who is the main character, struggles to reconcile her love and her mother with the pain and trauma she experienced during her childhood. She comes to understand that their relationship is complex and imperfect, but ultimately valuable. Now, the third novel, which is Anything is Possible. This book examines the ways in which people are shaped by their past and how their experiences and relationship impact their present and future. It touches on the themes such as family dynamics, the complexity of human relationship, the impact of trauma, and the importance of self-discovery and self-acceptance. Now, a culture which is seen in the novels of Elizabeth Strout, with the novels that I have taken. First one is Olive Kittredge. Olive is a main, as I've told you, Olive is a main character who is a titular character, and is a misfit who struggles to fit in with the expectations of the community. Olive's experience illustrates the ways in which culture norms can restrict individual expression and make it difficult to express. My name is Lucy Barton. Lucy is a main character who comes from the working class background in rural Illinois. She is married with 2 children, but her husband is emotionally distant and she is lonely. Lucy comes to understand how her experiences of love and loss are shaped by cultural expectations of women and the limitations placed on their desires. Now, third one is anything is possible. The main character is Patty, who is a successful writer who has left her town and roots behind. She highlights the tension between ambition and loyalty, which is she is having with her and the breakup with her husband. Next one is communication. uh, and I will present communication in Olive Kittredge. Olive is a retired school teacher who struggles with social interaction and often communicates in a blunt and abrupt manner. Stroud explores the ways in which different communication styles can impact relationship and the importance of understanding and accepting one another's communication patterns. Now, second one is my name is Lucy Barton. Lucy reflects on her difficult childhood and the strained relationship she has with her mother. Stroud examines the complexities of mother-daughter relationship and the importance of clear communication. Lucy and her mother can find a way to connect and communicate effectively, which leads to a newfound understanding and sense of humor. Now, the communication theme, which is seen in the third novel, which is anything is possible. In the novel, character struggles with expressing their emotions, which others use humor or sarcasm as a defense mechanism by showcasing a range of communication styles. And the third one is identity. Olive Kittredge was facing criticism and judgment from those around her. Olive remains true to herself and refuses to conform to the expectations of others. Through her struggle, Olive ultimately comes to embrace her own identity and finds a sense of peace in accepting herself for who she is. Now, my name is Lucy Batten. Lucy grapples with her own sense of identity. She turns to writing as a way of exploring her past and understanding herself better. Through her writing, Lucy finds a sense of purpose and a way to define herself on her own terms. Anything is possible in in this novel. uh, each character struggles with own sense of identity, whether it be a woman who feels trapped in her role as a caretaker or a man who is haunted by the past mistakes. Through their interactions with one another, these characters begin to understand themselves and each other, and better, ultimately finding a sense of community and belonging. Now I'm concluding this. In conclusion, Stroud novels offer a rich exploration of culture, communication, and identity, showing the complexities of human experiences and the ways in which we are shaped by our surroundings and a relationship. Through her characters, struggle, and triumphs, Stroud offers insight into the human conditions that are both poignant and profound. Thank you for having.
Thank you, Palak.
Thank you, Palak. Ma'am, I'd just like to intervene here
Please tell me.
because I think my session has started. My session has started. So, ma'am has told me to request the moderator.
Okay, are you going to
to
start the session, ma'am, now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to start with your permission.
1 second. I'll just give a brief what's this understanding of the presentation. It was really a great presentation, Palak. Your presentation on Elizabeth Stroud's selected novels is well explained and acts in the modern context where people are struggling to overcome the psychological problems. Once again,
Yes.
thank Palak for her wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So Priya, ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is Dr. Syed Mohammad Javed, is he present?
Let me check once.
Dr. Syed Mohammad Javed. Okay, the next one is Dr. Asha Madhvi. Dr. Asha Madhvi. I saw her. I saw her name. Dr. Asha. Dr. Asha Madhvi. Can you hear me, ma'am? Dr. Asha Madhvi Pagadala.
Ma'am, these names are not seen in the participants list.
Suraj Kumar Chavan.
No, Suraj Kumar is there. I can see his name.
Yes, ma'am. Suraj Kumar Chavan.
Suraj is there.
Yes, ma'am. Suraj Kumar Chavan, can you hear me? Why are they not able to hear me, ma'am? I saw the name of Dr. Asha also.
But Asha, I don't see in the names of the participants. Now I can see Asha's. Asha has posted a message.
Asha
posted a message, ma'am.
Yeah.
Dr. Asha, she is an assistant professor and she's also heading the Department of English in Baptala Engineering College. And the topic that she's chosen is Kamala Das, a confessional ecofeminist. Now, we all know that Kamala Das is a very famous writer and she's a confessional poet, and that searching for her search for identity led her to even go to the extent of embracing Islam. And now I request Dr. Asha to shed more light on this very, very famed writer. Now I request Asha Madhvi to start her presentation. May I request the moderator to please put her on?
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Asha. You're audible now. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, my paper titled Kamala Das, a confessional ecofeminist. And this paper focuses on Kamala Das as a feminist poet with a deep-rooted environmental awareness. Ecofeminism depicts movements and philosophies that connect feminism with ecology. It enunciates the exploitation and domination of women to the environment and argues that there is a connection between women and nature. Ecofeminism is an interdisciplinary movement that calls for a new ways of thinking about nature, politics, and spirituality. This theory proclaims that the domination of women by men is intimately linked to the destruction of the environment. And the environment created by us is an environment not only for the cohabitation of man and women, but for the entire animate and inanimate forms on the earth. She adored and accepted nature with the age-old Indian reverence for nature. And this paper throws light on these aspects of nature reflected in her poems and emphasizes Kamala Das as one of the ecofeminist writers of Indian English literature. To start with, Kamala Das is an expatriate writer and is chiefly regarded as the most gifted Indian English woman novelist. She is concerned with the plight, status, and attitude of women in India under the stress of changing social, economical, modern, spiritual, and political forces. She tries to awake the consciousness of Indian women against the traditional oriented society and communicates the real existence of women. She is the most outstanding modern novelist who concerns of feminism. She is a prolific Indian writer of the 20th century to explicate confessional elements in her poetry. She borrows her style of writing from her contemporary American writers and employs it as a means of articulation, negotiation, and resistance through projecting the self. Professor Santana Sahu of West Bengal summarizes the poetic work of Kamala Das as, she has neither written innumerable number of poems, nor are these poems varied in themes. She has not applied any complex poetic technique, and the mode of expression is very colloquial in manner. Her English is the ultimate form of Indianization of English language, and consciously she is never worried for experimentation in the poems. In spite of these limitations, she is very much popular in the Indian subcontinent as well as in abroad. And this is due to her honest declaration of self, which establishes her as a confessional poet. Among her contemporaries, she is much debated, disputed, and criticized poet. But undoubtedly, Kamala Das is accepted as an universal poet whose lived experiences are beautifully portrayed in her poems. Kamala Das, from various aspects of feminist issue, declare that she is a revolutionary bent on establishing the dignity and honor of women in equal terms with that of man. She rejects the patriarchal value system that is based on egoism, greed, power, expansionism, hero cult, violence, war, mindless exploitation of men and nature, the misuse of intelligence, and the supremacy of reason and theory over sensitiveness and experience. Her poetry shows a gradual widening of concerns over the years as she liberates herself from her initial obsession with gender identity and extends her sympathies to entire sections of suffering humanity: the marginalized, the poor, the minorities, the fighters for justice, women, children, abandoned youth, victims of power and oppression. Being a modernist writer, she chooses confessional poetry as the frame for her writing. Through this literary style, she establishes her unspoken words and confidentialities of her life, which create much controversy and dispute in the news media. This shocking quality of her writing is frequently attributed in the influence of the school of confessional poetry developed by American writers during 1950s and 60s. Confessional elements combine a range of themes including familial issues, physical and mental illness, despondence, addiction, and articulating on those topics such as body and sexuality. The confessional poetry of Kamala Das also is versified reaction to discrimination, restrictions, and turbulence that she has experienced in her life. This reaction often goes beyond the normal limits of tradition, convention, and the established belief system of family, society, religion, and culture. In case of women writers, such reactions may be cast in feminist frames and sounds like a voicing protest and resistance against patriarchal codes. Confession has a therapeutic value in Kamala Das' life. In one of her Annamalai poems, Only the Soul Knows How to Sing, she recognizes the benefit of this self-therapy. If I had not learned to write, how would I have written away my loneliness or grief? Garning them within my heart would have grown heavy as a vault, one that only death might open and release. Then I would not be able to feel or sense. Works of thus reveal signs of chaotic psychic situation of the writer. Her poetry expands from the personal level to social political levels, and this is reflected in her Someone Else's Song, in which Das appears as the spokesperson of her sex or as every woman. An ideological understanding of Kamala Das will bring out unexplored avenues. Confession is only the means to her end. Kamala Das was a feminist poet with a deep-rooted environmental awareness. The environment created by her is an environment not only for the cohabitation of man and woman, but for the entire animate and inanimate forms on the earth. She adored and accepted nature with the age-old Indian reverence for nature. The utilitarian approach of the Westerners towards nature is not seen in her poems or in her writings. Thus is the first Indian woman who openly talks about the sexual desires and experiences of personal life. She abandoned the secure field of writing about teenage bloodless and unrequited love. She is frequently charged to be the queen of erotica for her uncanny depictions of the female body in her short stories, poems, memoirs, and autobiography. A probe into her very personal autobiographies uncovers how she encounters an ecological epiphany in the unpolluted scene of Nalapat, Kerala, which is likewise a certification of the Earth Woman affiliation that ecofeminism praises. Her short stories expose the spoiled female body as a social inscript so interpreted by patriarchy, and she makes her revolt champions, the most majority of whom in the family setting challenge their negative coloring. Kamala Das does not approach nature like a romantic or pantheist. Nature is an organic presence in her poems, interacting with the people and interfering in their lives. Judith Plant opines that the shift from the Western theological tradition of the hierarchical chain of being to an earth-based spirituality begins the healing of the split between spirit and matter. For ecofeminist, spirituality, like the traditions of Native Americans and other tribal peoples, sees the spiritual as alive in us, where spirit and matter, mind and body are all part of the same living organism. No one aspect is any better than another. Each has its own ability to grow, develop, and in its unique way, it can enhance the whole. There is no differing until the afterlife, nor is there any supreme authority figure. Goddess, gods, creators are part of each person, plant, and animal. Immanence takes the place of transcendence. The cultural alienation and segregation that prevail among people vanish in the lap of nature and a fresh realization. Composition is a fine poem that can be interpreted from the point of view of spiritual ecofeminism. This poem is very deep and symbolic and affords us the vision of the poet from an elevated perspective. The remarks that poem makes about life, its goals, its struggles, about man-woman relationship, about the ultimate merger of man with nature are quite unique among her poems. She discovers that both love and hate are involvements, and that the tragedy of life is not death but growth. The growth is the progress towards worldly desires and worldly love. The quest for love drives her only to desperation. There she realizes that the only secrets I always withhold are that I am so alone and that I miss my grandmother. The grandmother is an oft repeated presence in several of her poems. The grandmother and her love is both a reality and a symbol in the poem. The grandmother reminds her about the lost charms and innocence of childhood, the warmth of ancestral home, the purity of maternal love, and also the congenial environment of her childhood at Nalapat. The longing to go back to the lap of grandmother and to the lap of nature remained as an obsession in her personal life of the author, and it became the topic for several poems and stories. The grandmother goes on waiting for her, and Kamala Das is unable to reach her back. The sea is another powerful symbol used in her poems.
Dr. Asha, I'm sorry to interrupt, but please wind up now. I'd like you to wind up.
Yes, ma'am. Prashant Kumar says that grandmother is a magic cure for the neurotic disturbance of Das personae. And to sum up, nature is not merely a background in the poems of Kamala Das, but nature is an active participant in her poems. Also, it cannot be said that she had consciously inculcated her environmental awareness and she was not following the patterns of environmentalism from the West. The awareness about the inseparable bond between man and nature came naturally to her from the rich tradition in her family, the habits of life of people in her village who had an organic relation with nature, the rituals and customs of village life, and also there was a great influence of her grandmother. The literary works of Kamala Das demand ecofeminist reading of them. Though it is rather difficult to find out a poem with radical ecofeminist views, among the poems of Kamala Das, all other branches of ecofeminism are used by her in the writing of her poems. Poetry becomes not a mere tool for confessional self-expression, but it attempts to present the totality of existence in nature. Thus, a new definition for the identity and existence of man in nature and a new perspective in man-woman relationship is noted in several of her poems and emphasizes Kamala Das as a confessional ecofeminist. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Asha. It was a wonderful paper, and we all know that Kamala Das was a confessional feminist, but you have shed new light on her writing by making her not just a feminist, but also someone,
Eco-feminist.
Yes, but an eco-feminist. You have included eco-criticism in her writings, and
Yes,
and thank you for presenting that. I'm so sorry that we're short of time, and I need to go on to the next participant. His name is Suraj Kumar Chavan. He's an assistant professor in Nitte School of Fashion Technology and Interior Design, Bengaluru. The title that he's chosen is that we are in the digital culture of infinite jest. Without much further ado, I would request Suraj Kumar Chavan to go ahead with his presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
audible?
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll be presenting in a while. So good afternoon, everyone. My topic is we are in the digital culture of infinite jest, and this topic that I have chosen it is related to the Infinite Jest, the novel written by David Foster Wallace. In that particular novel, Wallace he speaks about an entertainment addiction, and it is a particular novel which has multi-faced altitude. We can say it just does not speak about one thing because it is an encyclopedic novel, and in that particular thing that he speaks about is the addiction to entertainment that the postmodern world has gone into, and he is more concerned with television that I will be speaking, and mostly that addiction that people are going through, and in this particular postmodern world, that has affected in such a way that we are losing particular touch with reality. And that too, I am comparing this particular element where he spoke about a particular movie, and he spoke about television. I am relating that to the current situations that we are in regarding social media, OTT platforms, where entertainment industry has taken over in such a extent that it has eroded everything that we consider today, and it has become ubiquitous presence everywhere. Now, digitization, it has taken over cultural sphere, we can say. And the cultural sphere that I, want to say about is our way of life, our belief system, our whatever we behave, everything is influenced by this digitalized world, specifically globalization that we say. Definitely, the communication that we have developed, it is necessary. But that communication specifically through the entertainment industry has actually affected us in a grave way, we can say. And instead of utilizing this communication, yes, definitely we are utilizing this new digitalized world, but more than this particular usefulness, it is affecting us culturally. So and it did not start in a day. Initially we had this industrial age, and slowly by all the particular technological advancement we moved to the age of information. And this age of information, or the knowledge age also, which is known as, this actually changed the complete whole paradigm here. And as we transferred into this particular age, specifically corporates, they relied upon our data, and our data played a, or still plays very important role in advertising. And to gather that data, what they started to do is they started to push forth all the entertainment elements that were not necessary, we can say, or were in such a way that was addictive in nature, and they did not care whether it affected society or not. The base model was to hook up the viewers to a particular screen, so as much as the time they spend there, that much they will be giving particular data that they require. And based on that, this entertainment dependency in our contemporary society has started. And this infinite jest, this particular novel, it actually explores addiction, entertainment, and pursuit of happiness. And it is he has written in such a way that it comes under a near future society. And if we analyze that particular novel, it is a really magnanimous novel, and deals with postmodern narrativity also. It deals with postmodern theories also. And David Foster Wallace, he himself considers himself as postmodern writer, but most of his aspects actually fall under postmodern narrativity. And he was actually against the usage of irony, because what he believed was television used irony to make all the viewers hook up to it. He was actually against it, but unfortunately, as he started to write and finished his novel, the novel itself became a kind of ironical usage of the postmodern critic. And because of that, we still consider it as a postmodern novel. And here, this particular novel, if you read, it doesn't have a particular uniform narrativity, or it doesn't have uh, a coherence that we normally see in all other novels. And that is actually considered as our human experience. He wants to mirror that particular experience. And when we are bombarded with so many information, and those information are given in very less amount of time, where we are cannot ponder over those information, and that information actually turns in such a way that we are gathering tons of information, but we are not pondering over it. We know everything, but we don't know how to utilize it, how to implement it, or how to imbibe it. That's the particular thing about culture. When we say culture, or whatever cultural phenomena that we learn from our parents, let's say, or our society, it actually stays with us, throughout our life. But whatever we learn through all this information age, it is not actually staying with us, and that he depicts here. And this particular entertainment addiction in Infinite Jest, Infinite Jest is actually supposedly, as I have used, because in that novel he doesn't particularly say that particular movie. There's a movie that Infinite Jest, and it is also known as the entertainment or Samizdat, along with Infinite Jest. Some references are there regarding that, but it is not particularly named as Infinite Jest. And this movie is so little, because once someone starts watching this movie, they become interest in other things. Even they do not get up to drink water or eat food. Because of that, they die because of dehydration and malnutrition. And that is the particular theme of Infinite Jest. And through that particular the movie, what he wanted to say was, in postmodern world, we are addicting ourselves to all the aspect of entertainment, not only television. Even when he was writing, internet was a new phenomenon that was happening, and there were already Blockbuster or Netflix which were distributing DVDs, pay-per-view kind of thing. This pay-per-view, it enabled people to choose what they want to see, and they always choose what made them happy. When we just see what makes us happy, it's like eating a lot of sugar. Definitely we like sugar, definitely we want to eat it too much, but definitely continuously eating it is very dangerous. The same thing actually he wants to showcase through his novel. And what Wallace predicted earlier, like a particular entertainment thing that will affect in such a way that it becomes lethal. We are actually in that particular paradigm now. Metaphorically we can say the audience have been killed by all these particular content creators. And this particular metaphorical way I'm saying, because we have lost touch with reality, and we actually mirror this particular virtual world as a real world. And when we look at Wallace's other whatever he wanted to say about entertainment, in his particular famous essay, A Universe Plurum, Television and Universe Fiction, there he excessively criticized television. And what he particularly says is, television definitely it is a fantasy, just a fantasy and nothing else. But also he points out that it has become something like a reality. You know, that reality is like we actually relate our life, our culture, our class, whatever it is, with the ownership of television. And whatever we watch, even our friend circle, it depends upon our liking of this particular entertainment. So this has become such a reality, but the problem here is we still consider it as a particular entertainment industry itself, or a fantasy itself, but it has moved beyond that. And he was actually criticizing television, but I wanted to point out that even though it is regarding television, whatever we are in contemporary scenario, even though television was there, it had its limitations. If we wanted to watch our own program, we had to wait. But now it is not like that. Whatever we want, we can watch instantly. and that particular gratification element is there, and that instant gratification is affecting us, in a real bad way. And what he wants to say is this particular entertainment industry, it depends upon the continuum of consumption. Continuum here, it means that something that is done a bit lesser quantity or something that is with a lower thing, it doesn't affect us that much. But when it becomes excessive, when it becomes repetitive, that affects us in a great way. It compares entertainment to drugs. Drugs is also, even if we take in a lesser quantity, it will not affect our health that much. But the one effect of drug is it addicts us, so that we have to get to that particular drug hook or by crook, and because of that we just give out to this particular drug, and just like that we give out to entertainment. It is just one more episode, we can say, or one more story, one more movie. This one more, when it turns into our addiction, we never realize. And only when we realize it, when we just the particular element of detoxification that they say, when we practice that detoxification, definitely it affects us. And the dangerous thing here is this particular element of targeted audience. The targeted audience, it all started with social media. And due to social media, uh, everyone was, curating their own kind of stories and all, and they would just wanted to see what they like. And the particular technical advancement, it showed that whatever we liked, whatever, wherever we paused, whatever we watched, it made them realize that yes, this is a particular platform where we can gather particular sources, and where we can just give curated content to particular user. And based on that they developed their algorithms, and based on that they started to relay information to us. And David Foster Wallace actually calls watching TV as a voyeur, like something that tinkles our desire. And the same thing we can say is regarding social media. Initially it started as watching into other people's life. When we see the development of social media, now it is not regarding other people's life also, it has moved beyond that. We actually just want to consume a lot of entertainment which is not uh, anyway stimulating our brain, and it just collides with whatever our life we are living in. And that is what they are using, and they are investing in such a way that content creators are getting so much money, and so much of content is coming with different varieties, and only targeted content is actually related to particular people, and those people are just consuming those things, and they are getting addicted to it. And Tim Wu calls that particular thing as those people as attention merchants. They are actually grabbing our attention, and for that particular reason they are investing so much of money. And Mark Manson, in his article, are you entertained or addicted, he aptly points out this particular thing. What he states: we regularly mistake the addictive media for entertainment. There's some psychological function deep in our brains that tells us, well, I just spent 6 hours watching this show, I must like it a lot. But in reality it is not like that. It is the particular a mediocre piece of hot trash that he calls. It is manipulated by cliffhangers and bad writing, and these particular cliffhangers, they want us to make involved in that particular thing for next episode, and they want us to involve so much of our energy and so much of our time to actually speak about it. As much as we speak about it, the particular engagement ensures, and as much as we engage in that, their advertisement revenues increase. And the same thing is with social media. We just scroll, and there is particular no end to this scrolling. As much as we scroll, it keeps on giving us content. And we just what he says is our brain gets hijacked, and that particular just one more episode, or something happened next, that particular thing. A human nature is like that. We are a curious being in this universe. And because of that curiosity, or they are utilizing that curiosity to hook up us to this particular social media or entertainment.
Suraj, I'm
And
sorry to interrupt. Can you just wind up?
yeah, sure, ma'am. Just last thing. So here he is just last he speaks about I have spoken about the OTTs, and the problem I have actually focused on here is regarding the wariness. Wariness is nothing but we know that it is actually a dangerous thing, but still we are not analyzing it, or we are not seeing that it is dangerous. And we can say the whole industry is making it feel like it is some kind of essential thing that we have to follow this entertainment, but not something that is dangerous to us. And that particular wariness is creating a bigger problem, and we are addicting. And in children's and all, daily we can see so much of trouble it has caused. And definitely David Foster Wallace, he had clearly predicted that we are moving into this particular paradigm. And this particular entertainment dependency, it has taken over our lifestyle, our culture, and we relate our life with whatever there is in virtual world. And there is definitely a need for critical pondering and awareness for this reality. What I want to say is we have to change it culturally as well. Like the particular entertainment, that we need to limit it culturally, not some educational element, or not some once here or there. It should happen a cultural phenomenon so that it ends there. So that's my presentation. Thank you for giving this opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you, Suraj. Your paper was very well presented, and it opened our eyes to many things. We are living in a post-truth, post-feminist, post-modern world, and you spoke so much about how television is taking control of our lives, and maybe what we are witnessing right now is the last. What should I say? It's maybe. There's so many authors now who are talking about this as a dystopia, and that
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
witnessing the quote unquote end of the world.
Yes, ma'am.
Margaret Atwood is an author, who talks a lot about these things, especially in her text Oryx and Crake, where she has shown that that the world has destroyed itself. And
Yes,
and
ma'am.
how much can we keep on exploring, and how much of this technology, how much can we upgrade it? It seems to be unlimited.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you so much. Thank you for presenting a wonderful paper.
Thank you.
Now I request Saurabh Chiplunkar to start with his presentation. But before that, I'll just give a short introduction. He's an assistant professor in English at Sri Vishwethrita Mahavidyalaya Degree College, Pajaka. And the topic that he has chosen is literature, language, linguistics, and culture. So now I request Saurabh to start his presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Then can I start reading the paper?
Yes, please.
Okay. So literature, language, and culture constantly influence each other, and so are considered to be intimately interconnected. This paper deals with the ever-changing relationships between these three concepts. It tries to examine how literature reflects and shapes cultural values and language use, as also vice versa, and how all three, they are language, linguistics, and literature, interplay to influence society as a whole. Several relevant examples of literature and language use across cultures and time periods have been taken into account here. This paper argues in favor of the interdependence of literature, language, and culture, and is as being very important for a deeper understanding of human behavior. As Emerson famously wrote, language is a city to the building of which every human being brought a stone. This metaphor captures the idea that language is a shared construct built over time by countless individuals. Similarly, literature and culture are also collaborative creations. They are often shaped by the voices and experiences of many people over time. Together, language, literature, and culture form the foundation of our understanding of the world and the way we interact with others. India is a land where language, literature, and culture are deeply intertwined and interrelated. India is home to a rich and diverse array of languages, each with its unique literature and cultural traditions. For example, Hindi, one of the important national languages of India, has a rich literary tradition that includes works from the ancient Indian epic, the Ramayana, to contemporary authors like Premchand and Salman Rushdie. Religion has always had a deep influence on Indian literature. Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Sikhism are just a few of the religions that have played significant roles in shaping the Indian culture and literature. The Holy Bhagavad Gita is a sacred text in Hinduism. It has been translated into dozens of languages and is widely read and studied throughout India. India, with its rich cultural heritage and diverse language traditions, offers a fascinating example of the interrelationship between language and literature, as also between linguistics and culture. Indian literature is a vast and varied field that encompasses diverse genres, languages, and regions. The complex cultural and linguistic landscape of the country gets reflected in Indian literature from ancient Vedas to the contemporary writings of Indian authors. As the Indian writer Amitav Ghosh notes, Indian literature has always been intimately connected with many languages of India, as well as with the larger cultural matrix of the subcontinent. The Indian literary tradition has been shaped by the cultural and linguistic diversity of the country, and it reflects the social, political, and religious context in which it has evolved. The study of Indian languages and their structures has helped scholars across the globe to understand the unique linguistic features of Indian literature. As the linguist David Crystal notes, linguistics provides an essential tool for the understanding of literature, particularly in the case of the study of languages other than one's own. The linguistic analysis of Indian literature has provided valuable insights into the cultural and historical context of the works. Let us now have a look at the Western world of literature. In the West, literature and language have similarly played significant roles in shaping the Western culture. English, for example, is the lingua franca of the world and has been instrumental in the spread of Western culture and literature throughout the world. The works of Shakespeare, Dickens, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and other English writers are widely read and studied throughout the world and have had a profound impact on Western culture. Poetry is where language and linguistics intersect with literature and culture. Poetry, in many ways, is the embodiment of language, literature, and culture. It captures the essence of a language and nuances of a culture and distills them into a few carefully crafted lines. In India, poetry has played a central role in the cultural and literary traditions of the country too. The most respected of all Indian languages, the Sanskrit language, for example, has a rich poetic tradition that dates back thousands of years. To state an obvious example, the works of Kalidasa, a celebrated Sanskrit poet, are still widely read and studied throughout India. In the West, poetry has also played a significant role in shaping literary and cultural traditions. Poets like Shakespeare, Wordsworth, and Keats have had a profound impact on Western culture and literature. Their works have been studied and celebrated for centuries and continue to inspire readers and writers today. Ultimately, the interconnectedness of language, literature, linguistics, and culture is what makes them so fascinating and enduring. To quote Ralph Waldo Emerson once again, language is fossil poetry. The words we use today are the echoes of the ideas and experiences of generations past. Therefore, we can safely assert that the study of language, linguistics, literature, and culture together compose the essential part of understanding the human experience. Through the analysis of linguistic structures, we can gain a deeper understanding of the mechanics of language and how it shapes the way we think and communicate. The study of literature allows us to explore the vast landscape of human emotion and experience, as well as the way in which these experiences are conveyed through language. And through the study of culture, we gain a better understanding of the customs, values, and beliefs of different societies and the role of languages in shaping and maintaining them. Um, okay. Similarly, I have mentioned a few other points. To conclude, let me just read out. Concluding, considering all the points mentioned above, it can be safely concluded that the study of language, linguistics, literature, and culture is a rich and rewarding endeavor that allows us to connect with our fellow humans and gain a deeper understanding of the world around us. As the great linguist and philosopher Noam Chomsky once said, language is not just a body of knowledge, it's a living thing, a dynamic process that changes and evolves over time. By studying language, we are not just learning about the mechanics and communication, but about the very essence of what it means to be human. In this way, the study of language, linguistics, literature, and culture is an essential part of the human experience, one that enriches our lives and connects us to the world around us, also being the embodiment of those ideas and experiences distilled into a few carefully crafted words. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh, for a wonderful presentation. Indeed, you took us all the way. You began with the Ramayana, and then you took us took us to Shakespeare and the Romantic writers, and the paper was really very well read. And
Thank you.
you gave us all the nuances of how literature, language, culture, how these are all interconnected. Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Thank you for presenting a wonderful paper. I
Thank
now
you.
request Shiv Kumar KJ to start his presentation. He's a research scholar with the Department of English in Research in English, Tumkur University, Karnataka. And his title is Women, Religion and Marginality in Sara Abu Bakr's novel, Breaking Ties.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, go
I am
ahead.
Shikumar Keja. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My topic is Women, Religion and Marginality in Sara Abubkar novel Breaking Ties. This paper will critically analyze how the novel Breaking Ties is an example of a feminist text which illustrated the marginalized Muslim women and how a patriarchal society and misinterpretation religious law and gender equality exploited the life of young innocent girl Nadira, a heroine of Breaking Ties. Before going to the topic, firstly understand the author and the context of the novel. Sara Abubkar was one of the powerful writer of the early period of Muslim sensibility, which was formed among the new sects of modern Kannada literature. Sara, who started writing at the insist of P. Lankesh, was creating a platform for new generation of writers, appears as a pro-woman voice with a woman sensibility. Her writings, which were published as a serials in Lankesh Patrika, received applause from the readers and took form of novel by the name of Chandragiri Tiradali. It's a new milestone in the literary sphere. Sara Abubkar expressed her feelings through literature as a voice of Muslim women at the time when there were no separate platform for Muslim women to express their feelings. Her writings question the traditional religious belief that practice polygamy, parda system, one-day marriage, and triple talaq. Throughout her works, Abubkar also critiques the limitation of such monolithic interpretations of the Holy Scripture, as well as how they affected people's lives, especially Muslim women. Because of this, Sara has come under the opposition of Muslim fanatics who are fundamentalist and anti-progress. We can see in her novel about questioning superstition belief and traditional religious beliefs, which is marginalized women in the Muslim community. For example, the novel Breaking Ties questioning the women's one-day marriage and triple talaq. The novel Sahana and other works describe the sufferings of women due to polygamy. Here we understand the plot of Breaking Ties. Breaking Ties is a novel by Sara Abubkar, was originally written in Kannada and translated into English by Vanamala Vishwanatha in 2001. The plot revolves around the marriage of Rashid and Nadira, a young couple at Kavali in the coastal area of Kerala. The Breaking Ties is evidently a feminist novel, and with assumption of female body as the central of struggle, novel focuses on the Muslim women's world and gives expression to poor, uneducated Muslim women victimized by the Muslim patriarchy society, being silenced by the patriarchy that governs women's live the name of religion. If you come to the main discussions, there are many reasons why women have been marginalized in religion, including patriarchal attitudes and culture biases that have been perpetuated through religious teachings and practices. The women are exploited in their marriage life due to the misinterpretations, religious law, pro-male moral code, society traditionalism, fundamental dogmatist. Deprived of education by the tight fist of tradition, women who don't develop rationality have renewed their lives with innocence. Nadira, the heroine of the novel Breaking Ties, shows that women who are afraid of male social norms since childhood perish under male domination even after marriage. Nadira has a young sister, Jamila. The entire family, including mother Fatima, is the slave of her father, Muhammad Khan. According to Nadira's mother, a woman should be passive and tolerated. She brought up her daughters to be so. Her father, Muhammad Khan, is very egoistic and rude father does not give any freedom and liberty to his daughters and wife. Later, Nadira is married to with Rashid at the age of 14. She is very happy with her family after marriage with Rashid. The humane and loving Rashid is progressive too, but religion can't give space for this thought and action against to the religious law. Once Rashid tried to take his bride Nadira to watch the cinema, she does not know what actually cinema is. Once she requested him to watch the cinema, Rashid encouraged him to consider his plea. Though Nadira is eagerly expressing his wish, they both were aware of the Maulvis, who are the priest of in Muslim community, preaching which stimulate that don't send your women out of the house and don't give them too much freedom. Rashid, what ma'am?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
We can hear witness Rashid wanted to take his wife Nadira to cinema, but religious prevented him. He was bonded by the religious command and law not to permit his wife to watch the cinema. Rashid was torn by between his ideal wife and religious violations. Thus, religion and society never give liberty to the woman, which is marginalize the woman in all aspects. Even though Nadira was happy with her family life with her husband Rashid and mother-in-law, it started with Nadira young sister Jamila wedding preparation. Rashid is refused to give money to Khan for her marriage, which is enraged him. For Nadira father, bring Nadira to his house and she follow her father without questions. She does not go with her husband who stand across the river because she has to save both her husband's and father relationship. When Rashid contacted Muhammad Khan about sending his wife back to his house, Khan cleverly pursued him to obtain talak from him and lied about Nadira that it's not desire to live with him. Nadira is not protested in any way, remains silent, even though her father cunningly gets her talak from Rashid. Nadira, who was happily married Rashid, suffer many pains away from her husband's house due to father rashness and egoistic nature. Although bowing to her father's decision, she only protested when father proposed marriage to a rich groom of his age. She said that one marriage is enough for me. If you try to marry me again, I will be fall into Chandragiri river and lose my life. After some time, her father is giving consent Nadira to remarry her husband Rashid. She is overjoyed when he come to marry her another time. But when Nadira hears that divorced husband is not allowed to marry the divorced wife directly, her happiness and harmony goes down. The custom in coastal Karnataka demanded a one-night marriage, that is, a husband who divorces his wife after telling 3 times talak can't remarry her until she marries and divorces another man. In Nadira and Rashid case, talaq was not pronounced according to the Muslim rules. Rashid pronounced 3 times talaq at the same time. Thus, there were no talaq and marriage was still valid. Furthermore, no consideration was given to Nadira. Reader can here witness that even Mawlvi, as a guardian of the Islamic stimulated laws, who is considered as the one who know better and master the rules, he misinterpreted the religious law. When Nadira heard the Muslim religious law regarding the talaq, that divorced wife should be married someone else for at least 1 day and night, consummate their marriage, and she was mentally disturbed by the idea. There is a historian, Rana Safi, said that there is no such thing in nikah halala in Quran. Nikah halala means 1 day marriage. We can't see this kind of law in Quran, but the patriarchal men make this law for their convenience. Unwilling to spend 1 night with another man, she falls into a lake, which is symbol of religion, and lose her life. Her marriage life ends in disaster due to anti-religious norms and her innocence. Thus, novel portrays the brutal law of religion taking lives of innocent women, Nadira, in very pageant manner. Here, Nadira, a Muslim woman who consider a marginal woman and second great citizen in religious community. That is why Sara Abubkar declared that position of women is secondary in India, irrespective of their caste and religion. In conclude, the novel questions the authenticity of religion, relationship between men and women, and authority of men and religion. Nadira, a heroine of Breaking Ties, is mentally unhappy, helplessness, suffering woman who can't overcome pressure from the situations. She became the victim of the cruel male-dominated so-called religious dogma with the misinterpretations and unthoughtful practices based on the Islamic commands. Women become the easy victim of these patriarchal ideologies. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shiv Kumar, for a wonderful presentation. And I especially congratulate you for speaking on such a sensitive subject. So we all know how triple talaq has been now abolished in India as well. There are so many writers from the subcontinent who need to be heard. Writers like Taslima Nasreen, writers like Tehmina Durrani, especially because writing from the subcontinent, especially that of women, is very, very sporadic. And we have seen what happened in Iran a few months back, where women were out on the streets protesting against the wearing of the veil. So congratulations once more for a wonderful presentation. I now request, I think one of the candidates wanted to say the name of Kamlakshi Prakash. You may mention the name of your institute.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, actually, my name is not Kamarakshi. I'm using her computer, and I asked my name is Saurabh Arsi. So I'm an assistant professor at Sri Vishwesha Tirtha Mahavidyalaya Degree College. It is Vishwesha Tirtha Mahavidyalaya Degree College, Pajaka, Udupi, Karnataka.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I now request
kindly,
participants who, if they have any questions, they can just take the name of that candidate and please go ahead. You're now free to, the session is now open. You're free to ask your questions.
Before that, one request, madam. Kindly note my name like that only, Saurabh Artikunkar, in my certificate, not Kamalakshi.
Okay, that will be done by the moderator. So any questions? Any questions from the audience? I think all the candidates on my list, they have already spoken. Only one candidate is left, Dr. Syed Muhammad Javed, and I don't think he is here. I didn't see his name. So, okay, then I now hand over the session to the moderator. Thank you so much for inviting me to session. This wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, Priya Raghav, madam, for your presence and valuable inputs. It was a great privilege to have you here on this podium and session. Thank you so much. I'll be taking over the session from here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, thank you. I thank all of you for having me here to participate in this wonderful FDP. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi everyone, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Good afternoon all. I'm Shweta, Assistant Professor, St. Francis College, Koramangala, Bengaluru. It is a great honor to be the chairperson of the 5th technical session of this International Multilingual Conference. I welcome all the paper presentations and wish them all the best for their upcoming session. I shall call out the names of the paper presenters so as to confirm their presence, and then we shall proceed with the session in accordance with the sequence. Each participant will be provided 10 minutes each. I request all of you to kindly finish the presentation within the stipulated time. Dr. P. Vasuki and C. Shivashankari.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. A. Srinivas and Dr. Bhavani Ash.
Yeah, I am here, ma'am.
Welcome, sir. Dr. D. Ashalata, Professor, and Dr. N. Jayaprada.
Yeah, we are here, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Apeksha. Miss Apeksha. Okay. Miss Monica Rana.
Hello, ma'am. I'm very much here, ma'am. Very good afternoon. I'm here.
Welcome. Good
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So is Mr. Pawan Kumar present here?
Yes, ma'am, I am present. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. You can start with your presentation, sir, and please stick to the time limit.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will take very less time. I left in 1:30 session, so I will take less time. Thank you so much. My topic is globalization and media, a critical analysis of credibility of television news channels. Jim Morrison once famously said, "Whoever controls the media controls the mind." Now we can see it is happening in India. Satellite television came to India as an agent of global capitalism. Globalization. Marshall McLuhan was one of the first scholars to address the shrinking of the world as a consequence of electronic communication. Marshall McLuhan coined the term global village. Modern globalization theories use the term globalization to refer to the convergence of the global and local communication. Globalization has revolutionized news, printing news, television news, editing, and helped a lot in creating networking among journalists. Globalization changed the news game altogether and impacted newsrooms very much. It is due to the globalization that today everything is just a click away. But with this flood of news, where is the credibility of media is standing, especially national television news channels? In the globalized world, Indian TV media registered an explosive growth mainly in last 2 decades. Press or media is recognized as the fourth pillar of democracy, along with the judiciary, executive, and legislature. Media plays an important role not in informing the public, but it also helps or influence people in their opinion making on important issues. It also serves as a link between the government and the public. Concept of source credibility was advanced by Aristotle over 2300 years ago. On his rhetoric, Aristotle explained the importance of credibility in persuasion. He argued that one is more likely to be persuaded by a credible speaker who is considered as competent, knowledgeable, and trustworthy than be a speaker lacking such qualities. Indian democracy would be poorer without an active and independent media. Here, I would like to quote Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, who very recently delivered his great speech on the importance of free press. on the platform of Ramnath Goenka Awards 2023. CGI DY Chandrachud says, I quote, press must remain free if a country is to remain a democracy. CGI raised his concern over the minac of fake news, which lastly damaging the credibility of Indian television media, especially from the same platform on January 2020, the then President Ramnath Kovind raised his concern on the issue of media credibility. I caught him in the den of the breaking news syndrome that has consumed the media now. This fundamental principle of restraint and responsibility has been undermined substantially. Fake news has emerged as a new minac who whose purveyors proclaim themselves as journalists and tend this noble profession. In the presence of galaxy of media professionals and journalists, former President of India conveyed his message. I quote him, if journalism has to remain relevant, it has to retain its sense of mission. This is the situation of media here in India. Now the question arises that whether Indian national news channels are losing their credibility, or are they objective or credible? In India, the biggest democracy of the world, television entered as an educator, and with the passage of time, it becomes informer, entertainer, and now one of the biggest medium to impact people of India politically and socially and culturally. But with the but with the greed of revenues and race for rating, television news channels losing its objectivity and credibility. The race for rating and financial temptations are raising serious concerns for the credibility of news channels. Question is that the national Hindi news channels particularly are enough credible now. I have done a survey here in Uttarakhand. Since I am from Uttarakhand, I have done a survey in Uttarakhand, and my 300 respondents have given a very serious response. And when I asked them, Hindi news channels relay fake news to garner TRPs, whether Hindi news channels relay fake news to garner TRPs, and more than 57% respondents strongly agreed that Indian Hindi news channels particularly try to garner ratings, that they relay fake news. Such questions like Hindi news, national Hindi news channels sidestep codes and ethics for the ratings. Around 61% respondents strongly agreed that yes, Hindi news channels are compromising with their code and ethics just to garner ratings and revenues. So I have done 25 questions like this. The point is that since we know that without the constitutional legality, media has achieved the status of fourth pillar of democracy because of its nature and service of watchdog to the society. With this context, can today's national Hindi news channels are standing on the parameters showing the content unbiasedly, which is enhancing their credibility, or are they losing their credibility? In conclusion, no doubt 24/7 television news channels are an interactive medium. They bridge the gap between the politics and the people, the government and the masses. But for the sake of the revenues or temptation to revenues or the competition, wherein commodification of news is very evident, which in turn question the news values and credibility of the medium. So my last comment is that the common viewers or audience does not know does not understand the gimmicks or the hidden motives of the TV news channels. Public just accept what media delivers, and many get influenced by their content, which leads to public opinion. At last, media, the fourth pillar of the democracy, need to be understand the social responsibility and adhere to the causes of the truthful manner. Otherwise, the question of credibility is more and more raging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The presentation was extremely informative and awareness creating, talking about the complex relation between media, globalization, and credibility. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to call Dr. P. Vasuki, Associate Professor, and C. Shivashankari, Research Scholar, GTM College, to present their topic, A Study of Ecofeminism in Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni's novel, The Forest of Enchantment. You can start, please.
Good afternoon, and all present here. I am C. Shivashankari, Research Scholar, GTM College. My seminar topic is about a study of ecofeminism in Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni's novel, The Forest of Enchantment. So the term ecofeminism is coined by the French writer Francois de Hoban. According to this theory, the main aim is to study that the capitalism is the main cause which is behind the exploitation of nature as well as the oppressions of women. So the Valmiki, the writer of epic Ramayana, totally focused his attention towards the patriarchal society and neglected the female characters. The author, Chitra Banerjee, narrates and retells the tale in Sita's voice. Sita not only wanted to reveal her identity, but also focused her attention towards the other female characters in the epic. So there is a close relationship between the nature and woman, but she did not heed Sita's voice as he was to capture the need to travel in the forest, because most of the patriarchal society exploit both nature and woman. So in this epic retells Sita as Sitayan. Sita's story has been told in her own words. Here it depicts Sita's journey from heaven to earth, particularly her love towards the nature. Here she is portrayed as the ability to nurture the nature, and in turn the nature nurtures her. They both yield together from the exploitation of the great warriors because of the prejudice done by the male characters in the epic. My study further examines the relationship between the woman's conflict that exists between the exploitation of nature and the suppressions of the woman. So Sita draws her strength from the nature. Even in the painful solidarity under the custody of Ravana, the nature nurtures her. She heals some power. She empowers some strength from the nature in order to gain the strength towards the fighting against the patriarchal society. So I will take one example from the text. Sita's deep connection with the forest is revealed in some of the lines. Page 187 from the text. When I touched them, I could feel the sympathy for me. If they were willing, my touch cured them, and thus we grew to love each other. I was particularly fond of the Ashoka tree under which I slept. So this above quoted lines foresees how Sita recovered from her pain. While she slept under the Ashoka tree, she could feel the empathy of nature. Nature cures her. Nature empowers her strength. Nature motivates her to fight against the male patriarchal society. So even the flora and fauna shows her empathy towards Sita in spite of her sorrow and pain. So Sita was very concerned about the nature. In the epic, Sita wants, even in Ayodhya, during her childhood life, she used to spend her times in the garden. She wanted to run barefoot in the forest. Though she was a princess, she lived here normal, and she enjoyed the life of nature. Okay, during the exile also, she was happy about living in the forest. She wanted to she wanted to enjoy the nature. Even in spite she is a princess, she want to enjoy and she want to spend the time with the nature. So after her marriage, while going in Palakan, she enjoyed the nature while going through the forest, and she warned Ram about the exploitation of the nature, not to not to exploit the nature, as the Rakshakas are the real natives of the nature, real natives of the forest. So they have the right to survival there. So it is not our place. So it is their identity to live in the forest. So she wanted to humanize her journey in the midst of forest. She considered the forest is known for imperative source of empowerment. Okay, she further highlights how gender inequality intersect with some kind of environmental issues. She has the knowledge about the medicinal properties of some kind of herbs. She has the skill to cure some kind of diseases with the help of herbs. Then this paper further it explores the influence of nature in Sita's life. One of the eco-feminist trended person, Vandana Shiva, quoted one of the points related to the ecofeminism, who has been fighting for women's welfare as well as against the environmental destructions. She quoted one of the point from related to the ecofeminism. She says, philosophy, the absence of indigenous knowledge, local communities, and female representation, Detroit, and relationship with the earth. So if we exploit the female representation, the effect will turn towards the earth. So because both were interrelated, earth and woman were interrelated. If one were exploited, it leads to consequences exploitation. So ecofeminism opposes the idea of purchasing global seeds. Because of the globalization, some kind of heritage and customs of indigenous women were destroyed. So Sita expresses each character related to the influences of nature. Further, he added, the ecofeminist movement reclaims the narrative and women's involvement in agriculture. Okay, so the women were familiar with the seed preparation and the germination requirements and soil choices, etc. Because they are very familiar with the agricultural activities. But the male patriarchal society, due to the globalization, they totally exploit even the nature and the woman. Bilingually, they were exploiting both. She also attempts the misconceptions about the exploitations of nature in idea of that we have to safeguard the mother goddess, because mother goddess is personified as a nature. She is considered as a motherhood, and she was considered as a fertility, creation, and both destruction also. So the study parallelly examines the representation of Sita and nature, where they were totally exploited. Apart from the exploitation, Sita recovers with the help of nature, with the mother goddess. So she totally justifies women's interest in conserving and preserving nature in terms of safeguarding the nature from the exploitative patriarchal systems. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The presentation was really very informative. The presentation did a great job at connecting the journey of Sita's character to the theory of ecofeminism, explaining women's interest in environmental preservation by pointing to their innate nurturing nature. A really well put up paper indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to call Dr. A. Srinivas, Associate Professor of English, and Dr. Bhavani H., Associate Professor, MLA Academy of Higher Learning, to present their paper, A Study of Impact of Technology on the Teaching Methodologies of English Language.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon,
Ms.
sir.
Sweta Tiwari, can you see that my screen is, pinned so that it will be the full screen for the recording and the college purpose? Is it possible
Okay,
to?
sir. I'll just try.
Yeah. And of course, I'll be making the presentation myself, and my co-author is not available right now. This is all about the study of impact of technology on the teaching methodologies. And being an English professor, English student myself, I chose teaching methodologies of English language. Since we are running short of time, I think I would like to rather read some important paragraphs from the entire presentation, full paper, and the whole paper anyway will be available once it is printed for your consideration and perusal. So for me, the purpose of choosing this particular topic is that I've seen the excessive usage of technology in the classrooms. So the abstract goes like this: since ever man has substituted human labor with the tools and machines as an aftermath of industrial revolution, technology has revolutionized all the spheres of life. And teaching is no exception. Teaching English language has always been a challenge for non-native speakers like Indians. And the teachers here are striving to bring in new and advanced approaches based on the receptive abilities and IQ levels of the students in general. Technological advances have promoted and enhanced techniques of teaching. The results are strikingly amazing and prompted the teaching community to adopt technology into teaching. The impact is so magnanimous that conventional teaching has been absolutely replaced by high-tech primes. Thus, technology has now become the most indispensable mode of teaching, specifically in English language. This paper aims studying the impact of this on various teaching methodologies implemented in the present-day classroom, ranging from pre-primary UG, that is kindergarten, and then other courses or other classes, until the PG strata of learning, including our MA English classes. Right. So as you all know that India is known for teachers and teaching, and as one can recall, when Alexander wanted to annex India, Aristotle, his teacher, and the principal teacher rather, he prevented him and he tried to dissuade him. But when he failed to convince him, he said one thing: okay, when you go to India and when you conquer, get me 3 things from India. One is soil from Indian land, and water from river gangs, and also 3 teachers or preachers, whatever you may call them. So that was the time when there is no communication, no systems of information, that even Indian teachers were popular in Greece. And we all know that Takshashila, the first ever university, was there in India, and people from 60 countries came to study in India in that university. So we are very popular by default in our innovative teaching methodologies and techniques, and see that the classroom is made lively and information is gleaned through various channels effectively. But what really pained me to see that in course of time is that the moment we introduce the technology in the classrooms, it is increased from 10 minutes to 15, 15 to 30, and then the full class. And I conducted a kind of survey in one of the schools, and I presented here in the form of table and page number 3 of my full paper. The empirical data from one of the schools in Sanjay Nagar area of Bangalore, India, that I have taken all the classes from pre-KG, UKG, first standard to 10th class, or 6th class rather, and where the duration of the classroom, of course, changed from class to class, but the usage of technology is increased drastically in all these classes, right from pre-KG till 6th class, and irrespective of the subject, irrespective of the chapter, whether it's grammar or rhymes, or whether it is teaching names of vegetables, names of the weeks to children. Most of the time, what happens is that English teachers found it very easy and effective to control the class, and also to see that children are engaged and the discipline issues are reduced. And so ultimately, they are rather given up themselves to using all these technological gadgets in the classroom, and ultimately see that everything is being taught from the screen, from the projector, etc. So in course of time, chalk and talk has drastically reduced. So this is a table that I have incorporated in my paper. And then I also conducted a kind of interview kind of questionnaire with one of the teachers of the same school, which in fact ran for about 10 important questions there, where I just read only a few questions to sum up the whole thing. That when you asked what are the subjects she was teaching, then she said English, maths, general knowledge, etc. The next question, how are they taught? They're usually taught by various methodologies. Can explain those methodologies. So then she said it depends on the lessons, sir. Most of the rhymes are taught by playing videos from internet, YouTube or other interfaces. Names of vegetables and days of the week, etc., taught from the posters in the classroom. And most of the subjects are taught via internet and other technical devices, right from kindergarten classes. And how many students are there? 30 to 35 in each class. And what is the percentage of devices being used in the classroom? It is nearly 80 to 85% of technological devices are being used. So my question, the problem is that what are those devices? We all know OHP, overhead projector, and a PC, and then again other things like posters, etc., slides, PowerPoint slides, etc. So what are the hazards a teacher encounters during this mode of teaching? Well, sudden power failure, gadgets refusing to be compatible, where teacher is not prepared to substitute with her teaching because she is not prepared for this kind of shocks or this kind of interruptions or disturbances. So what happens? The classroom becomes chaotic, and the teacher had to find out an alternative to control the class of 35 to 40 students. So my last question to her was that, can we go back to conventional mode of chalk and talk instead of this? She said, it is next to impossibility, sir. We have traveled so far that neither the students nor the tutors are ready for the transformation. So here I go with my conclusion. The use of technology in the classroom is very much encouraged and followed. At the same time, a teacher can be reduced himself or herself to be the position of a device operator, but emerge as an inspiring and motivating teacher in its real sense, and help the students to develop their language learning skills. It's not only about English language, but my issue today in this particular paper is that the human element is missing. The interaction between teacher and students is reduced by a great percentage. So I sincerely advise or suggest that let us reduce the use of these technological devices in the classroom and see that teacher interacts and she literally teaches practically, and let the chalk and talk method also simultaneously be used in the classroom. Let the students be also convinced that this is also one of the good methodologies. Let us not lose that conventional system, right? So the use of technology can be a means, but not an end. Rather, technology is one tool that supports language learners as they use the target language in culturally appropriate ways to accomplish difficult tasks. Since no single methodology is adaptable for all classes and students, it is highly advisable for English language tutors to choose a hybrid version of teaching to drive home the point. English language tutors need to focus more on the language acquisition than language learning. Subsequently, a student of English language has to be introduced to all four modes of learning, that is listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Excessive use of technology in the classroom might hinder the execution of this LSRW system. So, my dear teachers, please advise your teachers also in all the classes to see that the use of technology is reduced, or at least put it to half of the percentage that is being used, and let the conventional mode also be used so that the human element is again reintroduced or incorporated in our teaching methodologies. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you, sir, for this great research that talked about the need of the hour, the role of technology in the teaching domain, especially for the subject of English. It was a great learning experience for everyone here to know that technology improves teaching methods, making it student-centric, but it can also, on the other hand, cause problems that arise with the use of technology in the teaching domain. So hence, let's use technology along with conventional methods to make our classroom more holistic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think somebody raised a hand. Do they have a question, or does she have a
We'll take the questions at the end of the session, sir. Sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, right. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I would now like to call Dr. D. Ashalata, Professor and Student Counselor, Hyderabad Institute of Technology and Management, and M. Jayaprada, Learning and Development, GITM, to present their paper, The Role of Social Media in Language Learning, Building Community and Overcoming Challenges.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the invite. And we are very glad to be part of the 3-day International Multilingual Virtual Conference. And this is our paper which talks about the role of social media in language learning, building community and overcoming challenges. Like as the previous speaker also has suggested, there should be a hybrid model now, because the digital natives or the present day students don't have the attention span of more than 10 minutes, and they need a lot of activities in the college space, just because there is so much of interaction which is happening across the platforms in the college and off the college when they are at home, and they are trying to learn lots and lots of activities or doing like activities for language acquisition and language learning. So definitely the social media platform and the importance of it for the language learners is very clear, because during the COVID time we have seen that the learning and development is going beyond the level of not only the upskilling and the reskilling process, but also focusing on soft skills, which is very essential for their entrepreneurial development, as well as taking up their enhancement of employability opportunities or skills. So the L&D kind of a curve that we have seen, it has always recommended the online or the blended learning, and social media has become a critical tool for language learners to improve their proficiency, especially in the foreign language or interacting with the other people across the world or learning about their culture. So social media platforms definitely give a kind of an edge over others. And according to the latest review, global review, we can see that many people are into the social media language platforms and they are using them. And the average time that everybody is spending on social media is around 2 hours minimum. Like, they're trying to do it. There are so many statistics here and you can very well look at them, but it shows and supports the importance of social media for language learners. In fact, like, when a child is very small and when the child is grown up or they're into the college, they are trying to learn the language through the social media is not a kind of a jinx, because they are into so many apps, learn language, not only for language learning or for entertainment, but through that they are trying to imitate. And we know that language is anomotopic in nature, and definitely we learn language by imitation also. So this one point, which is a basic way of actually understanding the human language learning process, it has given more edge to social media, because the social media has given a kind of, popular kind of an attribute to the younger generation, and they feel very comfortable when they are using it. So when we have this kind of a surge in the social media use, I think, there is nothing wrong in taking that into concern. To just share with you, recently, I belong to a different generation of teaching and learning process, maybe into the conventional learning and then into the ICT and now into the social media platforms also. At this age, I just enrolled myself in an NPTEL course of e-content development, and you believe me that I'm into so many social media platforms that we are doing so many exercises and assignments. I feel so invigorated as a student. So even when recently I did my second PhD also, when I was with a group of students who are very younger to me, these platforms were so very exciting. I'm not very adept with them, or I'm not very excellent in the use of these platforms, but I enjoy doing this because that is how we are trying to make them, pull them into LSRW practice. So much of statistical data is available online that 80% of the language learners are reportedly using the social media, and such platforms like Duolingo or others, they are also very, very useful. But we need to understand that Facebook, LinkedIn, and other social media platforms are as popular as other platforms like HelloTalk and Tandem. So there is nothing wrong in choosing them, and they have become the essential tool for the community building also of language learners. So as we see, it's very important to understand that each and every one of us are into 21st century skills, and we are learning very effective communication skills and learning and innovation skills, and they're part of our life and career skills. So as we see on this particular tab here, so all the apps that are available, they are important and we are using them. It shows how we can actually take the ICT and the social media practices into the language learning. So when it comes to the habit cycle, this out of the research, we can understand that almost 45% of listening practices are happening through social media. and people are contacting each other and try to speak to each other over the social media, and they are reading content. Even it can be as simple as sending a WhatsApp message or receiving messages or anything, but they are reading on the social media, and they are trying to write. Or some children are blogging, or some children are doing some other activities. They are into writing practices also. Maybe the writing practices of the students or the language learners is very minimal, but still it is making them confident because they have the social media as a communicative medium, and it is very concise and making them very personable. And because it is not pushing them towards any kind of triggers or any kind of deadlines, they are actually having their own personalized way of understanding it and using it. So language and language learning strategies are almost all completely direct and indirect. They are put together in a nutshell. There are so many activities that we are using, but the social strategies or the BDM strategies, which are metacognitive in nature, are also they are improving the memory and also actually compensating the participation of the students in a very better way. So that is what is the understanding. So many aspects that we are doing as of now in language learning, and so many things that we can put into listening or speaking or reading and writing. We are having so many apps available that we can put all these apps into usage, even in the class or outside the class, even when we do a blended learning practice also, or a flipped classroom also. This is being very useful. So the identity of a person is primarily maybe within the community, and then because of the geographical location. But when the social media comes into picture, it is bringing so much of dimension to the existence of the human being and the way they are using the languages, that it is actually becoming a part of the positive psychology, and all the NLP practices are now combined and conjoined with the social media practices that we do for the community building of language learners on net. So interacting with the other language learners has become very good, and learning languages has become very easy. So you're learning your language, and with the help of that you are learning another language. The communication gap is coming into a very thin line, and it is maybe in the course of time it will become more multi-dimensional, where we will do multiple activities of language learning. And this is an interactional modification that is happening, and it's a new age cognitive development. That is what I would like to term it as, because I am able to understand it and I am able to see it at this age. I feel like this new age cognitive development is required for me in order to do this activity, and also become receive feedback, and also give my responses. So receiving support from the community, yes, they give so much of support that the groups and forums allow the learners to ask questions or share their experiences. And then the language proficiency and the cultural fluency, and maybe so much that we have across the world, the differences between our own culture can be shared. And by receiving support from the community, the learners feel confident, okay, somebody is having that kind of a problem which can be encountered here, or I have the same thing, and I'm empowered to understand this. And in this language journey, I'm going to get a tremendous success because I can understand all the facets of it. So overcoming the challenges, it's not like many challenges are there, like we don't have an infrastructure, or we don't have formal strategies, or we have to build a very conveniently very safe group of followers or a community and track everything. But still, when we have awareness, and definitely for use of the social media, when we set the time limit and exhibit a right behavior, and not be very safe with the location updates and everything, and our own community is safe, the interaction that happens and that we share during the course of that particular activity, it's going to be a kind of a substantial value addition to our language learning practices. So there are so many apps available, so many platforms available over the language learning community across the globe, that communication is becoming conversation now, and people are collaborating and they're co-creating so many wonderful things. That is what language learning is all about, to reinforce and practice all the LSRW skills perfectly. So I was doing a little bit of research and get to do all these things from different websites, and definitely a 20th century person was completely different, a teacher was different, and 21st century reader is completely different. It is not illiteracy of reading and writing, it is only the literacy if you don't learn, unlearn and relearn. And that is what I believe. And I believe that as a student, if I can learn more of it, then I can understand and try to use that in all my interaction with the students and facilitate their learning process. So this was my short presentation, and I hope everybody liked it. And this is the thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful presentation. I guess the role of social media in today's world is undeniable, both the pros and the cons.
Yeah.
I want to congratulate you for choosing such a relevant topic. The
Thank you.
research paper and the findings are extremely significant to the teachers and students and will serve as a guide and help us to know the influence of social media has and is still wielding over the academics of students, especially the reading and writing skills. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks. Thanks.
Now I would like to call Ms. Apeksha, PhD History Research Scholar, Amity University, Noida, to present her paper Portrayal of Jodha in Hindi Cinemas. Madam Apeksha, are you here? Ms. Apeksha? Okay, we shall proceed forward with Ms. Monica Rana, Assistant Professor, Department of English, GC Ticker, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, to present her topic, Breaking Gender Norms and Stereotypes, Assertive Femininity and Inclusive Masculinity in the Selected Short Stories of Alice Munro.
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Very good
I hope
afternoon.
I'm audible to all you.
Yes, ma'am, you can
With,
continue.
with your kind permission, I would like to read my paper. And the topic is Breaking Gender Norms and Stereotypes, Assertive Femininity and Inclusive Masculinity in the Selected Short Stories of Alice Munro. Before I begin the analysis of my stories, I would just like to read about my writer Alice Munro and a little bit about assertive and masculinity so that the audience may get up to date with it. Okay. So Alice Munro is the first Canadian woman to win the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2013. A prolific writer, she garnered 3 of Canada's Gouvernement Literary Awards, 2 Giller Prizes, the Rhea Literary Award for Short Stories, the Lennon Literary Awards. Now, she has established herself as one of the Canada's major authors and the world's finest fiction writers. Her fiction vividly describe ordinary people and distinctly capture their lives in her stories. She has published 14 volumes of short stories and novels, one novel, Lives of Girls and Women. So I'm skipping everything. Now I'm coming straight away what gender is all about and what her stories are all about. Her stories concentrate on the human condition and human relationships as seen through the lens of daily life. Munro raises her voice against the gender discrimination and gender oppression of women in institutionalized patriarchal society through her novel and her short fiction. She describes and critiques the gender stereotypical roles expected from men and women in society. Her stories depict how society prescribes models of femininity and masculinity and thus teaches individuals to be feminine or masculine in a particular way. It is commonly understood that these plural and dynamic gender identities, that is, feminities and masculinities, are constructed in and by the milieu in which an individual is placed. The gender socialization process generally starts at birth and sees it at death. Conventional gender identities, Munro demonstrates, are often also the cause of gender injustices. The present study seek to examine Alice Munro's novel and short stories. So I'm skipping the novel part. I'm just taking the short stories from the perspective of femininities and masculinities within the scope of gender studies. Now I'm straight away coming to assertive femininity and inclusive masculinity. This paper attempts to study assertive femininity and inclusive masculinity in the stories of Munro. Assertive women predominantly possesses attributes such as self-respect, determination, activeness, courageousness, compassion, and clarity. They have the ability to assert themselves, to manage their emotions, and be bold and confident. Some of the female protagonists are transgressive in nature also and are associated with characteristics such as sexual assertion, power resolutiveness, and sometimes aggression or obduracy. They transgress the patriarchal boundary structure to contain them and challenge the voice of male authority. The male characters also break normative masculine stereotypes as they engage with and do not hesitate in drawing upon affirming the feminine within them and around them. Inclusive masculinity in the male characters of Alice Munro manifests in attributes such as tenderness, innocence, and connectedness. They display courage, strength, and grit, and also possesses gentleness, tenderness, and other softer emotions. They are compassionate and show concern for others. Man with inclusive masculinity engage in variety of practices which are considered feminine without necessarily being perceived as gay or weak. In this paper, the study of assertive femininity in female protagonists and inclusive masculinity in male characters is based especially on the reading of Alice Mundo's short stories from her collection Headship, Friendship, Courtship, Loveship, Marriage 2001 and Runaway 2006. The four short stories selected for the analysis are Headship, Friendship, Courtship, Loveship, Marriage, Chance, Soon, and Silence. Alice Munro breaks female stereotypes in these stories, and her female protagonists are full of energy, dignity, confidence, and calmness. They are self aware, self expressive, and self confident. They do not show the unquestioning acceptance and passivity of normative femininity. Instead, they do not hesitate to freely express their feelings and assume the attribute masculine role of becoming breadwinners and providers. Gender issues are not women issues alone, and there is no need to understand. There is a need to understand that men and women must both change if gender relations are to become equal and complementary. Femininity does not exist in isolation from masculinity, and the image of power of one determines the image and power of the other. I'm skipping the rest and I'm straight away coming to the analysis of my stories. That is Headship, Friendship, Courtship, and Marriage depicts John Parry as an independent and assertive woman. She is considered ordinary looking. I quote, a woman with high freckled forehead and a fins of reddish hair, unquote. In the beginning of the story, we come to know about her assertive and straightforward nature as she buys herself a ticket to Gaidia, a place far off Canada, and arranging to ship furniture on the same train. When she asks the station agent regarding the shipping of the furniture, he tries to tease her as he I quote, often tried a little teasing with women, especially the plain one, unquote. Johanna is a smart woman and immediately she responds sharply, I quote, her teeth were crowded to the front of her mouth as if they were ready for an argument, unquote. She speaks to him loudly and dryly. People take assertiveness as rudeness, but Johanna is plain spoken and businesslike in her approach. She has full command on her thoughts, feelings, and emotion. She is perceived by people as ordinary and charmless, and she too puts very little effort into her interaction with stranger. It is her assertiveness which helps her in both her personal and professional life. After buying her ticket, Johanna enters an expensive dress shop for the first time in her life. In the process of choosing an outfit, she reveals to the shopkeeper that she is likely to wear in this dress. From her thought, it becomes clear that she is hoping to be married and that she has been given some reason to hope that is the case. Johanna is an unmarried woman and works as a housekeeper for Mr. Macaulay and his granddaughter, Sabitha. I quote, Johanna was the nearest thing Sabitha had to a mother since her own mother had died. I unquote. She takes care of them. Sabitha's father, Ken, lives in rural Canada where he struggles with money problems. Sabitha has a close friend, Edith, who is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Koo, who ran the shoe repair shop. Johanna takes care of the family of the two and cooks excellent food for them, although both, I quote, both he and his granddaughter were spoiled and self-centered, unquote. She is a strong woman and is sincere in her work. She is very good in solving problems and uses her intelligence to solve Mr. Macaulay's and his neighbor's quarrel. I quote, in both cases, she had raised her firstborn, the dog was tied up, and the neighbors left the cherries alone, unquote. The two troublemaking teenage girls, Sabitha and Edith, wantonly decide to make Johanna the burnt of their mischief. It so happened that when Sabitha had written a letter to her father, Ken, Johanna had also attached her own letter to him, telling him not to worry about his daughter. In the letter, she expressed her gratitude to Ken for, I quote, the nice things you have said about me in your letter to your daughter. You do not need to worry about me leaving. You say that I am a person you can trust. I unquote. The letter vaguely gives the impression to the girls that she might have a crush on him, and they decide to play a prank on her. When Baudelaire wrote back to Sabitha, the two girls forged a letter purportedly from him to Johanna. They wrote several more letters claiming to B can and manage to convince Johanna that the two can possibly have a relationship. She easily falls prey to their unthoughtful plan, and convinced by the letters that Can will marry her, she decides to use her hard-earned money to travel to his place. In her letters to Can, she writes all details about her birth, family, and her previous employment with Mrs. Willits, who was the owner of Broom Factory and had an old mother. So I'm skipping rest of my part and I'm straight away coming to the character of Ken so that I can assimilate them together. Now, when she meets Ken, he is not well. He shows, being an assertive lady, she clearly being assertive and independent by nature, does not mean that woman will lack in love and passion. Johanna knows how to set boundaries and she communicates these boundaries unmistakably to Ken. She writes a letter to him before leaving for the railway station, as it to intercept by the girls. Johanna, who is full of confidence, determination, and ability to validate others' feeling, she has no idea what she is getting into when she embarks on the train journey, but she is competent woman and knows she can handle most situations. She has managed the hardship of being a lonely woman as efficiently as she manages everything else in her life, and now she is willing to take care of Ken. Now, in the end, I would like to conclude this story where I have written, Ken poses no question to Johanna for appearing out of nowhere, but accept her care gratefully. He realizes that she is the solution to his problem. I quote, a net beneath him, heaven sent, a bounty not to be questioned, I unquote. Munro depicts Ken as a mix of strength and weakness, grit and failings, gentleness and assertion. Ken's character display a tender quality with a tendency to express warmth and compassionate feeling and to show the concern for other. He is charming, good-looking, and loyal. He has bravely, I quote, fought in the war, I unquote. He becomes emotionally attached to Joanna, and they both cultivate a sense of bonding and connectedness. He knows no hatred or enmity. They support and rely on each other. Soon they marry, and their love grows with time. The change in Johanna's life begins when Ken starts to share his feeling with her and they become friends. Johanna is independent and strong, but she also values friendship and family. She looks after practical affairs as well as emotional bonds. Johanna finds a new purpose in her life. Her understanding, her empathy for Ken make her take over the situation, and she plans a life for them together. Ken agrees to it. He has financial problems and he realizes that Johanna is better than him at handling monetary matters. The balance in her bank book is testimony to her intelligence and ability. Ken is impressed with her competence and sensible handling of affairs. She's practical lady and carves out a niche for herself. With hard work and inclination for thrift and good sense, she trumps over what fate and a prank has dealt her. She's happy, although Ken and Johanna in the end have a child, Omar, and lead a content, purposeful life. When Mr. Macaulay dies, there is a quote. The death notice in the paper said that Mr. Macaulay was survived by his granddaughter, Sabitha, son-in-law Ken, Mrs. Johanna, and their infant son, Omar. So in the end, Alice Munro depicts Ken as an emotional, independent man. He was an airman in the Air Force. He's totally adept at handling finances and write letters to his father-in-law for whenever help he needs for money. So I would like to conclude my paper because there is much less of time left. So I would like to conclude it. The above discussion revealed the assertive female protagonist of Murnau as a mix of strength and vulnerabilities, indifference and compassion, reflections and feelings. Some of them seek to be educated, informed, effective, and economically independent. They preserve in the face of setbacks and grapple with emotional burdens. Alice Munro also gives portrait of protagonists who are rebellious, aggressive, odious, and obdurate. The female protagonist of the stories discussed and exemplify various types of assertive feminities, while the men exhibit with different aspects of inclusive masculinities, which are found in Eric Anderson, who is the form masculinity which he has already given. So Alice Munro suggests that the engagement with the feminine makes men well-adjusted individuals. Eric can present the positive attributes of inclusive masculinity by being supportive and wise, accommodating and mutually respectful. They are energetic, adventurous, as well as caring and loving. They all display a fine synthesis of healthy masculinities, as well as thus balancing the feminine and the masculine attributes of their characters. With this, I am finishing my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Monica Reno. Thank you for this presentation that was power-packed with insightful perspectives. Such valuable observations about assertive femininity in Alice Munro's story make us aware how her stories present female figures with plentiful self-awareness and strong female consciousness. As the paper is aptly titled Breaking Gender Norms, the stories reflect an inclusive masculinity that is needed for the society to bring gender equality in true terms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Miss Apeksha present here? No. Okay. The session is now open to questions. You can ask your doubts or provide feedback. Any questions?
Shweta, madam, are all presenters, have all the presenters been?
Ma'am, except Miss Apeksha,
Shweta, madam?
everyone has presented the paper.
Okay.
Miss Apeksha is not here.
Thank you all for presenting.
Excuse me, ma'am. My name is Seema. I have not presented my paper yet. I'm also in the queue.
Okay, can you finish in 5 minutes?
Ma'am, which technical session are you in?
Seema,
no,
technical
Seema's
session
actually which
4:30
technical
to 5:30.
Okay. so
Okay,
the
please
next-
hold on. Please wait. Yeah, please wait. You will get new moderator, new chairperson. Another chairperson will be joining.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Shweta, for being chairing this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta.
Thank you.
Okay. Other presenters for the next session, kindly wait. Dr. Sangeeta Singh will be the chairperson for the 4:30 session. We will wait for her. Madam Sangeeta, are you there?
Yes, I joined half an hour.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am, I did not see you.
No
Welcome to Dr. Sangeeta, and thank you so much for accepting the invitation to be the chairperson for this multilingual conference and for this presentation. May I request ma'am is an associate professor at the Department of English, NSCBM Government College in Himachal Pradesh. Welcome to you, ma'am. You may read out the list of the presenters, and you can call them one by one to.
Sure. Okay, good evening, everyone. I shall be chairing this session. This is the session which is in conference room number 2, and we have 7 participants. I welcome all the participants who have joined for their presentations in this technical session. I will read out the names of the presenters in the sequence in which they're going to present their papers. So kindly note the order. At number 1, it is Miss Hage Lily. Second presenter would be P. Sajid Bhanu. The third presenter would be Professor Pratibha P. Guge. And the fourth presenter would be Rakshit Kesari TS. Fifth presenter, S. Alfred Praveen. Sixth presenter would be Seema Rani. And the last presenter, the 7th one, would be Shiny O. I hope some of the presenters have already joined. And I just would like to ask all the presenters to make their presentations within the stipulated time period of 7 to 10 minutes, because we have 7 presenters and we have precisely 1 hour to finish this technical sessions. And we shall take the questions and observations towards the end of the session after everybody has presented, though I shall make brief observation after each presentation. So I believe some of you have joined. So without much ado, let's start with the technical session. The first presenter is Miss Hage Lily. I can see she has just joined. She's a PhD research scholar from the Department of English, Rajiv Gandhi University, Rono Hills, Arunachal Pradesh. The title of her paper is Subaltern as Historiographical Concept, Its Emergence and Transitions. So may I now hand over the platform to the first presenter, that is Lily Hage. Over to you, Lily.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Lily, you are audible. You are audible. Do you
Yeah.
have a PPT presentation or you're just going to read out or?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to present my PPT, but I'm not being able to connect my laptop. So maybe I'll just read out my paper then.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You have exactly
Okay.
7 minutes for your presentation, 7 to 8
All
minutes.
right. All right.
Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Respected Chairperson Sangeeta ma'am and all the candidates present here, participants. My name is Hage Lily. I'm a research scholar from the Department of English, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. The title of my paper is Subaltern as a Historiographical Concept, Its Transition and Emergence. Through this paper, I'm trying to explore the historiographical changes that happen that the subaltern theory has shifted from uh, I'm trying to study the subaltern theory, how it has shifted from the mere historiographical study to in contemporary study of any marginalized narrations. So, coming to the term, the subaltern, it is often understood in the light of history. Subaltern obviously is an old term that designated the working class people, but subaltern as a theory came into light with the introduction of collective project by a group of South Asian scholars. Generally speaking, it is a trend of writing history that emerged in India around 1980s. Like we have known that the subaltern study is about the history of ignored history or history of social cultural development and the history of nation as well as about the process of globalization. Subaltern study also concerns the participation of the masses that were subsided and marginalized from a large discourse due to socio-economic and ideological reasons. So we can also say that it is about the history of silenced mass. In South Asian context, it is more often seen as a benefaction of colonialism, while in Western context, it designates a phase of social and cultural hierarchy. Basically, the term deals with oblivious absence of the people and the undermining of the cultural values from the larger structure of history writing. So, in tracing the historical meaning of the subaltern, the word has a long past. It denoted peasants during the medieval England and later towards the end of 1700s. It referred to lower ranks in the military. On the onset of the 1800s, writers began to publish diaries and memoirs about the everyday life. It was the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci who, in his prison notebooks, used the term in a very radical manner that substituted the term class. However, Ranajit Guha and his fellow contributors use the term to denote who are not elite. So we can say the subaltern study dealt with the matter of elite versus subaltern by focusing on the colonial text for discourse textual analysis. The subjects of these volumes or these essays, series of essays, were initially more on narratives of nationalism, oriental images, and ethnic stereotypes. We can also see the influence of Foucault in these series or in these volumes. Like subaltern studies is about the everyday resistance and struggles as a feature of life in South Asia. By rejecting the earlier history from below, subaltern study has now given a new meaning to the historical studies. As a sort of revolt, resistance, domination, and subordination and other concepts are now subalternized. Or we can say that now the subaltern study are engaged with more contemporary problems and theoretical formations. So it is understood that subalternity was a fluid concept during 1980s, for no consensus definition was given to the project. The project's cultural critique of colonialism arrived in the global mainstream during 1990s. The subaltern concept is considered to be a legacy of colonialism. Therefore, because it has carried the post-colonial philosophy that rejects the Eurocentric belief of universal truth, the denial of European history that shows superiority of a specific ethnic group. If we see the theory in paradigm of nationalism, the resistance to the theory is a resistance to Western ideologies and exercises were contested with the memory of the history of the nation. The post-colonial aspects revolve around the practice of dismantling the political and ideological thought and representation of the other by the Western world. The subaltern concept in the context of history of minority changed the outlook of imperial domination and cultural subjugation in India. An attempt to retrieve the devalued past to find a voice and identity of their own by both post-colonial and subaltern aspirations. Subalternism negates the idea of representation and a critique of selective historical writings. Subaltern theory is an amalgamation of post-colonial and post-structuralist thinking that are skeptical about the fixity of subaltern identity. So it seeks to find a voice out of voiceless mass of the people by dismissing the normalization of dichotomy of superior and inferior specifications on ambiguous grounds. Speaking of the subaltern subjects, we understand the subaltern study or the identity of the dominant group is to be deconstructed in order to understand the non-existent identity of the subaltern groups. For this, we can see the Spivak's notable work, Can the Subaltern Speak, where she questioned the authenticity of this dominant group, which work as an agency of subaltern subjects of cultural historians. The representations of subaltern by deceptive agencies causes nothing but more damages to the core identity of the subalterns and marginalizes them to further extent. Therefore, it is understandable that the subalterns are made silent systematically within existing means of representation. With the edge of globalization, the politics of language, media, and representation evoke subaltern theory of resistance and invigorate the subaltern readers to criticize the use of elite languages and representation of nations that are devoid of subaltern histories. Now we understand the subaltern perspective recuperates everyday resistance and deconstructs cultural power. In this regard, the subaltern history also discusses plural plural identity of subaltern subjects by rejection of socially construct role of minorities. In today's context, the substance of subalternity has constantly remained fluidic by nature. This constancy in the field of subaltern study has expanded in the global context as transnational study of colonialism and also as unequal culture. The repercussions of subaltern subjectivity and analytical and rhetorical liberation of minorities' culture and identity from the false history of elite narration. As a historian, the vision to understand the subaltern ideas and aspiration, yeah, the vision of contemporary subalternism, what they do is they try to give a ground for oversighted groups to bring the voices and opinions into the light for all to see. Although the objective of subaltern study is to provide a platform to represent themselves and the recovering of their voices, seem to be very arduous due to the lack of documentations to write the history of subalterns. But just like because they do not speak the language of the elite people, does not mean that do not speak. And as a historian or as a subalternist, I quote, to be able to master the problems of crafting such narratives, particularly under circumstances where the usual archives do not exist, is how the disciplines of history renews and maintains itself. Unquote. It is on the part of subalternists or historians to acknowledge the language of subaltern speaks. Subalternists subalternists try to learn from subaltern their various forms of expression. The ideas and aspirations of subaltern subjects are not just to have voices, but also to be heard, to make their existence and views about the life known to the world in order to avoid the misunderstandings by investigating the construct power relations of social structures. In other words, there is a need to rethink the structures of power, cultural, academic, patriarchy, etc., to end the very aspects of society that create subaltern in the first place. The concept of subalternity contests essentialist historiography, which reduces the subaltern identity into a uniform mass with unchanging features. Subalterns are not alike, nor they do have same voices and positions. In fact, subalterns are multifaceted. The binary system of thinking and negative representation of the subordinate groups reveal the attempt to achieve certain political goals. The problem of recovering the subaltern archives is associated with their undermined existence. For these reasons, the scholars seek to understand the subaltern status through their social relations with the dominant mass. And we can also understand that the term subaltern is not a thing that refers or belongs to any particular social group, but it is a relation. Those in dominant position can also shift to subaltern position. Yet the subversion is not the question. The unbending nature of the other is what the modern historians are skeptical about. Therefore, a proper analysis of the social relation of the subalterns with the dominant groups can assist to venture into the multiplicity of the subaltern identity.
Lily, is that all, or you have to add something more?
Thank you, ma'am. Here I would like to conclude my paper. Sorry, I lost my connection a bit.
No, you were pretty well connected, and we heard every word that you said. Anything else
Okay.
you would like to add, or is your presentation over?
Ma'am, I would like to end my presentation here. Actually, I wanted to show my PPT, but I'm not being able to connect my laptop here. So I'll conclude here. Thank you.
Not an issue. We completely got what you were trying to say in your paper. So in
Okay.
your paper, you talked about the concept of subaltern, how it emerged in the field of historiography, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am. Yes.
the term subaltern was originally used to refer to some of those who are socially, politically, or economically marginalized in a colonial or in a post-colonial society. The subaltern was thus the category of people who were excluded from the mainstream of historical narratives and whose experience and perspectives have been largely ignored by the historians. And they also argue that the narrative that was the historical narrative was primarily Eurocentric and did not adequately represent the experiences of these subalterns. And so they sought to write history from the perspective, their own perspective, drawing on sources which were earlier not included in writing history, like folklore, the oral history, the legends, or the folk literature, or even for that matter, the peasant narratives.
Yes.
So, but now the term subaltern, it has evolved into a very broad range, as you talked about the diversification that has taken place in the subaltern studies, and how they are finding spaces within the dominant discourse. Of course, they're being silenced on the grounds that they don't have any documentation, but yet this field is really coming up. I really appreciate your paper, very well presented. Thank you, Lily Hege. Now, thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite the next presenter, that is P. Sajida Bhanu. Is she around?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening. Let me just introduce you before you can start with your presentation. P. Sajida Bhanu is a research scholar, and along with her is her supervisor, research supervisor, Dr. S. Vijaya Kumar. He's an assistant professor. And the title of her research paper is Enhancing Agriculture Diploma Students' English Speaking Skills. So I invite Sajida Bhanu for her presentation. Over to you, Sajida.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sharing my presentation.
Okay, but we cannot see it as yet.
Yeah, I'm sharing it, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
It is visible.
Hello?
Yes, you're audible and your screen presentation is visible. You can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good evening to the respected chairperson and very good evening to all the other co-participants. My name is Sajida Banu. I am a PhD scholar working under the supervision of Dr. Vijay Kumar sir from B.S. Abdurrahman University, Chennai. Today my topic is it's not loading. My topic name is Enhancing Agriculture Diploma Students English Speaking Skills. My topic is like today I'm going to present my paper with these. I would like to give the overview of my presentation. I'd like to start with the introduction and then literature review, and followed by the methods which I have implemented for this paper. And I'll like to end up the paper, the presentation with the results and discussion part. This is the introduction. Before we go into the details of the paper, I would like to state why it is important for the agriculture students to develop their speaking skills. If you take up a survey in the agriculture students, engineering students, agriculture students, they say that why do we need English language? We don't have to. We are we can communicate with our native language itself. All these kind of mixed responses we received in the survey. Based on that, which I would like to say that. Whatever the field or whatever the sector you are, whether it is a marketing sector, engineering sector, or a kind of food sector, or like cine field or education field, including agri sector field also. English is a very prominent language because nowadays English has been the whole world is interconnected. The ability to communicate effectively in English is very crucial, especially in the agriculture sector also. Whether they're communicating with the international participants, or partners, or investors, or the customers, or our buyers, or anybody. So these kind of sectors also, it's very important to be proficient in English to succeed. So this article main theme of this article is to provide some practical strategies to improve students' English speaking skills and prepare them to be success in the agriculture industry too. So this is the statement of the problem. You'd like to state now. Agriculture diploma students lack the proficiency in English speaking skills, which is hindering their ability to communicate effectively in academic and professional settings. This language barrier is impacting their career opportunities also. And they're especially in the agriculture sector too. So where I want to focus now. So there is a need to enhance their English speaking skills to enable them to communicate more confidently and effectively in English. So what are the such questions which I'm going to address in the study is, so these are the questions. What is the current level of English speaking proficiency among the agriculture diploma students, and what are the strengths and weakness? And we're also going to look at what are the challenges and the barriers these targeted students are facing while learning or trying to communicate their speaking skills in English. And how can this the present study will be implemented for the agriculture diploma students, and which can be focused on their grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. And what is at the final, we are also going to see how much effective it is. What is the effectiveness of English speaking training program in improving their speaking skills? I'm going to see the pre-test and post-test also. We're going to discuss in the later sessions. So these are there are such questions in alignment with the research questions. These are the objectives of my study: to identify the current level of English speaking proficiency among the targeted students, and to identify the strengths and weakness while practicing this program, English speaking training program, and as I said, we are going to evaluate also the effectiveness of the proposed speaking task through the pre-test and post-test and student surveys and the teacher feedback. The literature review part is like very few studies have been conducted for the agriculture diploma students, especially for this sector. Very few studies have been discussed, but like a few are like I have noted down. The study by Jan in 2015, she said that to improve the communication skills of agri diploma students, she noted what are the what are the problems and the obstacles they're facing in their career growth, and she also proposed some strategies which uses the role play strategy, group discussions, and audiovisual aids for enhancing their speaking skills. Apart from that, a study by Sahu also explored the challenges which are faced by the agri diploma students to acquire their language skills. So these study like focused on like the grammar, what are the grammatical mistakes and what are the vocabulary which they are lacking, what which they are not using, the lacking behind. All these things they have discussed, and these also they specifically mention about the language labs to enhance their students speaking skills. So, and apart from Sahu and the studies have been already discussed, Shanti, Singh, and Devi also investigated the effectiveness of the language labs, and they also talked about the different opportunities to practice the English through different kinds of activities like debates, discussions, or presentations, or sometimes they also suggested some training programs which could be significantly improved the students' speaking skills, particularly in terms of fluency or pronunciation, like this. So these all this literature review shows the gap that there are some studies, but there is a gap that nobody has worked on, especially on the conversational skills of the agriculture diploma students. Because why I have taken agriculture diploma students conversation skills is they just passed out at the SSC. Their SSC they passed out and they came to intermediate level. Then the +2 level, what they are expecting is to talk with other students in English language or in a more sophisticated, like proficient language, but still they're unable to have the conversational skills, not even in the classroom. When they try to communicate, they're having that kind of many factors which are affecting them to talk. Let's see what are the factors and what the procedures. Here this is methodology. In the methodology, I'm going to discuss the design and the population of the sample of the study and the research instrument what we have used and the data collection and how the data has been analyzed. Research design. In the research design for the selected this paper is qualitative research. Why I have chosen this is instead of mixed methods or instead of other methods is the qualitative research is more focused on exploring and understanding and interpreting the complex phenomena, like often from the perspective of those who are involved. That means the students' perspective, the students who are participating, their their views and their their perspectives will be explored more, because this is an experimental study. I have chosen the qualitative approach here, so that we can know more about the challenges which they are facing, why they are still having, even though they're studying up to 10th, up to 12th, they still they're unable to speak in English fluently. Why this is lacking? So to have from their point of view, I have chosen this as the study as the qualitative research. And the sample of the study which I have where I have conducted the study was conducted the second language learners of agriculture students from the Sri Krishna Devaraya College of Agriculture Sciences, which is located in Andhra Pradesh, India. The sample study consists of 20 students, which are 12 female and 8 male students, and all of them are from 17 to 19 years age. Research instruments which I have used here so far is like in order to examine the detected speaking problems among the target students, interview has been used the main in this instrument. Why? Because this study provides some opportunity for students to talk about their experience in the research instrument, the interview method, so that we have used the interview method to the particular student targeted students at SKCS. And the data collection we have used, all these interviews were recorded and taped among the study, like by using the different mass media. Sometimes we have also used the phones also to capture the recording, and smartphones to record the interviews and applications. So all the questions in the interviews and students have been written on hard copy also, how they have, like what they have written, what they have written, what are the statements, and other details also have been drafted in the written form too. And the simple statistics analysis I have used here, the SPCS program. The interviews were conducted with all the participants, and each participant have given the 4 to 7 minutes, and then they have explained all this, what are the struggles they are facing and how they have been implemented. And the interviewer also, they ask interview, we have these two teachers, and they also ask the probing questions by developed by Gilham method. The two, just to have the better grasp of the issue, what students are having and what are the problems and how we can develop this. While in the study, when we try to develop the conversational skills of the students, they have explained it as like they have shared their perspective as from their more individual point of view. All the interviews were tape recorded and transcribed to verbatim. So because sometimes students also have, because this area is the mother tongue, the primary language is Telugu there. So from the Telugu language, sometimes the students also they tend to speak in Telugu also. That also has been transcribed and recorded there. And results of the findings, I would like just to show the glimpse of it. See, in the table 1, the tasks that affect the development of students' level in speaking skills, which we have introduced, like conversation, questioning, explaining, discussion, presentation, and making interview, dialogue, and giving examples, and submitting application and CV. All these things have been given practice how to develop like conversation skills, how to ask the polite questions, how to explain their content, and how to discuss with the students in the groups, and how could they present themselves in the jam sessions, and how could they give oral presentations too, and what is the dialogue which you have is in a certain situation. If you ask this dialogue, how they will present, how they can make their language skills to talk and or discuss. At the end, we have also talked about the application of CV and how do you apply, how do you write the CV and all. All these things have been explained to them. And the second table shows that the difficulties and the problems that students are suffering while learning all these other above mentioned tasks. Well, what are the difficulties that students have been struggling? They have a limited amount of vocabulary. Among 20 students, 13 students agreed that they have very less vocabulary, and they are feeling very shy and embarrassment and confusion sometimes. They're having incorrect grammar. The usage of grammar is very incorrect, and students feel they don't have that opportunity to speak daily or speaking like in English daily. And they have weak background. Some of them come from rural background. They don't have that kind of background to improve the study, and they have misunderstandings in the questions also. When we ask some question, they have more chance of misunderstanding the questions because they don't have that vocabulary and they don't have the background. All these reasons, all these factors are affecting the students. Sometimes some students said that they're unable to speak in front of like male or female students. They feel shy. Like all these things also, their difficulties and weaknesses to which are hindering them to improve their oral communication skills. So what we have done is we have given in the in the 4 weeks of period of time, we have given them the enough practice. We have asked them students to speak in the class only in English and outside of the class in English. And we have we asked them to listen to their favorite songs which are in English, and like news channels to follow them, to come up with a good pronunciation. And speaking with the native speakers, we hardly had the chance. But the conversation among the students and making the short drills at home and their hostels or like in the class, and focusing on pronunciation, what they have learned in the previous class, which will come to the current class, which they have discussed. And all these things we present them as the strategies and the grammar also, an instructor also come into the act, and then whenever it is like necessary, the instructor used to give the feedback on the grammar to improve the students' skills. Here, these are ways to overcome this weakness in speaking skills. I'm just proposing this study to giving a lot of practice and a lot of opportunities to the students to speak and interact more to develop their speaking skills. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is these methods enable the learners to express their ideas and improve their communication abilities. And I'd also like to say, instead of traditional learning methods like comprehension check questions, which just asked, okay, whether the student understood or not, it will limit the opportunities for two-way communication. So instead of that, if we give the task-based learning methods to the which allows the teachers to observe learners' point of view also, and what is their language usage in their construction, while how they're like using the whatever you have taught, whatever you are like teaching them, the conversational skills, speaking skills, the presentation skills, how they are using in their language in the conversation. And also it could be useful, also it could be observed by using the task-based learning methods. This is what I would like to show up in this presentation. Thank you. These are some references which I have used. There are many, but still I just know only few. That's it for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajida, for your presentation. So Sajida talked about enhancing English speaking skills among agricultural students. And she also suggested different strategies and effective ways to improve the speaking skills. Sajida, I would also like to suggest a few ways in which you can improve the speaking skills of students, English speaking skills of students. You can give them some kind of language immersion, like providing opportunities for practice of English in real life situations, such as you can ask them to attend agricultural conferences, seminars, and workshops where they can interact with experts and other participants in English. Another thing that you can do is you can have role play and simulations, right?
Yeah.
And or you can have a meeting between a farmer and a government official and ask the student to play the respective roles. Just an example. Or you can have conversation classes where students can practice speaking with fluent English speakers. As you said, they don't get enough opportunity of talking to people in English. So you can have, speakers who are very fluent in English and they can converse with them. And also the topics on which they should converse should be related to their field, that is agriculture. You can use, you can also have a language lab where they can, get an exposure through podcasts and other softwares and other apps that are there. So these are some suggestions that you could probably add, or maybe if you like, you can add it to your paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am. They are really good suggestions, ma'am. Attending conferences and seminars related to agriculture is really good thought, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Sajida, for your presentation. Now, there is a request by one of the presenters. She's actually last in the list, but she's requested me. Her name is Shiny. She has to board a train. So though she's the last presenter, but I am breaking the rule here, and I'm going to ask Shiny to make a presentation because she has to board a train. So let me just introduce Shiny before I hand over the platform to you. Shiny, I can see you switched on your camera. So Shiny is a research scholar from Kannur University. She's an assistant professor, Department of English, Nehru Arts and Science College, Kanhagar, and Kerala. And the topic on which she is going to present is the cost of remembering, a reading into Kamila Shashmi's cartography. So over to you, Shiny, and you must thank the rest of the participants for, you're sort of encroaching on their.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Good evening, all of you. Sangeeta ma'am and all my fellow presenters here. I'm deeply indebted to you all for giving me this place, your place here. This being a virtual seminar, I was not able to avail on-duty leave. Hence, I'm presenting from college, and my train back home is at 5:45. Thank you once again. Like ma'am said here, my paper is titled Cost of Remembering, a reading into Kamila Shamsi's cartography. This paper is an attempt to analyze the post-colonial writer Kamila Shamsi and her novel Cartography, which explores the subjectivity of a Pakistani-born protagonist who is undertaking a journey of self-formation and understanding. The main character's understanding of herself is always connected to her association and understanding of her social reality. Like I said earlier, Kamila Naheed Shamsi, that's the full name, is a Pakistani novelist who writes in the English language, and her novel Cartography was published in 2004. This novel explores the strained relationship between two soulmates, Karim and Raheen. Raheen is the narrator of the story. Raheen is whom I called the protagonist. Cartography is a coming-of-age story of two friends, Raheen and Karim, situated in Pakistan. Both of them are best friends and soulmates. They were raised together from birth, and they They dream each other's dreams, finish each other's sentences, speak in a language of anagrams, lie spine to spine. They share an idyllic childhood in upper-class Karachi with parents who were also best friends, even once engaged to each other until they rematched. When Kareem's family migrates from Karachi to London, he knows that her cocoon of security and dreams have been shattered. But as distance and adolescence split them apart, Kareem takes refuge in the rationality of maps, hence the name of this novel, Cartography. Cartography means mapping. So rationality of maps, while Raheen searches for the secret behind her parents' exchange. What she uncovers reveals a story not just of a family's turbulent history, but that of a country, and reveals a grown-up Raheen and Kareem drawn back to each other in the city, which is their true home. As with every other literature, relevant events that have shaped or influenced Pakistan's history or its contemporary social and political life are among the recurring elements that characterize the Pakistani literature written in English. Frequently, Pakistani fiction in English focus on the effects of events like the partition of Indian subcontinent and how they have changed lives. When the writers discuss the influence of recent or past political occurrences, they usually reflect on the effects that such events have on the process of identity formation of individuals. The novel Cartography discusses the process of identity construction enacted by the main character by focusing on the performative relationship between agency and identity. The author, Shamshi, portrays the relationship between relevant political events and the dynamics of identity formation. The novel explores how such events can become a driving force to enact a process of identity construction that questions certain social conventions like race, gender, religion, ethnicity, while developing critical attitudes towards nationalistic ideas of national belonging. The identity of a person, though individualistic in its construction, has its roots in history. One's being is formulated by the rationalized records of the past, both individual and collective. Therefore, to understand subjectivity, one has to decipher the history of an individual and the circumstances in which one lives. Subjectivity as an individual entity is programmed by the collective consciousness of the society. In the global context in which national boundaries are porous, fiction can become a place where and the medium through which national and individual identities can be discussed and imagined. This concept is used to denote the different ways a person or a community plays out identity, gender, etc. In the case of social performances, like I said, it's individual and collective. The self is constructed through performance, and this can be in two different ways. One possibility is for a person to build the self through performing a social role that is defined by the repetition of number of conventions. Otherwise, the self can be defined through a conscious dynamic process through an act that can affect other people, producing a chain reaction. I would like to say that in novels where dominant narratives are questioned, the lives of the protagonists are shown as always being tangled with their home, root, history, and nation. In this novel itself, Jafar, he is our narrator, Raheen's father. He writes to Maheen, his once fiancée, "We act as though history can be erased. Who can blame us? The cost of remembering may break our wilted spirits. But if we allow for erasure, we tell ourselves that things can be forgotten, put in dustbin. We tell ourselves that it is possible to have acts without consequences." Again, I like to add about this performity, individual and collective. In this narrative by Raheen, we get flashbacks of early 1970s where there was this Bangladesh liberation war going on. There was a political turmoil in Karachi. These flashbacks slowly unfold the secret Raheen wants to know about her family. What is important is how her own family history echoes the histories of two nations, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Shamshi builds anxiety over why Raheen's father abandoned Karim's mother, that is his once fiancée. Raheen's father calls off the engagement because Karim's mother was from Bangladesh, a Muslim, but a Bengali speaking one. Karim's mother made Karachi her home at the time of partition, and so she lives with the ghosts of partition. She was labeled a mujahir. Sorry, a muhajir. That is an immigrant Muslim. So I would like to conclude by saying that when we talk about identity formation, subjectivity and all, it's always understood that subjectivity is not isolated. It's not individualistic. It is the combination of individualistic and collective. That is your state, your nation, and ethnicity, gender, religion, everything has a play when we speak about subjectivity. Here ends my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiny, for your paper and your presentation. So you talked about Shamshi's novel Cartography, how Shamshi highlights the way in which the personal and the political histories are interconnected and how they shape our understanding of the world. And cartography, what I gathered, is a meditation on human experience of the trauma and the struggle of finding meaning in a chaotic world. And also Shamshi's exploration of memory, history, and identity is both deeply personal, at the same time political. And it also highlights, you focused on how it highlights the way in which our personal experiences are shaped by the larger social and other political forces. So kind of Shamshi, she asks us to consider the ways in which our memories are shaped and how our identities are formed by the world around us, what's happening in the world around us. So thank you, Shiny, for your presentation. So,
ma'am, thank you very much. Once again, I'm really indebted to all of you for giving me the opportunity to present now. Thank you again, ma'am. I'll be, with your permission, can I leave now?
Yes,
I'll
yes.
be joining using my mobile. I have an auto standby.
No issues. Thank you so much, Shiny. So without much ado, we move on to our next presenter, which is Professor Pratibha P. Kuge. I suppose she's here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm very much
Okay,
here.
Pratibha ji, I'll just introduce you first and then you can start with your presentation. Professor Pratibha P. Kuge is from RNC Arts, JBD Commerce and NSC Science College, Nasik Road, Nasik, Maharashtra. And the title of her presentation is Locating Voices in the Yellow Wallpaper. So over to you, Pratibha ji, for your presentation.
Much, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ms. Pratibha Guge from Nasik, Maharashtra, and I'm pursuing my PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University, and I'm basically working in the field of gender studies. My today's research paper is basically an attempt to find out how feminist narratology helps us in understanding a feminist text. So I have taken a very short story which is written by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. She's an American short story writer. not short story, right? I mean, this is one of her short story, and she has also written non-fiction, which is we go back again and again as a student of gender studies. The present research paper, as I said, is basically an attempt to figure out what feminist narratology is, which was given to us by Susan Lancer. And narratology, I mean, narrative as a theory basically comes from Svetan Todorov and, so basically, Susan Lancer was trying to ask this question that when a text is when we go to a text and when we try to decode that text, do we ask this question that who is the narrator? Is it or I mean I'm talking about the author. If it is a male's text or if it is women's text, so feminist narratology is something which helps us in figuring out it tries to I mean, it is basically trying to address that, how many voices are there, right? Before I begin, let me just tell you something about what this story is all about. This is an autobiographical story. Charlotte Gilman wrote this story after delivering her daughter. The term postpartum depression, which we get to hear on social media nowadays. Charlotte Gilman was addressing postpartum depression in this particular story, and the story is written in 1892, right? So, in this particular short story, there is a husband, Mr. John, and he is a physician. And this lady, I mean, his wife is suffering with some temporary nervous depression, which today we call psychosis or, mental illness. So what is the cure for it? And Gilman has given us a very interesting phrase for this. She calls it rest cure. Okay, the phrase is rest cure. Now, what is rest cure? Rest cure simply means, you go towards the countryside, you rest there. What you do is you do nothing and you just rest over there. So this temporary nervous depression is a slight, hysterical tendency after the birth of a child, and she is made to rest for the summer in an old colonial mansion, right? So she is forbidden from doing any work. She spent her days in the house. The house has barred windows and scratched floor, and the yellow wallpaper, which is very much there. It's a peeling yellow wallpaper, and the moment she enters the house, the first thing she notices is the yellow wallpaper, right? So this yellow wallpaper symbolizes that because the moment we say that she is supposed to rest there, she has the tendency to write. She has some fleeting imagination, tendencies. But this writing skills of her, or her drive to write, is being. She is stopped from doing all these activities, right? And as a result, this woman who is supposed to have this rest cure, she becomes more and more mad, right? So this is quite ironical over here. So her husband suggests her that during daytime she's supposed to take more and more sleep, and ironically at night she is awake, and what she gets to see is the yellow wallpaper, and she starts imagining that there is a woman behind that wallpaper. And as she becomes more and more move towards madness, there comes a moment when she identifies fully with the woman who is behind the wallpaper, and at the end it is shown that she is all on her knees, and she is as if she is scrolling, and she is speaking a language which no one is able to understand, as if the Wellman is trying to tell us that she has identified herself with the women who is not at all there, and symbolizing that she has lost herself, but she has got the victory. She has become free. So this is what this particular story is all about. So voices. So voices in the text, they are very important and challenging ways to find out meaning in the text. The study of voices basically comes under the field of narratology, and it simply means who is speaking. It is the study of narrative and the narrative structure and the ways where they affect our perception. While in principle the word may refer to any systematic study of narrative, in practice its usage is rather more restricted. It is an anglicization of the French narratology, which was coined by, as I said, Mr. Zvetan Todorov. A narrative is a report of connected events, real or imaginary, presented in a sequence of written or spoken words, sounds, still or moving images. The researcher has used the field of narratology and put under investigation the literary piece of Gilman, The Yellow Wallpaper. Susan Lancer's research article on feminist narratology has been used to figure out the smallest narrative techniques like irony, repetition, even ellipsis, anomaly, empty phrases, and a syntax of negativity to understand the protagonist of the story. When you read the story, there is constant, repetition of I, the first person narrative, as if you are put straight into the head of, the narrator, giving you a very close experience of what is actually going on in her head. So, feminist narratology, as the word suggests, feminism and the narrative technique. So here comes the play of gender. So gender acts as a primary axis, which from birth and onwards, it plays a very vital role in processes of identification, social relationship, and various contentious ways might be implicated in macro level structure of power. So feminist narratology refers to the study of narrative from a feminist perspective, taking into account the impact of gender on narrative pattern. And one of the central tenet of feminist narratology is its insistence on contextualization as a means of understanding the interplay between gender and narrative form. From the outset, it is all the more important to contextualize what might be understood as feminist narratology. And it started in the mid 1980s within the domain of narratology. So Susan Lancer finds it upsetting that no work in the field of narratology has taken gender into account. So that was the very first time, she has yoked together gender with narratology. So the narrative that have provided the foundation for narratology have been men's text or text which was treated as men's text. In the structuralist quest, narratology has avoided the question of gender entirely. So hence the feminist critics who are interested in difference or specificity of women's writing find it very, very problematic. So she argues theories of plot and story may need to change, and she foresees that the major impact of feminism and narratology will be to raise new questions and add to the narratological distinctions that already exist over there. So she explores further, Susan explores narrative level, context, and voice. She worries that feminist criticism would argue that narratology itself is ideological and fictional. A narratology for feminist criticism would begin with the recognition that revision of a theory's premises and practice is desirable and legitimate. So one has to look at the question of gender and reform its theories on the basis of women's text. She has given an example, but I'll just skip it and I'll directly go to the text now. So Gilman's yellow paper can be analyzed within the scheme of feminist narratology by looking both at narrative voice. This is the context of production and the narrative traits. In the story, the yellow wallpaper, we can see that there are two voices. Now, these two voices, some linguists, they have argued that there is a women's language or a discourse of powerless speech, which can be described with these adjectives like this voice is polite, it's emotional, it is enthusiastic, it is gossipy, it is talkative, it is uncertain, and it is chatty. In contrast to men's speech, and the adjectives used for men's speech are capable, direct, rational, unfeeling, strong, and blunt. So the story illustrates the many of the differences between these two modes of speech. Lancer talks about two types of text. One is surface text, other is subtext. The surface text is virtually a sampler of women's language, and in it, the narrator praises the husband for being the physician of high standing and does not take her condition seriously. Her emotions generate a discourse of repetition and grammatical anomaly. Now, anomaly is the phenomena that are, a sentence, though it is grammatically correct. I mean, grammatically, it is absolutely, it sounds good, but it is meaningless because it is not compatible in the meaning of the words. For example, when she says, narrator's name is not given, perhaps her name is Jane. So she says, and I quote, "My brother is also a physician and of high standing, and he says the same thing." So grammatically, it is absolutely correct, but it is not compatible in the meaning. What is said and what is conveyed, they are two different things. It is the voice of one who clearly cannot say all in one word and who can assert herself only in empty phrases and a syntax of negativity. Now, what are these empty phrases in the story? So on and on, she again and again she says, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't want to. I don't feel able. I don't know why I should write this." So beneath the feminine voice of self-effacement and emotionality, there lies the masculine authority that the writer cannot ascribe openly in the particular text. Okay, I'll just yeah. And then she talks about the second narrator in the story. So second narrator shows herself very angry, strong, decisive, sure of judgment, and acutely aware of her husband's deficiencies. And her speech acts, I'm getting angry enough to do something desperate. I have got out at last, so you can't put me back. As if I couldn't see through him. Are all acts of conviction. Such a voice requires enormous confidence, and it is visible at the end of the story. So we can also focus on what kind of illocutionary acts the narrator undertakes and whether she undertakes them in discourse of presence or absence. If we take absence to encompass such practices of irony, ellipsis, euphemism, litotus, digression, and so forth, this also decides the tone of the narrative. So every aspect of yellow paper is ironic in some way, which I have already explained. I'll just skip this. Uh, yeah, then another in feminist narratology, Lansdale also talks about ellipsis, which is the omission from the speech or writing of a word, words that are superfluous or which we as a reader we are able to understand from the contextual clues. Yeah. So I conclude, the yellow wallpaper embodies the idea that imprisonment in the yellow wallpaper room was the cause of narrator's absolute madness, as seen how her character changes. And at the end, she no longer addresses her husband as John, but that man. This is what she says. When reading the story, we can see the narrator is being oppressed by a husband. The author's use of the first person to convey the story allows reader to go along for the ride into madness and cultivate a certain amount of sympathy for the narrator and her plight. And the constant use of I puts us right in the narrator's head and allows us to empathize with her. So finally, I agree to what Susan asserts that narratology is something which helps us understand what human beings are. So here my paper ends. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pratibha Sangle. And your paper on the yellow wallpaper was indeed very interesting. The theme of the paper totally resonated with what I felt the postpartum when I had my children. And I completely, understand what she must be going through. And we also have this 42 days of rest cure in our Indian system, where the pregnant post-pregnancy women are confined to a room and like that. And so I completely am able to understand what made her write this yellow paper.
Right.
And so we can say that this yellow paper can be seen as a critique of the patriarchal society, how it silences and denies the voices of women as agency. And
Absolutely.
and by locating the voices of women within the society, probably Gilman is trying to highlight the importance of empowering women to speak out against oppression and to claim their place in the world. Very interesting. I'll surely read the story since it has really touched my
Sure,
heart.
ma'am. Sure.
Thank you, Pratibha Sangle, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Let me invite the next speaker here. The next speaker is Rakshit Kesari TS. I believe, yes, the speakers here. Research scholar from the Department of English, University of Mysore, Karnataka. The title on which the presentation is going to be made is Predicaments of Identity and Marginalization in Samboli. Beware by Lakshman. So, Rakshit, over to you. Please stay within the time limits allocated to you because we have 2 more speakers.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're very much audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Chairperson and my co-presenters. The title of my paper has been already been addressed. Predicaments of Identity and Marginalization in Samboli, Beware by Lakshman. This is an autobiography written by Lakshman, Shamboli, which literally translates into English as Beware. It's this. Sorry, ma'am. It exposes the atrocities faced by the Dalits in South Karnataka and their reaction to the prejudice meted out to them in the name of marginalization. The author has projected an objective and disheartening accounts of his life from birth to adulthood, carefully creating the image of his community in conflict with the contemporary social and cultural conditions. This paper accounts and this personal account uncovers the untouchables' quest for dignity and the recognition of their human worth. The present paper, The Predicaments of Identity and Marginalization, it attempts to bring out the crisis that a Dalit goes through. That is, first of all, identity and asserting Dalit identity in the social hierarchy based on the caste. So the autobiography of Lakshman traces out his growth from his childhood, being aware that he is a Madiga, which means a lowborn. Here he has voiced the resistance and objections he has faced. He has expressed the injustice and the discriminations meted out to him and his community based on caste prejudices. The paper also brings out the portrayal of the Dalit in general with account of Lakshman's other works. It will focus on situations of the Dalits in an independent India on 3 major issues. First among them, discrimination on the basis of caste, identity crisis, and marginalization with disparity. The aloofness and the ability to turn away from the personal makes Samboli a distressing life narrative. Photographies have provided a testing ground for many notions like providing the writer's authorship, selfhood, and an identity. Dalit autobiographies have provided a non-duality between the 2 spheres, a public and a personal self. Dalit writers are the reflection of the writers' community. They are the collective experience of the writers. It is not such a private narrative, but rather a shared actual experience of the writers. So speaking about the caste society, Rajkumar in his book Dalit Literature and Criticism has expressed a quote, Indian caste society gradually came to establish during the period of 500 BC to 500 CE. During this time, many caste laws and restrictions were made so that the Shudras would be kept deliberately away from the so-called Dvida society and degrade them to position of virtual slaves without rights of citizenship. I unquote, the ostracizing practice was followed from centuries, forcing the lower caste to obey social, political, economic, and religious restrictions, restricting untouchable to live a degrading and humiliating lifestyle. All these pitful conditions made the untouchable deprived and depressed divisions of human beings. In the opening pages of Lakshman Samboli, it describes the primary school life of Lakshman, which makes him aware that being a Madika in the society is not at all an easy thing, because right from his birth he has been a victim for the discrimination, and even in his school days, where education is supposed to be a secular place, where a teacher has to be a model for him to provide equality and justice, taught him to be a person who is subjected to face discrimination, whether he likes it or not. In his schools, he writes that his teacher made all his community members, like his classmates who belong to the medical community, to sit outside of the classroom. And also he says that there was discrimination in punishing the students also, that the teacher made sure that he had two different various of punishments, and also he carried two different sticks to punish the students, one for the upper caste members and one for the other caste members, so that keeping in mind that he is not defiling anybody or anybody's identity or any sort of thing. So here, this since lack of time, I'm trying to rush, ma'am. Is it not a problem, ma'am?
Yes, Rakshit, I would like you to conclude as soon as possible because we have two more speakers.
Okay, ma'am. I shall conclude, ma'am, as soon as possible. So in this later part of his autobiography, Lakshman has focused on his identity as a Dalit, trying to find out that his identity sometimes prevented him getting the better opportunities in society, where in occasion he also loses his job, the government job, whatever that he has earned with a great difficulties due to a mistake that he does in his life, trying to attain the event of his employer, where he gets to know that his identity, he belongs to a lower caste, he's been removed out of the event, and he's made sure that he doesn't have a position. Likewise, the whole book tries to bring out the difficulties Dalit faces. Towards the conclusion, I like to conclude that the writer has expressed to see a society in much better condition than what he grew up with. He says, I quote, "I look forward to a casteless society. I desire that my writing will be a refrain to the voiceless dirge of my people. I hold my struggle and my writing as very breath of my being, through which I fight with the hope that social inequalities may cease, the quality may reign." So he wants to establish an egalitarian society, which is casteless and classless, where a person recognizes a human being not by his caste or any other differential measures. He wishes to see the world in much better place. So thank you, ma'am. I hope I concluded on time.
Winding up your paper, as I told you to. I'm sure you missed out. Skipped a lot of material of your paper. So Rakshit basically talked about Lakshman's place, Amboli, beware, and he talked about the predicaments of identity and marginalization faced by the community of Dalits in rural India, and so it is basically a powerful exploration of the predicaments of identity and marginalization faced by the Dalit community in India. Through this depiction of the struggles of the Dalit, this play kind of highlights the urgent need to address the systemic inequalities and discrimination which still continues to plague our country. And the last quote of egalitarian dream of having an egalitarian society is a dream, I guess, which all the marginalized people of India, or for that matter, the world, dream of. Thank you, Rakshit, for your presentation. Thank you so much. Now we have our next presenter, who is S. Alfred Praveen. Yeah, I can see. He's an assistant professor of English at St. Joseph's College. And the title of his paper is Reverberation of Social Model of disability in the picture book We Move Together. So Alfred Praveen, over to you. Please wind up within 5 minutes so that the last speaker also gets some time.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm
Good
audible
evening.
now. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay,
You're
ma'am.
audible.
Good evening, Chairperson and my co-presenters. I'm happy to present my paper title, Reverberation of Social Model of Disability in Picture Book, We Move Together. As we all know, children's literature offers young people the possibility to acquire a system of values, engaging in motivating learning activities, and also it deals with inner conflicts and life difficulties. And my paper shows how social model of disability constructed in the picture book We Move Together and how people with disability participate in the society without any obstacles. As disability in the picture books, there are a lot of picture books out there, but disability is something quoted in a very mere books. But it is not something under representation, but rather it is misrepresented. Those misrepresented or unquestioned, and therefore pity and concern for the characters are something overwhelming in the picture books, especially created for disabilities. And it helps them to understand the problems of disability in day-to-day life and real life, especially the readers. And they could able to see how society considers disability and what are the various individual perspectives of disabilities are categorized into three components, and they are moral disability, medical disability, and social disabilities. And my topic gloss on the social model of disability is something environmental, something creates the anti and disability. So disability is not something we can define with the impairment of body, rather society's construct disability. And also it is a practical tool, not theory or an idea or a concept. It says Michael Oliver. And the book which I have taken for my research, that is We Moved Together, was created by Kelly Fitchett and Anne McVeer, and the pictures were illustrated by Edward Pejos. This book is something a visionary book and something we could see the how the disability, especially the social model of disability, interlaced by the authors and illustrators. And we could see we move a lot of descriptions are there between the pictures, and all these quotation and captions something corroborates that disability people, especially people with disability and other normal body people, are moving together for the progression of society. And for example, one quote, we move fast together. Sometimes we have to wait. Okay, so they have to lot, especially when they take so that when they go for already the in front of the
Alfred, I'm afraid to interrupt in between. We're losing your voice sometimes. So kindly hold the mic properly, maybe.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Ice cream shops or any every all this place some chaos for disability people to focus on what the disability people itself create of the society. A lot of places they want to move, for example, park or library. They create their own society, especially it helps the disability people to participate in the activity. For and all of them they move to the particular you know it's something transformed into gold chair, and especially the floor pavement was used to cement, and it automatically changed it as a red carpet. So the society is something a society is something welcomes the people into the new world. So towards the I could suggest that classrooms and schools and society have to give space for the for disability people, and we have to give proper the that we have. One which shapes the world of the stereotypes, opinion view of disability. That's what I conclude my part.
Okay, thank you, Alfred Praveen, for your presentation, though the last part was not a bit clear, but what I gathered from what you are trying to say is that your paper on We Move Together, a picture book by two authors, I'm forgetting their names, I could not get their names. So the book challenges the medical model of disability. I think that's what you're trying to say. And it views disability as a personal tragedy or a medical problem, and this needs to be fixed. Instead, we should have disability to be treated as a social model, which recognizes that disability is not an individual problem, but a social and a political issue. Yeah. So thank you, Alfred Praveen, for your presentation. Now, we have the last presenter here with us. Yes. The last presenter is Seema Rani. I think she's here. She's a research scholar from GNA University, Shri Hargobindgarh, Phagwara. And the topic of her presentation is Feminism, Existentialism, Partition of Females from Their Existence in Toni Morrison's novel entitled Sula. So over to you, Seema. You're the last presenter of this technical session. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Inspector Sangeeta ma'am, and all co-presenter here. Today I'm going to present my paper, and the title of my paper is Feminism, Existentialism, Partition of Females from Their Existence in Toni Morrison's novel entitled Sula. Like most of Toni Morrison's novels, Sula studies the ways that Black people struggle to live in America, a country with nation's history of persecuting and oppressing Black people. Black characters in the novel face the weight of history in which white Americans have consistently swindled Black out of their property and their rights by manipulating laws, social norms, and even language itself. This paper aims to analyze the problem concerning the existentialist freedom of the young Black female main character. Several concepts are used in the analyzing, namely Black women, existentialism, existential backlash, power feminism, and Black feminism. The analysis is also done in the frame of feminist criticism. The result of analyzing shows that it is not easy for a Black female character to construct, keep, perform her critical opinion concerning her own existential freedom. There are various kinds of existential backlashes that have to be faced by the female character. Existential freedom, the freedom to construct and apply personal opinion in her existence, in a crucial problem in someone's existence. The problem is different for men or women. Not all people can succeed in possessing the existential freedom. Existentialism in literature is a philosophical and literary movement that emphasizes individual existence, freedom, and choice. It began in the mid to late 19th century, but peaked in mid-20th century France. It is predicated on the idea that humans establish their own purpose in life and attempt to make rational decisions despite living in irrational reality. It is concerned with the question of human existence and sense that there is no purpose or explanation at the heart of life. It contends that because there is no God, or rather other transcendent force, for only one to combat nothingness is to embrace existence. Thus, existentialism thinks that individuals are completely free and must take personal responsibility for themselves, and emphasize action, freedom, and decision as necessary in raising above humanity, basically position by suffering and inevitable death. Sula's existential freedom. Sula's existential freedom The Sula, the black female main character whose name is used as the title of the novel, is a young black girl living in black community in an imaginary town called the Bottom. She is described as having a specific opinion concerning the freedom of her own existence, which differs very much from the black community's dominating values. Actually, the indication of Sola's different opinion concerning her existence is already symbolized by the birthmark on the eyelid of one of her eyes. There are several factors that trigger the development of Sula's opinion on her existential freedom. The first factor is the situation of her grandmother's household. Since her father's death, Sula and her mother Hannah live with her grandmother. Eva in her grandmother's house. However, Eva's house is not an ordinary house. It is a house which at the same time also functioned as an inn and which is built gradually without any fixed plan as shown by the quotations. A house of many rooms that had been built over a period of 5 years to the specification of its owner. Forms of Sula's existentialism freedom. Sula begins to practice her specific view of life on her own existence. One drastic step she takes is leaving her hometown to continue her study. This is a daring action since her peers have never done that. However, this action is not surprising in the Peace family. Her grandmother Eva had done that when she was young due to financial hardship. Being left by the husband with with three little children, she decided to leave her children with the black family and go to the town. After 18 months, she returned as a one-legged woman with the sum of money and regular income. Sula also practices her own view on close sexual relationship. In big cities, she has many lovers. Actually, this is also part of her efforts to find her other half who completely understand and support her opinion on the essential freedom. When she was young and still in that small town, she found that her other half, her soulmate, who understand her completely without any question, is Neil. Through Sula, Toni Morrison transmits her ideology of feminism, especially black females. Toni Morrison conveys her idea that a black woman should have critical opinion on her own existence. The lived experience should make a black woman dare to construct her own concept concerning what she wants to do with her own existence. A black woman should also have the courage to voice her decision about her own life. However, Toni Morrison also warns about the persisting patriarchal ideology. In other words, Toni Morrison makes the reader aware that is difficult for the black woman to construct her own existence. It is more difficult to voice it, and it is more difficult to apply it. Patriarchal ideology, permeating embed every aspect and layer of life, gives no space for critical black women to borrowing Sula's definite words of grandmother. Make myself. However, it is easier for black men to follow the kind of life he has chosen for himself. As in the case of Ajax, the male version of Sulla, no social criticism, no social punishment, and no social exile happened to Ajax. He is free to live his life as he wants. Now, I would like to conclude my paper because I feel like that there is a short span of time for me at the end. So I would like to request, can I conclude my paper now?
Yes, please, please.
Yes. In novel entitled Sulla, written by Toni Morrison, contains the idea that it is not easy for women to construct, to keep, or to apply her critical opinion concerning her existential freedom. A woman may be able to construct in her mind what she really wants in her existence. She also may be able to keep her critical opinion in her mind. However, once she tries to practice her critical opinion concerning her existential freedom, she has to face so various existential backlashes. Sulla in Toni Morrison, Sulla is a good example. Sulla's opinion on freedom of self of controversial and cannot be tolerated. Thus, they execute many kind of negative reactions. Even Sulla herself unconsciously cannot totally free herself from the internalization of gender roles. When she feels content with her existence after finding the male soulmate she has looked for many years, she begins to settle and adopt domestic way of life, which actually contradicted her own free, adventurous spirits. Her change results in another essential backlashes in which the male soulmate who poses are truly free. Adventurous spiritually quickly leaves her. The backlash is followed by another one, a mysterious disease which terminates her existence. In brief, existential backlashes have various effects so that they are too difficult to handle by the single woman, no matter how strong-willed or prepared she is. And this is all about my paper. Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, Seema Gilji. So Seema talked about Sula. Sula it's a powerful exploration of the intersection of feminism and existentialism. And she talked about how women, are often excluded from their own existence in the patriarchal society. It also challenges the readers to sort of think critically about the role of women in the society to work towards a more just and an inclusive world where all individuals are free. So thank you, Seema, for your presentation. So that was the last
Thank you so
presenter.
much, ma'am.
That was the last presenter of this session, and we had an interesting technical session, and we had a variety of fields from where all the presenters presented. We had subaltern studies, we had enhancing students' spoken English skills. Then we talked about, the silenced voices of women in the yellow paper. Then we talked about the Dalits in Samboli, and we had this paper on disability, and there was a paper on Toni Morrison, which Seema Gill just presented before you, Sula, and also there was a novel on narratives in Kamila Shamshi's cartography, which was presented in this session. So we had interesting papers in this presentation, and all the presenters were very good. And I would like to congratulate each one of you for making such wonderful presentations. And I wish you all to continue with your research work. All the very best for your future. That's all from my side. I think all the presenters have made their presentations. Any observations or questions, you're most welcome to ask. The house is open for questions and observations. I guess there are no questions. I would now ask the admin to take charge from here. Over to the admin. I guess the admin is not here to address us. So I congratulate all the presenters once again. It was a wonderful session. It was wonderful interacting with all of you. All the very best to all the presenters for your future research endeavors. Thank you.